This family is defined by pure competition. The patriarch, the strongest swordsman in the empire, wants to see which of the dozens of family members can take his place. The competition is fierce, but all the older brothers are scared of the youngest. That's because he's evolving at an extreme rate, humiliating everyone around his age, and has already been recognized by the patriarch as someone with immense potential. And yet none of them know that this boy has a contract with both a shadow god and a dragon. But this is not where the story begins. We have to go back to the ceremony day. The patriarch declared that whoever chooses Barasada is destined to become the family's greatest. And that's exactly what our boy did when he was just a baby. He had chosen the perfect path. For a while he was sure his life was set. But that wasn't the case at all. As time passed, he discovered that he was actually a talentless loser. The Daytona brothers would always laugh whenever they saw him training. He was terrible with the sword. And since the family prided itself on competition, he was constantly humiliated. Even though he kept training with fierce focus for years, he believed that one day the family would recognize his efforts. But on his 25th birthday, he was banished from the family. They said he was only spared from death because he had truly tried, but he had become a shame to everyone. Devastated, he wandered to another city, where he met his master. With her, he discovered two crucial things. He possessed an insane talent for magic, something he had never realized because magic was strictly banned in the swordsmanship family. He had a curse suppressing his swordsmanship skills. After removing the curse, he felt his arms lighter than ever. Finally, he could become a true swordsman and challenge the entire family. But on the very same day he made this discovery, he woke up completely buried under debris. Something had happened while he was sleeping. He couldn't believe that the moment he finally got a chance, this had occurred. Yet when he opened his eyes again, he was back to the moment he chose Barasada. Now he could finally compete against all his brothers for the title of the strongest in the family. He grabs the sword, earning praise from his family. This time he chose it by his own will. 6 years after choosing Barasada, the little kid still can't reach the top shelf. He's been stuck in Storm Castle for a while and has 3 more years before he can leave. He feels trapped when suddenly a maid is horrified to find a dead bird in his room. Jin quickly understands what's going on. Only 2 people would do something this cruel. His smirking brothers who killed the bird just to mock him. Daytona Runkondel is 9 years old, and the white-haired brat beside him is Haytona Runkondel, the same age. As they laugh over the bird, Jin feels sick. In his first life, these 2 grew into killers. Even as kids, they murdered a helpless bird just to sneer at their brother. Those 2 have no limits. They're just trying to provoke him, mocking him for not using Barasada. He gets ready to answer, but Haytona lunges first. Jin blocks the punch, and even Haytona freezes because the protagonist isn't holding back anymore. He fires back with a hard hit to the face. Then MC gives Haytona a brutal beating. Without even using his full strength, he overwhelms both brothers and leaves them with a warning to stay out of his way. Khan shows up shocked that he beat them both. He calmly says they fought each other. That explains why they're in such bad shape, or at least that's the story. Even so, Khan wants to take them to a doctor. The protagonist refuses. Instead, he has them taken somewhere else. He leaves them out in a heavy storm. It's harsh, but Jin believes they need to learn there are consequences. Khan isn't in a position to question the young master's order. Still, he feels something strange. A dark aura coming from MC. Khan wonders if he used mana and realizes MC is the one who put his brothers down. So Khan decides to report this to the patriarch. Back in Storm Castle, Jin notices the report being made. He knows Khan tells the patriarch everything. That means Khan likely sensed the shadow force, the power he got from the god of shadows. It also means that even in this second life, that dark power is still active, protecting him from the curse that ruined his first life. Now that the curse is gone, history has changed, and the protagonist won't be known as the worst swordsman anymore. That alone makes him happy. His next problem is facing his father, the patriarch. After hearing Khan's report, the patriarch orders the flag bearers gathered and decides to meet his son. 200 Runkondel knights prepare as well. Then the legendary head of the Runkondel family heads back to Storm Castle. Mary Runkondel is surprised by the sudden order to gather. Dyfus Runkondel, another flag bearer, has no idea what's going on either. They were in the middle of battle when they were called back, and Dyfus wonders if Jin is the reason. Neither of them can figure out why the patriarch needs to see him. Luna Runkondel cuts in and tells them both to be quiet. But Mary still wants to know why everyone cares so much about MC. Back at Storm Castle, a maid tells Jin that his father has arrived. The boy wonders what Khan told him. Most likely, his father wants to know about the power he used since it isn't mana or aura. This meeting matters because it will decide whether the protagonist's power can help the clan. The patriarch arrives with his knights carrying his blade. His first order is to bring Haytona and Daytona before him. Once they're there, he asks what they did wrong. The brothers act smug and claim they did nothing, that Jin attacked them with some strange power like magic. They're clearly trying to set their brother up, but that weak trick doesn't fool the patriarch. He answers with icy words, basically saying, boys with minds this weak won't last in the clan, then orders Jin to be brought in. MC stands before his father, Chiron Runkandel, the family head and the strongest of them all. He's so powerful that people see him as a divine star knight, almost a demigod. After reaching that level, Chiron's human feelings have grown dull. The one thing that still drives him is the strength and future of his clan. In his first life, he meant nothing to him. Back then, Jin had nothing to show. Now he walks in with confidence, knowing he can't be looked down on anymore. The flag bearers watch as he kneels before his father. Chiron asks why the protagonist called him patriarch instead of father. Jin says it felt right to show proper respect. Then Chiron asks him the same thing he asked the other two. MC clenches his fist and says their only mistake was taking revenge poorly. He repeats the Runkandel rule, always repay what is done to you, no matter who the other person is. After hearing that, Chiron orders the knights and flag bearers out. They're shocked that Jin passed his test. Mary is impressed that her little brother earned a private talk with their father, and the door shuts behind them. Now Chiron gets to the real issue, magic. He reminds him that magic hurts a swordsman's growth, and asks where this power came from. If the answer is mana, punishment will follow. Jin knows saying it came from the god of shadows would be dangerous, so he claims he doesn't fully understand it either, and shows his father a small piece of that power. Then comes the twist. This same power once belonged to the founding patriarch of their clan. Chiron recognizes it at once as Shadow Force. He's stunned that the protagonist can use not only Barasada but Shadow Force too. That makes him wonder if Jin is truly meant to become the next patriarch. And it turns out Chiron already knows about the god of shadows. He explains that Soldaret once made a contract with Tamar Runkandel, the clan's first patriarch, and that bond helped the family grow. After Tamar died, the god of shadows never chose another Runkandel until MC was born and gained Shadow Force. He then asks his father something important. He wants to know if the god of shadows is even stronger than him. Kieran pauses, then says he can't be sure. He's never fought a god. Still, he says it with the kind of calm only the world's strongest man could have. Kieran likes the question and pats Jin. Proud of him, he asks how the protagonist plans to use that power. MC says he'll use it for the clan's future. Kieran laughs right away. He can tell he is lying. He knows his son is ruthless. Jin beat his brothers and left them to suffer in the storm, so that answer was clearly fake. So this time, the protagonist answers honestly. He'll use Shadow Force for himself. Kieran doesn't get upset. Instead, he praises the answer and says he'll keep watching MC from now on. With that, the meeting ends. He is worn out, but proud of how it went. He doesn't need to hide his power anymore, so this is a real win. He remembers how invisible he felt in his past life. Now things are finally starting to change. That night, his older sister Mary brings him a special gift. She also makes him a meal as a farewell present. Jin doesn't remember her ever being this nice. When he opens the box, he finds a phoenix's burning heart inside. That's a wild gift for a 7-year-old, but that's just how Mary is. She's a flag bearer and a 6-star knight, feared as the mad woman of the South. The gift is her way of telling him to get stronger fast and challenge her someday. Eating a phoenix heart is a huge boost. It gives full fire immunity and helps your growth. Jin starts to wonder if he could become strong enough to summon a phoenix himself one day. Then Gilly brings in the soup. Before Jin can eat, his two bratty brothers start eyeing it. They want some too, but they're too proud to just ask for it. The protagonist offers them a deal. They can have some if they do him a favor. That favor is awful. Haytona and Daytona have to dig up a spot to find something, but they're desperate enough for the soup to do it. Buried under the ground is a hidden chamber, holding a figure wrapped in darkness. After a ton of digging, the two finally finish. They come back exhausted, ready for their reward. But Jin has already eaten almost all of it. He leaves them barely a spoonful. It's a brutal move, and his brothers are furious at the cheap trick. Then MC heads to the hole they dug. He's satisfied with the result, and figures one simple spell should break through the rest. He's glad he can finally use mana again, and with it, he shatters the hollow wall. Behind it is the Runkantel clan's secret library. In his past life, this place was hidden from him. There's a passcode to get in, and Jin confidently says the phrase to calm Maraken. The door opens. This is where the Runkandel clan stored relics from defeated enemies, and only flag bearers were allowed inside. In his old life, he learned that phrase from Dicufus. Now that knowledge helps him, but even Jin is stunned when he sees a dark figure sealed in a capsule. The scaly skin makes him wonder if it isn't human. Then it hits him. This is Murakan, the dark dragon. According to legend, the first patriarch defeated the dragon and left it in a deep sleep. Standing before that legend, Jin starts searching for old books. Once he finds them, he starts studying the secrets of the Kongan clan. The writing is too hard for him, and taking the books out would be risky, so he decides to copy them by hand. Every day, he studied at home and copied texts in the library. Then one day, things changed. Someone else came to the library at a strange hour, and it was Murakan, suddenly awake. Jin tries to stay calm since the dragon should be an ally of the clan. He speaks politely and calls him a dragon, but that only makes Murakan snap and yell at him. Murakan is furious that he's been reduced to a guardian for the Runkandels. He grumbles about what he's become. The only reason he woke up was because he sensed something from Jin. Murakan is shocked to find traces of Shadow Force inside him. He says only Soldaret's contractor could have that scent, so he decides to test him and shows his power. The dragon stammers, then collapses in defeat. He's crushed to learn the newest contractor is just a tiny kid. Murakan sadly explains that he once made a promise with the god of shadows, and because of it, his partner is apparently Jin. He says he'll explain the rest later. For now, he gives the boy a proper introduction as he reveals his true form. Murkan is a servant of the god of shadows, and the last descendant of the shadows. He made an oath 1,000 years ago, and now he must partner with the protagonist, because the protagonist is Solderet's contractor. MC introduces himself as the youngest Ronkondel, and greets the legendary dragon. The mountain holding Storm Castle was named after Murkan, who ruled those lands for ages before losing to the first Ronkondel patriarch, so they were never truly enemies. Anyone chosen by a god is supposed to have a guardian dragon, which is why people always wondered where the dark dragon went. They never knew he was sleeping here. Jin starts to think Murkan may be his guardian dragon now that the dragon has awakened. In human form, Murkan can talk with him and answer some of his questions. For months after Murkan woke up, he kept returning to the library. He wanted to know why Tamer, Ronkondel, and Murkan had fought, but the dragon can't remember the real reason. What he does care about now is strawberry pie. Jin tells him he's been making copies of the books in the library. He still can't understand most of them, but Murkan is impressed that he kept going when most kids would have quit. The protagonist says he's only average for a runce candle. He has many older siblings and amazing parents, and he wants to surpass them all. So he asks how much Tamer Runce Candle understood at that same age, since Tamer is supposed to be the strongest man in history, and Jin wants to know how far behind he is. Murkan tells him that even Tamer couldn't have understood a single line at that age. Tamer didn't become strong by reading books. He makes it clear MC has crazy talent, just like the first patriarch. He wonders if he'll ever match Tamer's power, and Murkan tells him to keep training. With time, he might even surpass the founding patriarch. To cheer him up, Murkan tells him Solderet's other name. The god of shadows is also called Solderet the Infinite, because his power has no limit. That means Jin's power could have incredible potential too. To push him forward, Murkan decides to teach him a new skill, Shadow Force Release. It's a key move for anyone using Shadow Force, but it's dangerous, so Murkan warns him to learn it carefully. First, Murkan tells him to release his mana. Jin doesn't get it, so Murkan explains that Shadow Force Release depends on two basics, mana release and mana transfer. It usually takes at least 3 years to master, and Murkan refuses to teach advanced moves before the basics. Then the protagonist completely shocks him with a perfect mana release, which honestly looks like a Rasengan. Somehow he can use mana transfer too. Murkan is stunned. This tiny kid is a genius. Since Jin meets both conditions, he's ready to teach Shadow Force Release. Because every shadow comes from Solderet's power, Solderet is the true master, while MC is the only contractor. Shadows begin filling the library as Murkan says he could also become their master. Jin is amazed by the full display of that power. Then the story shifts to Luna, who is close to finishing her mission. She figures it should take about 4 more months. While standing among dead monsters, Luna wonders what kind of gift her little brother would want. 6 months after Murakan woke up, Haytona and Daytona left the castle after coming of age. That leaves Jin, who gets a birthday cake from Gilly on his 9th birthday. He wants everyone to share it, but then Khan suddenly arrives with news. Luna has come to see him in person. As the clan's first flag bearer, she's the eldest and one of its best knights. But unlike the others, she has no interest in becoming patriarch. In his past life, Luna barely treated the protagonist like family, so her sudden visit feels strange. Young wonders if something happened in the clan, or worse, if she found out about his secret trips to the library. But Luna gently pats him and treats him with unusual kindness. MC says it feels like she's being careful around him. Luna thinks he believes they're enemies, and that she sees him as just another rival for the throne. That thought clearly frustrates her. Luna tries to comfort her little brother, then she drops to one knee, apologizes, and shows him real respect. She also asks to speak with him alone. He is thrown off, but he smiles and follows. Once they're alone, Luna says she rushed back because this matters a lot. Ever since he started standing out, their other siblings have been watching him closely. That means they may move against him once he leaves Storm Castle. The sister who used to feel so distant admits she's afraid the protagonist could lose his happiness in their family's ugly power games. She says she hates the Runkandel clan's traditions. Hearing that, Jin finally understands why Luna gave up on becoming patriarch. In his past life, though, she never said any of this. He wonders if the old him simply wasn't worth these words. Still, it's clear Luna is truly worried their siblings may come after him soon. MC gives her his answer, saying he won't back away from fighting his brothers. Luna makes it clear she's not saying this for herself. He knows that and then reveals someone already tried to assassinate him once. That shocks her. Fury bursts out of Luna's power at the thought of anyone trying to kill her brother in Storm Castle, and she demands to know who did it. Jin says he doesn't know, and for now he's safe. He feels happy knowing at least one sibling truly cares about him. Luna pulls the protagonist into a hug and apologizes for the cruel family rules tied to the Runkandel name. Held like that, MC realizes he never knew this side of her existed. Not wanting to ruin his birthday, Luna gives him a gift. It's a blue pendant. She tells him to turn around. The necklace can call Luna to him one time if it gets shattered. She wants him to use it whenever he's in real danger. Luna wishes him a happy birthday, and the two share a warm little celebration, but she soon has to return to work. After saying goodbye, she leaves. Later, Jin brings the necklace to the library. Murakan is stunned, because the pendant is priceless. It once belonged to the Demon Beast King, a treasure people died trying to get. It protects the wearer from weaker spells and also boosts their own magic. Jin tells him Luna gave it to him. What shocks him even more is realizing Luna probably already sensed Murakan's presence. Still, she won't report it to the clan because she cares about her little brother. Luna clearly knows something is going on between him and Murakan, but she chooses to trust him and stand by him no matter what. Jin once thought his first 10 years in the castle would be dull and empty, but in that short time he learned so much, got precious gifts, and grew through his bonds with people who truly mattered. His past self had dreamed of things like this. Then the day finally came. The protagonist turned 10. He sparred with Khan, getting ready to leave the castle. Jin's strength at that age impressed the guardian knight, who understood why the patriarch still had his eye on the youngest child. MC also caught the attention of an instructor, who was judging whether Khan was worthy to teach him. When training ended, Khan bowed to the boy. He can only teach him until he leaves Stormcastle, and he plans to live up to every expectation. By now, the protagonist feels almost immune to fire, thanks to the phoenix heart Mary gave him. He's excited that its power is finally starting to show. Soon enough, he'll fully take in the phoenix's strength. Jin is leaving Stormcastle tomorrow. Gilly notices his books and he tells her to pack them for later reading. As always, he asks for strawberry pie. Then he heads out at an unusual hour to visit the secret library and meet Murakan. The Dark Dragon had been expecting this day. MC asks how they'll stay in touch, but Murakan brushes it off like it's nothing. Even if he's far weaker than before, Murakan says his strength will return as Jin grows stronger. As a guardian dragon, he wants the boy to grow into someone like Tamar Runkindel. Then he asks about the clan's past. Sorter once told him the Runkindel clan used to be Spellswords, and that the first patriarch was the greatest Spellsword in history. Now that truth has faded into myth, because the clan only values swordsmanship. Murakan explains it all changed because of a pact made 1,000 years ago. Back then, the clan saw Murakan as their guardian, but now they may hate him. He jokes that in the old days, Jin would have been showered with riches for reviving him. Though with this clan, maybe not. Murakan tells him not to worry. He'll find the protagonist wherever he goes. As for the capsule, he plans to leave behind an illusion of himself, one so strong no one will see through it. It won't last forever since his power is fading, but he hopes to keep it up until MC becomes an adult. Jin also brought Murakan a special treat to celebrate. The Dark Dragon lights up at the chance to drink and enjoy himself. He's even willing to meet Gilly, if that means getting more strawberry pie. As he gets ready to leave for his family's main home, he's warned that life is about to get much busier. Gilly won't be able to keep feeding him or cooking every day, but she'll come whenever he's needed. Soon, the Guardian Knights Jerome and Holtz arrive to escort Jin, and the trip begins. At the end of the 18th century, the protagonist finally leaves Stormcastle for the Garden of Swords. Heavy snow slows them on the way. Because of it, they can't use a portal. Then the carriage suddenly stops. Jerome and Holtz warn Jin to stay inside. They're under attack. Gilly stays calm, trusting the power of the supposed 7-star knights protecting them. But the enemies outnumber them 20-1. MC catches something important and quickly tells Gilly they need to run. The Guardian Knights have betrayed them, so either they're traitors or imposters, and if that's true, the carriage is probably rigged too. Gilly gets furious and unleashes her full strength to protect Jin. They barely escape before the carriage explodes. Gilly wants to take the blame, but he tells her bigger things matter right now. First of all, the people attacking those knights may actually be on their side. The protagonist is surprised the others let them get away, which makes him even more suspicious. Then the truth comes out. The Yuta clan, sorcerers from the Petel Kingdom, and the Black King mercenary group are all here to keep the boy safe. After finding them, Vice Captain Marika explains that protecting Jin is his mission. Meanwhile, Jerome and Holtz are losing badly because they're fake 7-star knights. Once the group corners them, one of the men sneers that he won't say anything to a Runkintel servant. Cold as ever, Jin orders them to kill one so the other will talk. Gilly moves in at blinding speed and cuts one man down. Then she cleanly slices off both arms of the second imposter, leaving him in unbearable pain. With both arms gone, Gilly wins the fight and drags him over to Jin. They badly underestimated her. She may be a maid, but she's also a loyal 7-star martial artist. Anyone trying to assassinate MC should have sent stronger fighters. The mutilated imposter spits out a warning that the age of the rung candles will end. To everyone's surprise, Jin agrees. He says this fool only cares about his own fame instead of the clan's future. The imposter finally reveals he's tied to the Zipfel clan, the sorcerer family that controls a huge part of the world. They've long been rivals of the Runkindels and chase only magic mastery. After Tamar died, the Zipfel clan forced the Runkindels into a pact that banned magic and sealed the family's power for good. That made the Zipfels the Runkindels' enemy for over 1,000 years, and this imposter is just one of their tools. Deciding the man has no more value, Jin leaves the rest to Gilly. The imposter begs for death, but he ignores him and thinks about why this attack happened. More than that, he suspects this was the work of a Zipfel extremist, not the clan as a whole. And Gilly was fooled by the disguise, which means someone else helped set this up. Jin thanks the vice captain of the Knights for saving his life. He says he'll report everything to the clan so the man gets rewarded. Murika is stunned because no normal 10-year-old talks like this. Thinking over the protagonist's words, Murika starts wondering if this boy truly means to become the strongest. He tells his men to watch themselves around Jin. Now it's time to move again. When they ask about the imposter, MC says to leave the body behind as a warning for their allies. They still have to walk 2 hours to the nearest village. He doesn't want Gilly blamed for what happened. After all, even Khan, a 9-star knight, would have been fooled. But Gilly still feels awful and apologizes to her young master. In the Runkendale family, his nanny alone is responsible for raising him. That was true in his past life too, but people mocked her for being stuck with a boy they thought had no talent. Even so, Gilly never blamed Jin. She was thrown out of the clan on the same day he was, and even then she apologized for failing him. She was the one person who stayed loyal to him. The protagonist wants to prepare her for what's coming. Since she keeps blaming herself, he firmly tells her she's the only knight he can truly trust to protect him. Later, Gilly thinks back to the way MC scolded her. She realizes he only did it so she wouldn't blame herself. That makes her want to do even better for him. Soon they reach the village inn. Jin is now almost sure the Transfigurator was involved. Bubori Gaston, a man known for using a dragon's power of transformation at a level beyond even monsters. That skill let him commit crimes all over the world. If Bubori is part of this, he knows the situation could get ugly fast. In his past life, Bubori's rampage only ended after he was finally captured. Now Jin wonders if he should try to bring that man to his side this time, even after nearly dying to one of his plots. Worn out, the protagonist collapses onto the bed. Gilly tucks him in. When he wakes up, MC figures his brutal training is finally wearing down his body. Then he notices an annoying cat at the window. A second later, he realizes the cat is Murakhan. The dragon really turned himself into a cat just to keep following him. Murakhan gets mad and hisses back. Jin lets him in, though he's still irritated. Murakhan changes back and starts lecturing him, but he's so clumsy he slams into the desk. Hearing the crash, Gilly rushes in and spots the intruder. She's ready to cut him down before Jin can explain anything. Then Murakhan remembers Gilly is the one who made him strawberry pies. To him, that's like striking gold. He, already regretting everything, decides to be honest and introduces Murakhan as the clan's guardian dragon. Gilly freezes, then quickly apologizes for attacking him. What really catches her attention is being called strawberry pie. She then learns Jin had secretly been having her baked pies for Murakhan all this time. After the protagonist explains everything, Gilly is shocked to find out he can use magic and has a contract with the god of darkness. Still, she supports him. That's why MC trusted her with the truth, though he warns that Murakhan and the source of his power must stay secret. At first, she's willing to trust the guardian dragon, but after seeing how easily he trips over himself, she starts having doubts. They later reach the portal, where Murakhan's escort duty ends. He says he wants to see what kind of person Jin grows into. Murakhan also asks why a skilled fighter like Gilly left her old clan for the Runkendale family, but she won't answer and leaves with him. At the Peitzel portal, the staff realizes they're serving high-ranking members of the Runkendale family. Because of that, they are given first-class teleport seats. During the wait, Gilly worries about Jin's magic since there's no believable way to explain it to the family. The protagonist plans to hide where his power comes from. Then he notices a noble mage from the Zifil clan in first class too. The man openly shows his disgust but suddenly takes interest in the cat. Murakhan answers by slashing the rude noble, leaving him stunned that MC stays calm despite all the taunting. Veridine introduces himself and offers Jin a handshake. He remembers him well. In the future, Veridine would become a brilliant mage and a top candidate to lead his clan. Even with talent in magic himself, the protagonist knows he can't compare to Veridine, so he stays careful and points out that Veridine's men nearly drew their swords, which could have gotten them killed. Veridine throws back a teasing comment, but Jin makes it clear he wasn't joking. That sends a chill through Veridine. Even so, he advises MC not to stir up trouble between their two great clans. He replies that their fathers are too important to start a war over a fight between kids. Veridine is impressed, even while Jin keeps verbally tearing into him. The protagonist finally tells him to stay quiet for the rest of the ride. Instead of getting angry, Veridine feels drawn to him, but friendship would only complicate things between their clans. So he decides MC will be his rival instead, while MC is left thinking the Zyphils really are a strange bunch. Soon the teleportation begins. Just before departure, Veridine says he looks forward to meeting Jin again. He does not feel the same, and hopes that never happens. At last, the protagonist arrives home. Petrov, a second-class family butler, greets him and welcomes him to the Garden of Swords, the home of the Runkendale family. This place is where the family's greatest members leave their blades behind. For a Runkendale, having your weapon honored there is the highest pride. Jin once chased that dream too, but in his past life, weakness made him foolish. Now with a sharper mind, he believes surviving this house will be much easier. Then MC meets his mother, Rosa. Rosa is surprised by the cat he brought back. Still, the fact that he takes ownership of it is seen as a point of pride. Jin says he already picked a name, Kitty Runkendale. His brothers hate it, saying an animal doesn't deserve their family name. Rosa asks why he named it that. Jin answers that if he claims the cat, he should also take responsibility for it. Even if carrying the Runkendale name is a heavy thing, he says he'll get revenge on anyone who messes with his pet. The patriarch is amused by how fast the boy makes enemies. Jin adds that family or not, he won't avoid crushing his enemies. His father likes that spirit and warns the older children not to underestimate him. 4 years pass, and he is now 14, a 2-star knight. He finishes one training session with Garen, and his next one is with Luna. Rather than eat with the family, the protagonist has lunch with the cats, brought by Bellup. Bellup is a commoner cadet who may soon be kicked out of the clan. Even so, he stays oddly calm and keeps praising Jin. MC tells him to stop being so overly humble, since people keep looking down on him for it. He pushes Bellup to take pride in himself because he is still a Runcarndal cadet. Bellup sulks, saying his grades are the worst, and his sword skills are awful. But simply becoming a cadet here is already impressive. Bad by clan standards still means better than most people. Jin can't understand how someone this timid became a dangerous enemy in the future, or why Bellup eventually took his own life. That's why he is set on changing that future and making sure Bellup stays in the clan. Later, the protagonist looks over his current level. He expects to reach 3-star swordsmanship in the next few years. For now, though, Luna changes up his training from the day before. She tells him to picture the training with his mind's eye. For a swordsman, the mind's eye is one of the strongest tools there is. It's a form of advanced meditation, usually only mastered by 7-star knights, so Jin doesn't get why he's learning it this early. Since Luna also bans aura during practice, he's even more confused about her goal. Still, he trusts his older sister and focuses harder to learn it. The session finally ends. Luna is amazed. Jin's focus is far beyond what someone at his level should have, and she knows it's only a matter of time before he grows even stronger. Later, the story moves to a sparring test. This is a big day for MC. If he beats 10 cadets, he can move up to the intermediate class. He is confident, but Bellup is in nervous mess. The instructor orders the cadets to spar 3 times against different opponents. Then the top 10 fighters will challenge Jin. The matches begin, and the cadets show solid sword skill. Once the top 10 are chosen, everyone else sits down, and the protagonist steps forward. So far, his best streak has been 8 straight wins. The one he worries about most is Mesa, the strongest cadet. She charges first and Jin barely blocks, already feeling how much stronger she's gotten since last time. But even if he beats Mesa, he'll still have 8 more after her. She's thrown off by how he uses only simple, clean moves instead of flashy ones. Then Mesa realizes MC is looking down on her. Angry, she rushes him again and draws out even more power. She's fully determined to beat him. Mesa goes in for the finishing blow, but Jin breaks her sword and wins the match. She's left in shock that he struck the exact same spot again, chipping the blade until it shattered. Their strength and stamina were close, but his precision decided the fight. Mesa vows to train harder and impress him next time. Even with 10 cadets waiting, Jin is glad he beat Mesa first because it crushes everyone else's confidence. He then defeats the last cadet and clears the challenge, earning a place in the intermediate class next year and real training from a true Runcarndal instructor. Even after the test ends, Jin asks for one more fight. He calls Bellup out by name. The shy boy refuses. At first, but the protagonist warns that if he keeps acting like this, his time in the clan will be short. MC says plainly that he plans to crush Bellup in this match. Nervously, Bellup steps onto the field. He can barely hold his sword steady and wonders if Jin is punishing him. He says this should actually be an easy win for Bellup, since he's tired after fighting 10 cadets. Even so, the protagonist still believes he can overpower the weakling. Then he rushes in without another word. Bellup barely blocks the heavy strike. Jin notices the parry and is impressed. Bellup struggles to hang on, but MC keeps pressing him without mercy. He keeps pressuring him with pure strength. He warns that last hit could have killed Bellup. Schmitz then gives him one more chance to prove himself. Bellup Schmitz stands again, but now something feels off. A gold aura wraps around him as he gets ready to strike for real. Mesa warns Garen that Jin could die here. The protagonist orders everyone to keep this secret and tells Bellup Schmitz to use aura at full power. Bellup Schmitz rushes in with everything he has. He thinks MC is too worn out to win, but MC still blocks the blow, and his sword breaks from the impact. Jin always knew Bellup Schmitz had hidden talent, but he never guessed the boy could use aura. Even without a blade, he fires back with a heavy hit and locks Bellup Schmitz in a headlock. Then he suddenly lets him go, catching Bellup Schmitz off guard with mercy. The protagonist decides to speak honestly. He admits he never wanted to fight him like this. Even though he still doesn't know much about Bellup Schmitz, he wants him to grow stronger too, because kindness alone won't keep anyone alive in their clan. Jin shows a softer side, asking Bellup Schmitz to stand with the others, get stronger, and protect what he believes in. Then it's time to eat. At lunch, MC goes to get food for both of them, since Bellup Schmitz is usually the one doing that. Chiron is stunned when he gets a report from Khan about Jin being thoughtful toward Bellup Schmitz. His father is pleased that he cares for people weaker than himself. Happy with his growth, he decides the boy is ready for his first mission. In the first month of 1795, the protagonist finally turns 15. He's promoted to a 3-star knight and gets a break from training. In the intermediate class, they also start using real swords. Since each cadet gets a custom-made weapon, some of them still need theirs forged. MC also needs a sword, and Luna has been waiting for this day even more than he has. She insists on choosing his weapon herself. Jin trusts her and believes she'll pick the right one, until she pulls out what looks like an oversized sword. Even he is stunned. Luna says she used that kind of weapon at his age and even designed this one herself. It's the prototype for her main weapon. Still, Jin has a hard time accepting it. He turns it down and Luna looks hurt. After seeing that, she decides to choose something else, a weapon that fits his style better. Luna had already spent a lot of time thinking about what he should use. Since he chose the balasada as a baby, she decides Bradamante is the best next step. It was the first patriarch's weapon. Jin immediately likes it, especially since it's one of the clan's greatest treasures. He had planned to earn this blade one day, so getting it from Luna now feels incredible. Both swords work especially well with Shadow Force. The protagonist never could have claimed it on his own because of all the rivalry among the siblings, so getting it this easily from Luna feels like a gift from heaven. Luna tells him he doesn't owe her anything, because she knows he still keeps his guard up around her. Still upset, Luna tells him to close his eyes for another lesson. She reminds him that Runkendel's siblings are always fighting each other, but she wants him to remember one thing. No matter what happens, she's on his side. Luna says this because she knows how crushing loneliness can be. More than anything, she hopes Jin never has to feel that kind of isolation. After that, they go back to training. When it's over, MC excitedly shows Murkan his new sword. Murkan isn't impressed. He says he is still too unskilled to use Bradamante properly, and without enough Shadow Force, the sword's real power won't awaken. Jin knows he's still weak, but he plans to reach 3 stars in Shadow Force soon. Murkan gets annoyed by that confidence and warns him that the Patriarch's holy weapons are dangerous to handle carelessly. Instead of 3 stars, he says the protagonist should wait until 5, but MC refuses to sit around that long and says he'll do it by next year. That only irritates Moroccan more, so Jin grabs his book and threatens to tear it up. Luckily, Gilly arrives with a message about Garen, who wants to brief him on a mission. Jin is surprised to hear his first mission starts as soon as break ends. He's happy, but also confused why it has to happen so soon. Jin tells him missions are hard even for intermediate cadets. That only makes the protagonist more curious, and he heads to ask Garen directly. When he enters, he learns he'll be carrying out the mission with 10 novice cadets. They'll work in pairs and scout the border of the MC Runkendel Kingdom, an area usually far too dangerous for beginners. Jin knows it won't be easy, especially with such weak teammates. He suspects his father had a hand in making the mission this strict. For a moment, he even wonders if Belop Schmitz is part of the reason. Still, he is ready to prove himself to the Divine Star Knight and show that his will won't bend. 4 days later, they're on a mission to rescue Sember Bill of the Bill family. They quickly set up camp near the border before starting the operation. Each day, one group will return and share information with the base camp. As leader, Jinnah tells everyone to treat him like one. Anyone injured is to rest as much as needed so the mission can succeed. The protagonist finds out there are no werewolves in the area, and he's impressed by Belop Schmitz's sharp eye as the team's info relay. MC pushes the search into Area 13, but something about the mission keeps bothering him. His father may have arranged it, yet everything has gone almost too smoothly. He starts to wonder if his bad feeling was wrong. Beyond Area 13 lies the land of half-men, a place way too dangerous for novice cadets. Jin wants a clean win without wasting strength. Then Belop Schmitz arrives with urgent news. Group 2 was attacked, and he moves at once. Belop Schmitz says 3 human attackers hit them, though there could be more. Jin orders the others back to base camp. He leads the pursuit himself, already trying to figure out what the enemy wants. Too many things don't add up, but the protagonist is set on paying them back. The blood on the trail horrifies Belop Schmitz. He fears Mesa's team was wiped out. MC disagrees. There's still hope since there are no body parts nearby. Then he finds a bloody bandage, and figures Group 2 changed course after noticing another threat close by. He orders Sierra to go with Eddington and David, while he and Belop Schmitz chase after Group 2. The two of them finally find Group 2 still fighting, but Mesa is missing. Jinnah tells Belop Schmitz to take the enemy on the left. Then he covers his weapon in Shadow Force, boosting its power. He throws the blade and kills one attacker instantly. Belop Schmitz charges the second man, but Jin moves faster and cuts him down from behind. Just like that, both enemies are dead. That's when he learns Mesa was captured. He gives the last assailant 2 options, and both end in death. This ruthless 15-year-old even threatens to kill everyone. The man knows. Terrified for his family, the man reveals he works with the Gonzalo faction. In the original timeline, that terrorist group was behind the death of the king of the Jin Runkendel Kingdom. They pretend to fight for revolution, but really want world conquest. The protagonist asks what they're planning, but the man is only a low-level member and knows little about the main base. He does reveal another base holding 20 martial artists and mages. MC's last question is why Mesa was taken, and he learns the order was to capture female cadets for political reasons. After getting what he needs, Jin acts at once and kills him. He has no intention of sparing enemies. An hour has passed since Mesa was taken. He tells the others to heal up and call for help, while he goes after all 20 enemies himself. His teammates object, wanting to fight beside him on such a dangerous mission. The protagonist shuts that down. Protecting the clan is his duty. He trusts his own strength, and he has no interest in arguing over his orders. He puts Belop Schmitz in charge until he returns, then races off to save Mesa. He just hopes he can reach her in time. Now Jin has to face capable enemies far above what should match his level. He's strong, but not strong enough to beat all of them head-on. So his real goal is rescuing Mesa, not wiping them out. MC uses detection magic and mixes it with wind sensing to strengthen it even more. That lets him trace the enemy's path. He keeps moving fast until a group of attackers suddenly jumps him. They're shocked that a Runkendel cadet can use magic. Jin drops one of them, but then a mage traps his hand. He cuts that enemy down from behind and ignores the flames, thanks to his fire resistance. The mage switches to ice magic, but that doesn't work either, against this monster. The sorcerer is finished. Jin wonders if they're looking down on his side because they're only novice cadets. He knows the Kinzalo ranks, and that gives him one hope. Mesa won't be hurt before she reaches an officer. That slim chance is enough. To distract the enemy, he casts fire magic. While they focus on the flames, he moves into the next part of his plan. He reaches their base and waits for them to slip up. Soon Jin spots their leader, who already knows someone caused the fire. Too bad for him. The protagonist kills him before the others can get close, takes the keys and breaks into the cell room. Inside, he finds a trap door and opens it. That's where he finally finds Mesa. She's stunned that Jin came all the way here. He cuts her loose, but then the whole place starts to shake. Mesa tells him to leave her if getting out becomes too hard. MC ignores that and gets her outside, then sees something horrifying. A half-beast has slaughtered a pile of enemies. It's the white werewolf. Jin knocks Mesa out so she won't do anything reckless. The werewolf asks if he started the fire. The protagonist gives his name and says he's the patriarch's son, then faces the beast. The werewolf is surprised a Runkandel underling showed up here. Days before this mission, Jin had been trying to master his sword, but Moroccan kept stopping him, calling him crazy. He warned MC not to awaken the sword too soon and wreck his body. Annoyed, he had no choice but to stop. Now in the present, he's facing his hardest enemy yet. Kajito Truka is a warrior from the white werewolf race. These creatures are born to kill. They're strong enough to beat 6-star knights, and they hate the Runkandel clan because Tamea Runkandel killed their god. Jin is cornered. He can't get Mesa to safety with this thing chasing him, so there's only one choice: fight. The monster asks whether a Runkandel will face him or run like a coward. The protagonist says he'll fight head-on. That answer sets Kajito Truka off, and he charges in. He swings his huge sledgehammer at Jin. MC dodges the first blow, but only for a second. The monster's speed and power are overwhelming. He can barely keep up, but he believes he still has a shot. If he can use his hidden weapon, he doesn't want to rely on Luna's pendant. He wants to clear this wall with his own strength. Basic magic won't work on a werewolf, and using his secret powers where others might notice is dangerous too, so his only real option is Shadow Force. Jin tries to awaken the sword because if he can't, he's going to lose this fight. The monster even praises the blade for holding up this long. Still, Jin is being pushed back. Gripping the sword tight, he forces its power to respond. Then a flash of light erupts as the blade finally awakens, blinding the werewolf. The protagonist swings with everything he has. The beast drops to its knees, its stomach ripped open. MC declares the battle over and stands as the winner, but the sword's backlash hits him right away. This is exactly what Moroccan warned him about. Voices from his past and terrible memories start swallowing his mind. Moroccan appears before him, reminding him what it costs to awaken the sword too early. As the shadows cover his body, he urges Jin to fight back, or lose himself completely. He remembers he has to release the Shadow Force, but the dark energy flooding his body makes it feel impossible. He forces himself to stay calm and finally pushes the pain out. Luckily, he wasn't badly hurt, but his body is still packed with Shadow Force. Using the little strength he has left, he tries to stand and save Mesa. Then he senses someone nearby. The man quickly says he's not with Kinzalo. He's actually Sember Bill, the person they came for. Jin tells him he was sent by the Runkandel family to rescue him. Sember is overjoyed. After saving Mesa too, the protagonist asks how Kinzalo captured him. Sember says he once met a woman he loved, but she died 2 years ago. So when he saw that same woman again, he was shocked, and that trick led to his capture. Jin realizes right away this was the Transfigurator's work, tied to Bubari Gaston and Kinzalo. Now MC wants to meet him soon and learn what he's planning. Sember feels deeply grateful for his help and promises to repay him someday. At last, the mission is over. When the protagonist gets back, Gilly congratulates him. Then the sneaky little cat bites his hand. Jin answers by tossing the little guy at the window. Moroccan is annoyed that MC got carried away and awakened the sword before he was ready. He roughs up Sorderet's last contractor for risking his life like an idiot. Gilly tries to step in, but Moroccan shuts that down too. Jin argues he didn't want to waste his pendant, especially with stronger enemies still ahead. More than that, he wants to know how Moroccan sensed the sword awakening. Moroccan explains that activating it made his Shadow Force grow fast. Shadow Force overload is terrifying. 9 of the 11 users were crushed by it. Only Moroccan and the protagonist survived. Even so, Jin is shaken by how painful it was. Moroccan suddenly asks for strawberry pie, then sulks when he gets turned down. Meanwhile, news that MC beat the white werewolf starts raising doubts. Everyone knows he is only around 3-star level, so beating that monster makes no sense. Anne guesses the werewolf must have been weaker than normal, but Mew isn't convinced. The two turn to the Tona twins and ask if Jin really beat a monster that strong. And now that he's in the intermediate class, Haytona and Daytona are the ones in trouble. Mayu and Anne can't help laughing at that. Then Anne glares at the twins and warns them not to lie. The brothers admit they're terrified of the protagonist. Anne is ready to help them using their slaves. The intermediate class is all about survival of the fittest. Only the strongest cadets from 3 to 5 stars stay there. Anne and Mayu already have plenty of those cadets working as their slaves. They're ready to send them after Haytona and Daytona's problem. Jin, back with MC. Finishing this mission has raised his shadow force to 4 stars. Using all that power is still risky, so he aims to reach 6-star swordsmanship within the next few years. After that, he wants to rise to 7 stars as a true master. But the strongest swordsmen are 8-star knights and above, and on a continent of 2 billion people, there are only about 100 of them. Beyond even 10 stars is another level. The divine star rank of the patriarch Tiaran, a power close to a demigod. That's the peak Jin wants. He wants to reach divine star level and surpass his father. But right now, his focus is the intermediate class. The Tona twins alone will be a headache, not to mention the rest of his siblings. The novice class was easy, because everyone there was still new. The intermediate class is different there, only strength and skill matter. His goal is simple, crush the intermediate class and leave his mark. He's called in to see his mother, who praises him for completing his first mission. At the same time, her butler told her that Jin refused to move into the new room. That special room is meant for someone who could become patriarch, and since it's empty, she offers it to the protagonist. He turns it down. To him, it's just a room, and he doesn't care for large spaces. He says what he has now is enough. Hearing that, Rosa dismisses him, still unsure whether the boy is overflowing with ambition or has none at all. If Jin had accepted, he would have gained strong support, but also become a bigger target for his siblings. The offer was a test, and he passed. Afterward, MC warns the novice cadets about the factions tied to the intermediate class. Since they'll be seen as part of his side, they're going to face pressure and bullying. But he has no plan to sit back. He wants to take over the intermediate class right away. For now, he tells them to stay alert and never be alone. The next day, Sedrun Candle, an 8-star knight and the patriarch's younger brother, gives a speech to the cadets entering the intermediate class. Sed won't step into their major conflicts and is only there to judge their swordsmanship. He shouts out the clan's brutal rule, only strength matters, and the weak are thrown away. Jin can tell this is meant to scare the new cadets. Then he spots the Tona twins and another strange-looking fighter beside them. He quickly figures Anne and Mayu are probably behind this setup to pressure the newcomers. Mesa watches Jin as he walks straight toward the Tona twins. He draws his sword and cuts down the man standing next to them. Everyone is stunned when the man's arm comes off, and the protagonist makes it clear that he's the one in control here, not them. When asked who he is, the cadet gives his name, Kajin Romero. Romero. The Tona twins try to step in, but Jin warns them to watch their mouths. One of them snaps and blurts out that the cadet belongs to their faction. That's exactly what MC wanted. Then he pushes them even more by saying he cut off the arm for a petty reason. The war between the Runkandel siblings has officially begun. Zed realizes the twins' trap just backfired. Now that K-Jin is tied to their faction, Jin's attack no longer looks like some selfish mistake. It counts as the war of ranks, a Runkandel tradition. Right there, he shouts his name for everyone to hear, and warns the intermediate class that he'll cut down anyone who comes at him. But that bold move also puts him against an 8-star knight. His uncle Zed is furious. Jin Runkandel says he's challenging Jed's decision, and the offended 8-star knight summons his weapon. He warns that if the protagonist's reason isn't good enough, he'll kill him. MC answers that Jed runs the intermediate class, so he should have noticed the attack right away. Hearing that, Jed thrusts his blade to MC's face and lightly cuts him as a warning. MC calmly says he wasn't offended. He adds that he didn't challenge Jed directly because he knew he would lose, otherwise he would have attacked from the start. Jed says he has no problem cutting down even the patriarch's son. He admits Jed is much stronger, but a Runkandel never retreats when honor is on the line. Jed laughs, yet he likes the answer. He accepts his place in the clan and uses him as an example of what a true Runkandel should be. Then the session ends. As Jin leaves, he gives the Tona twins one last warning. The day will come when they fear him more than their older siblings. Later, back in his room with Murakane, the protagonist Runkandel explains the war of ranks to Gilly. He's sure Mayu and Anne are pulling the strings behind this clash. The cadet Jin cut was the one who stepped out of line, and that man used to belong to Anne's faction before joining the twins. That shouldn't happen, since a faction's leaders aren't supposed to be weaker than their members. Gilly can't figure out what Anne and Mayu are planning, but MC doesn't mind. Being treated as an enemy and rival actually helps him. They might use their power to make his missions harder and try to force him to fail. Still, there isn't much else they can do if he can handle threats. One mission at a time. That's exactly his plan. Since hard missions are coming anyway, he'll use them to pile up wins and grow stronger. Gilly suggests taking Murkan along for safety, but Jin says he has another job for him. The next day, he and the Tona twins meet their uncle and hear about the special training given to Runkandel pureblood heirs. It'll be brutal, but it's meant to shape them into true members of the clan. Runkandel swordsmanship doesn't follow normal rules. They use special techniques only flag bearers can learn, and that strange style is what makes them different from other clans. Jin figures it's because the Runkandel body is different by nature. Their bloodline gives them a natural gift for the sword. They're simply born with that talent. So this training focuses on the basics instead. Their task is simple: hold a steel ball. The protagonist immediately feels there's something odd about it. These balls are called singing stones. They make different sounds depending on the strike, and Jed proves it with a loud clang that rings in their ears. When he strikes again, the sound changes into a beautiful tone. The result depends on how much force is used. Their goal is to hit the stone just right and bring out that clear, beautiful sound every time. Jin quickly sees why this works so well for the run candles. Still, it seems too basic to be called a secret training method. Then Jed goes for the third and final sound. MC watches closely, but the moment the blade hits, he senses what's about to happen and shoves his brothers away as the stone blows apart. The Tona twins are stunned, while Jed is impressed that Jin noticed it in time. Jed explains that a singing stone explodes if it's hit too hard, so this training can cost them their lives. Their older siblings all went through the same thing. He asks how Luna avoided it. Jed says she didn't avoid it at all. She just took the blast head-on and her defense was so strong it didn't hurt her. That leaves all three boys speechless. Then Jed gives them their goal. Train until they can make that beautiful sound whenever they want. The story then shifts to Luna, who hears about the attempt on the protagonist's life. She knows Miu and Anne are involved somehow, but they're not stupid enough to attack him inside Storm Castle. If the Patriarch found out, their lives would be on the line. Her maid wonders if Jin might have lied to Luna before. It's possible. He was still young then, and in the last 5 years they've found no trace of that assassination plot. Luna remembers how careful he was around her, but when she thinks back to his face, she knows he was telling the truth. So Luna orders her maid to keep watching Miu and Anne's moves. At the same time, she starts wondering what Jin is planning, especially after remembering her own time with the singing stones. The next day, MC can barely keep himself standing. This is the hardest training he's ever faced. Jin watches over the whole session. He had been wrong to think it was about physical talent. The real purpose is building aura, and he needs more of it to cover for his lack of raw strength. He tries to stay calm. It's difficult, but not impossible. The Tona twins managed it in his past life. Jin studies all three as they struggle, and Jin is clearly improving the fastest. He might even break Luna's record with the singing stones. By the end, the Tona twins are completely spent. Jin still respects their endurance. As for the protagonist, his uncle is almost annoyed that the youngest one is turning out to be such a gem. Little by little, Jed is becoming his nephew's biggest fan. A month passes, and the intermediate class finally gets its first missions. One team is assigned to protect recruits from the Minche Blacksmith Guild. Faction after faction receives a task, and then it's Jin's turn. His group of 10 cadets is ordered to kill 25 orcs, almost twice their number. For newcomers, it's a brutal first mission. Some of them may not survive it. The other factions mock MC's team, just as he expected. Mesa cuts off the arguing and tells her group to keep their pride as run candles. They don't get to choose their mission. The only answer is to finish it and silence everyone after they win. During training, Daytona hits a singing stone too hard, and it explodes on the spot. Jin barely avoids the blast and gets irritated, since these idiots don't even watch where they're training. The Tona twins keep blowing up their stones, but something different happens with him. His senses sharpen so much that he can feel danger coming from far away. Now he's sure he can dodge the steel fragments if a stone explodes. He starts wondering if this connects to the mind's eye training he did with Luna and wants to test it again, but Jed suddenly arrives with news about their missions. The Tona twins are furious when they hear theirs involves a ceremony with the Vymanth Empire. It won't put them in real danger, but it'll be exhausting. Jed tells them every mission matters no matter how dull it seems. Strong warriors from many places will be there, including Run Candles, and he wants the twins to see what they're up against. Drunkai's assignment is completely different. A target mission. He has to kill Talaris's beloved lover. The secret palace is the giant tower ruled by powerful leaders, and its current ruler is Talaris Indorma, a woman known for showing no mercy to anyone who harms her lovers. Drunkai's makes it clear how dangerous this mission is. The protagonist's target is Alcaro, a man protected by secret palace agents. Normally a job like this would go to Guardian Knights, which shocks Haytona and Daytona. Jin is interested and asks if the Alcaro Chenderer family really wants one of their own dead. Jed explains they tried many times to bring Alcaro back and protect the family's secrets. After failing, they finally ordered his death. MC accepts without hesitation, and even Jed is shocked because the mission is far beyond his level. Still, Jed decides to go along with it. He gives all three boys 3 days before departure. The Tona twins are actually worried about Jin, because even they know how bad this mission is. They tell him to reveal he's a run candle, thinking that might save him. He is honestly surprised by their concern, and then strikes the singing stone perfectly, drawing out a soft, clean note. He's already mastered it, and when he returns, the Tona twins will have no choice but to stand with him. Even Jed thinks following the protagonist would be the smart way to stay alive. When the mission day comes, the protagonist heads to the dangerous Mahomet Lawless Zone. He wears a slight disguise to hide who he is, and while his faction is supposed to hunt monsters, they still don't know they're meant to face 25 orcs. The whole group looks miserable, and some have already given up hope. Jin tells them he's coming back alive no matter what. Gilly finds their worry for him kind of adorable. Murkan tries to brag about being the mighty dark dragon, without noticing that for now, he's just a dumb little cat. MC tells Gilly to enjoy the break while he's away. She worries because Mahomet is a deadly place, but he promises to return and heads out. Mahomet is packed with the worst kind of criminals, people full of poison and cruelty. Jin arrives ready to wreck them. The locals have never seen him before, yet he walks in like he owns the whole place. One thug even wonders if he's secretly a 9-star knight. The man tries to lecture him about how power works here, but he isn't interested in pointless talk. The protagonist drives his blade through the man's head, and the whole room goes cold. No one mourns the dead thug, they're all monsters anyway. Just like his teacher taught him, the protagonist makes it clear he's not someone to test. Thankful for that advice, he calmly takes the drink without worrying about poison. He throws down the money and starts eating. When the bartender asks if he's searching for someone, MC says yes, and asks about Hister. The answer is no. No one by that name is in town. Jin then asks where he can stay. The bartender points him to Moonlight, a secure inn used by Mafmit's top people. It's a fancy place, and since Alcaro grew up rich, he'd naturally choose somewhere like that. At heart, he's just a fool ruled by pleasure. He's only still here because he wants the ruler's attention, but she's already lost interest. That leaves him hiding in the one place where he can still feel safe and entertained. So Jin figures Alcaro must be heavily guarded. With guards all around him, he stays in the lobby to watch and plan. Before long, he spots Alcaro arguing with his own men. They refuse to let him wander off alone, but Alcaro only cares about chasing what he wants. He even threatens their lives. Then one guard finally knocks him out with a heavy punch. They're clearly sick of babysitting this obsessed idiot. Each of Alcaro's guards is at least around 6-star level. Killing him isn't the hard part. Escaping afterward is poison won't be easy to use in Mammoth, and a direct attack is impossible with those guards around. Jin is stuck until he comes up with the perfect answer. The next day, Cyrus and Dorma, the ruler's daughter, hears that 6 men are tightly guarding Alcaro, a man she already sees as a complete fool. She's fed up enough to kill him herself. As she nears the inn, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down and blows the place apart. Instead of panicking, Cyrus gets excited. Something bigger is going on. Jin's plan was simple but smart. Use magic, then boost it with shadow force. That let him create a 6-star spell strong enough to make everyone think a powerful mage had attacked. No one would suspect a kid, especially when even Veridin Zippel has only just reached 6-star magic. He also needed the attack to look like it came from outside, so lightning was the best choice. Using shadow force, the protagonist released a lightning spell, and the huge strike hit before anyone could react. Right away, they assume a sorcerer is behind it. Cyrus quickly understands how serious this is. Even if that trash Alcaro dies, she still wants to protect her people. But when they move in, another thunderbolt blasts them back. Now they start wondering if the Zippel mages are taking revenge on the secret palace. Then a third bolt slams down. Cyrus hopes there won't be a fourth and prays no one took too much damage. But MC is badly hurt too, since he had to endure the force of his own spell. The guards survive, but Alcaro is missing. MC wants to finish the job while he can, but then Cyrus spots him and tries to help. She doesn't care much about saving Alcaro anyway, and would rather see him dead. At the same time, she orders her people to capture the sorcerer who cast the spell. He is relieved he may not need to kill Alcaro himself, now that Cyrus and her squad are here. Still, things get dangerous if she figures out he's a run candle. Soon the guards report that Alcaro is dead from the spell. As Talaris' daughter, Cyrus takes control of Moonlight but the local thugs challenge her authority. She answers by cutting them down with her icicle blade. She says she'll repay the damage if the sorcerer was targeting the secret palace, but if the real target was one of the criminals, she'll make everyone involved regret it. With the inn under her control, Cyrus turns to the attacker. Since the spell had to come from one of the survivors, she starts hunting the sorcerer. She's already annoyed they stirred up such a powerful enemy, and Jin's slow movement irritates her. She calls him a coward, then treats his injured leg, a favor an ordinary person could brag about forever. Knowing he can't repay her, Cyrus leaves him with that memory and walks off. The protagonist waves back, then gets serious. He finished the mission and hit his role at the same time. After that, the story shifts to the orc mission. Mesa and the others just killed an orc, and some of them start thinking they can clear the mission without losing anyone. Mesa isn't that relaxed. There are still 7 left, and she doesn't want her team getting careless. What bothers her is how strange the orcs are acting. They usually move in groups, but now each one is alone. Mesa guesses Jin's blessing is helping them. While the group stays focused on the mission, Moroccan is happy this should finally set him free. The reason the orcs are acting like this is actually simple. Moroccan threatened to kill them if they gathered up. They were so scared they never regrouped. Even so, the cat dragon grumbles that he'll probably get dragged into more annoying jobs later. At the very least, he wants comic books as payment. He's glad everyone's still alive, but then he senses a terrifying dark energy he didn't expect. Something huge is coming from Mesa's group, and Murakhan quickly spreads a shadow barrier that no one notices except Bellup. Then he takes his true form to wipe out the creature daring to unleash power in his area. Tomb giants were supposed to be extinct, gone for nearly 2,000 years. Murakhan can't figure out why one appeared here, so he fires a deadly beam and erases it with a pillar of darkness. Once it's over, Murakhan feels the strain through his whole body. He hasn't used that much power in a long time, but he's sure the Zippels are connected to the tomb giant showing up. The whole thing feels too strange, though. He has no interest in telling Jin about it yet. Murakhan knows the day will come when MC faces the Zippel clan himself. Then the story moves to the Transfigurator, who is stunned that his tomb giant was destroyed instantly. He hates how badly it failed, but Vishkul is focused on something even worse. A shadow dragon killed the creature, almost like a warning. Bishgal wants to meet the Zipples as soon as possible. Chiron feels proud when Jin returns after such a huge success. It also humiliates the flag bearers who gave him that deadly mission. After the intermediate class is dismissed, he catches up with his friends and finds out they cleared their missions too. Most of the other intermediate knights are jealous that this pureblood Runkendel seems blessed with insane luck. They're stuck where they are, so they mock Jin as just a 4-star knight. Still, because he's a pureblood, they can't do much more than talk. They're waiting for new orders from Mew and Anne when the protagonist walks straight over to them, grinning as he says he heard everything. He calls out Kajin, who admits he was talking behind his back. C says he knows he doesn't hold a higher rank than the others. Kajin brushes him off, saying he only cleared the mission through luck. MC doesn't deny Kajin is a 5-star knight while he's seen as 4-star. But instead of arguing, he tells Kajin to duel him and says aura is allowed. Kajin jumps in, sure this will be easy. Every swing is full of anger, but he has fought much stronger enemies, so he doesn't feel overwhelmed. Kajin tries to end it fast, acting like the stronger fighter. Jin blocks, though the aura still hits him. Even so, he's now keeping up with the path of every strike, all the possible sword patterns. The protagonist reads each attack clearly, while Kajin is too blinded by rage to notice what's happening. Their blades clash, and the protagonist gets ready to finish it. He calls Kajin predictable and says he never had a chance. Kajin follows with 3 key attacks, and Jin shuts all of them down. Then he unleashes the final blow, a powerful aura slash that crushes Kajin and steals the win. MC now knows exactly how strong he's become. He's grown enough to step into 5-star territory. From the start, he planned to make Kajin think he was weaker so he'd leave openings. When the Tona twins arrive, they're stunned, but Jin barely cares about the fight and just walks away. Later, when Kajin reports what happened, his faction leaders think he's joking. They're shocked a boy that young has already reached a 5-star knight's level. Both Mew and Anne understand the hostile message he is sending to the clan, so they start preparing harsher steps to bring him down on his next mission. All through the clan, people whisper about how much stronger he's gotten. Only the most gifted members ever reach this level at his age. Even Jin didn't expect growth this fast. He hasn't trained sword skill much outside his special lessons, but progress in one area boosts the others. As Shadow Force improved, his aura and mana flow improved too. In the whole clan, he's the only one mastering all 3. Back in his room, Jin notices flowers he's never seen before. He leaves them alone since they don't seem dangerous. One thing is clear after his latest feat, his siblings will be even more desperate to get rid of him. Joshua is one of them. Ever since Luna gave up becoming patriarch, he's been next in line for the throne. Joshua is trying to strengthen his place in the clan with their mother's help. At first, the protagonist wanted to hide how strong he'd become, but he changed his mind. Soon everyone will know what he's done. Still, he isn't showing off. What Jin really wants is his father to notice him. Kajin was never fully happy with Joshua as the heir. He wanted Luna, but she gave up despite her great talent. After Luna stepped away, Joshua became the next choice. That was before MC started proving he might deserve the throne too. He knows his father will test him with something brutal. He may even protect the protagonist himself until that test, so no one can kill him first. Thanks to Kajin's interest, the protagonist can survive his siblings' attacks. Since a banquet will be held when his father returns, Jin expects something big. A few days later, invites start pouring in from clans around the world. MC has been left alone for now. The flag bearers don't want trouble while he's getting attention, since that would stain the Runkendel name. Then Petrov rushes in with news about MC's next mission. Their mother is furious, disgusted by what her children did. They had sent him straight toward death with a mission in Ziffel territory. Then he walks in himself, and Lunta, Ran, and Vigo look over at their youngest brother. Rosa immediately calls off the mission, ruining Anne and Mew's plan. She tears into them for openly trying to get their own brother killed. Maibu and Anne answer with open hostility, acting like this isn't a big deal. But they're on thin ice. Competition was always allowed in the family, and they all went through harsh training in the intermediate class. Rosa admits that kind of competition was necessary, but neither Anne nor Maibu became a 5-star knight this young. Jin is simply different. Rosa has no intention of losing a talent like him over their games, and Luntia, Ran, and Vigo are punished too for being involved. They have to return valuable swords to the clan, and Rosa warns she'll take every sword they own if they resist. After all that, she waits for the protagonist's answer. She wants to see whether he'll accept the punishment quietly or twist the whole thing to his advantage. This is her way of testing his will. Jin speaks up and says he'll take the mission. Rosa is stunned that he would accept something so dangerous. Jim speaks up in territory as deadly, but Umsi still believes he can win. He says he's happy to take the mission. His dear sisters prepared for him. He even thanks them for giving him a task he can handle. Rosa mocks his brave act, but the 15-year-old argues that changing the mission now would hurt the clan's image. Rosa shuts that down. She knows he's being used. Still, that's exactly what Jin wants. He can't beat his sisters head-on yet, so he plans to crush them by succeeding where they expected him to die. Rosa still warns him not to take this lightly. Jin agrees to go, but only if he gets the swords back from his brothers when he returns. Ran and Vigo even offer him a sword right now to keep him from taking such a risky mission. He doesn't trust that act. If they really meant to help, they would have stopped Maibu and Anne in the first place. Rosa accepts his terms. She worries the protagonist could one day become like Luna, but for now she's pleased with how he's changed. As the meeting ends, Anne mocks him, saying he's only been lucky so far. She even says she could send her own slaves to finish him off. Jin ignores them and plans to shut them up by coming back alive. The intermediate class knights from their faction are the same punks who've messed with MC since day one, and Cajun Romero is one of them. He doesn't show any distrust, but he knows they're waiting for a chance to kill him. The mission is to break in and steal relics, and Jin knows that from his past life. Back then, the sorcerers were also searching for a special relic here, a secret mirror. A journalist once revealed details about it through reports and witness accounts from Colin's people. This magic source is powerful enough to raise someone's mana to 7 stars, which would let the Ziffles build a terrifying army. In this timeline, it still hasn't been found, and Jin wants to keep it that way. The relic is in the 3rd warehouse under Ziffle guard, and they need to watch out for the sentry spells there. Cajun Romero offers full support, but the protagonist knows it's fake. Cajun's group says they should travel efficiently, yet Jin has no interest in playing nice. He slips sleeping drugs into their food and they drop on the spot. To him, it was obvious they planned to kill him all along, so he moves on to finish the mission alone. MC jumps into the fight right away, slipping past the enemy attacks. After taking down 2 low-level guards, he checks the plane lock. He opens it easily and finds a magic circle on the floor. Rumor says only certain bloodlines can use circles like this, but that rule mainly applies to demons and humans. Jin cuts a defeated guard's hand to get the blood he needs. He could use his own, but that would leave traces. The circle activates when the blood touches it. Then it suddenly reacts the wrong way, even with the guard's blood. Jin realizes the enemies he beat weren't normal people at all. They're monsters. He jumps back and hits them with wind magic. He had wanted to hide his mana, but these creatures force him to use magic. He drives his blade into one with a clean strike, but it still knocks him back. Then the protagonist draws the holy blade, and the twisted pair recoil. They regenerate insanely fast. Jin is sure these aren't normal demons. They were human just moments ago. In Ziffle land surrounded by sorcerers, that can only mean something worse is going on. The answer is obvious. They're biological golems. That means the Ziffles are using Colin's people as test subjects. These things are only around the level of a 4-star knight, so MC can handle them. He targets the core, their biggest weakness, but even driving a strike through one's head isn't enough. That only makes the monster angrier. He pierces its abdomen next, but that still doesn't bring it down. The real weak point is the heart. Jin finally kills the golem, feeling sorry for the human turned into that thing. He takes down the second one the same way. With both monsters finished, what's left of the human begs for death, and he grants it. Now he's sure some outside evil is turning innocent people into mindless monsters. The truth about the Zyphals fills him with rage. He even wonders whether his sisters knew. Even so, Jin keeps going. He has no real power to stop the Zyphals yet, but making biological golems is forbidden, and proof of it could hurt them badly later. So he keeps the little evidence he has. The sorcerers still haven't rushed in to attack, which tells him this really is just a normal warehouse. Inside, the protagonist finds the relics under magical protection. He has to break the spells first. At first, he considers undoing them one by one, but after seeing the golems, he stops caring. Mixing shadow force with flame magic, he blows the whole place apart to leave the Ziffles a message. Back at Runcandle Castle, Luna slaps Anne and Mew around. She's furious they sent Jin on a mission that could have killed him. She asks if they've gone crazy enough to start a war with their own youngest brother, one who isn't even a flag bearer yet, and tells them to feel ashamed. Anne snaps back, saying Luna shouldn't lecture anyone when she never cared about rank in the first place. Luna calmly drops the news that MC completed the mission. He recovered the relics and already reported back to Rosa. That's why Luna calls them idiots. They only made Jin look even more impressive. Before dismissing them, she warns that he is the kind who pays back revenge twice over. She's honestly worried he may destroy them one day. After that, Luna heads back to her room while her mate agrees with her. The protagonist isn't someone who forgets a grudge. At this rate, he'll outgrow his sisters and might even kill them. Luna then asks who really ordered MC's assassination. She doesn't believe Anne or Mew were behind something that extreme, and it wasn't the Tona twins either. Her suspicion turns to Joshua, Diffus, and the others. But because of their status, they can't be investigated easily. So Luna decides to wait. Jin's rapid growth is another reason she isn't too worried. And now, he's finally back home. Gilly is close to tears, scared she almost lost him. She cares about him enough to risk her life for his. He turns in his report, again making it sound like outside help was involved, then shows the others the golem's heart as proof of what he found. Rakan says the protagonist survived by pure luck, but even he is shaken when he hears the golems were made from humans. That makes Moroccan worry even more about the Zyphals, and he's sure they're behind these creations. Because of that, he insists on going with Jin to the Koan lands. He has a really bad feeling about it. MC doesn't want to go back there, but having Moroccan with him makes it feel a lot safer. He also starts thinking of a reason to enter Ziffle territory again. The 3 punks the protagonist knocked out came back after the mission, but the clan quickly kicked them out. After that, Jin kept training and fully got the hang of the singing stones. Then Chiron tells him to stop working with the cadets for now. Next week, MC is set to meet the Patriarch. The Tona twins are stunned. He might be named a reserve flag bearer first, before the clan makes it official. The protagonist is thrilled once he can move on his own. He'll grow even stronger. At the same time, the patriarch rides with his group when Knighton says they'll reach the Garden of Swords in about 2 hours. The patriarch says his youngest son, born so late in life, keeps pulling him out of training. He meant to stay in the Black Sea for 10 years, but Jin keeps changing that, so he asks how many times it's happened already. Knighton says he knew MC was special back at Storm Castle, just not this special. What MC did in the Garden of Swords truly surprised him, especially the boy's fierce will to fight. He adds that even though he was young, when Knighton first met him at Storm Castle, his eyes held deep regret. Jin tried to hide it, but Knighton still saw it. He remembers the protagonist provoking his siblings the moment he reached the Garden of Swords. To Knighton, that wasn't taught behavior. MC naturally understood how to crush those against him. Knighton says he also has a born killer's instinct. Others noticed and kept throwing him into deadly missions, but he survived every time and has already become a 5-star warrior. What interests Knighton most isn't Mammoth or the Kellen ruins, but the protagonist's very first mission. That's when MC fought a White Wolf tribesman one-on-one. Knighton expected him to hide behind his men, but Jin won with his own strength. By doing that, he proved he meant every word he'd said from the start. Then Knighton asks if the patriarch truly believes he beat that warrior by himself. The patriarch says yes, though not completely alone. If you want to be exact, he calls the protagonist an interesting child and says he'll ask him more when they meet. Not long after, the group reaches the palace. Rosa waits at the entrance and says they've been expecting him. The patriarch greets her and praises her hard work. She answers modestly, saying he handled most of it himself, so she didn't do much. He replies that if his grown children really could manage things alone, he wouldn't have had to leave the Black Sea. He also points out that today's guests will be watching him too closely and asks if that won't make things harder for the children. Rosa agrees and invites him in, saying she prepared his favorite meal. He smiles and praises her, saying he's looking forward to it. Once inside, the patriarch notices the 2 swords Jin has with him and calls for Ran and Vigo. They answer right away. He asks if those are the swords he let them keep as gifts for the youngest. Vigo explains that MC actually stole them. They only let him keep the swords if he cleared the mission at the Akalan ruins. The patriarch pats Vigo's shoulder and says that's fine, but next time steal them back. The youngest is sharp. With a grin, he jokes that sometimes he wonders if Jin is even really his son. Later, the patriarch stands with him by a window and asks if this is his first banquet. He says it is. In his past life, he had gone to a few banquets hosted by other families because of his teacher, but this is his first one held by the Runkandel branch. Back then, on the rare times banquets were held, he hid away like he didn't belong. Now he's standing beside his father as the guest of honor. The patriarch tells him their family almost never throws banquets. They only do it for events worth celebrating, which means Jin's achievements matter a lot. The protagonist thanks him for saying that. Then the patriarch asks how many guests MC thinks came. MC guesses about 1,000. The patriarch says he's right. They've heard there are around 1,000 guests tonight, which is about 200 more than the last banquet 7 years ago. He asks him what that means. He says it shows the Runkental family's power has grown in those 7 years. He adds that while other houses may gather 1,000 people too, every single guest here today holds real status. The patriarch says the family kept rising while he spent 7 years only training and hunting demonic beasts in the Black Sea. Even in seclusion, their influence grew because he is this era's only Genesis Knight. But that also means if he vanished, most of the people at this banquet might turn away from the Runkandel family. Jin says that's true. Without his father, their house wouldn't hold nearly the same power. Runkandel stands as one of the 2 great families besides Zippel. But if his father disappeared, the gap in military strength would grow fast, and then the Zippel family would likely take the lead. The protagonist says that if his father's absence alone could make people abandon the family and leave it open to Zippel, then he'd disown the family. The patriarch is caught off guard, so the protagonist explains that if Runkandel falls apart because of one man's absence, that only proves the next patriarch is incompetent. He says he has no plan to die under weak leadership. Then he asks what weaknesses their family has. The patriarch asks what kind, and Jin explains. In exchange for returning the sword he took from Vigo, he got access to the family's commission records, which only flag bearers can see. From them, he learned the Vera family had tricked the emperor, stole imperial treasure, and still came to this banquet shamelessly. He also saw that the Vera family recently asked Runkandel to kill Zippel mages. He found another case too. Harold's daughter sold off her family treasures to feed her gambling habit, and asked Runkandel to get them back, but she still hasn't paid the fee. MC says that from one quick look he already found many ways to pressure people, and those records are only a small part of the secret tools available to the family. The patriarch asks if MC means Runkandel could still survive without him by using what those records contain. He says that if the next leader isn't a Genesis Knight, then the family's survival will depend on that new patriarch's skill at dealing with people. The patriarch agrees, but says Runkandel isn't the only house with weak points. The Zippels have plenty too. The protagonist says he's sure that's true, but Zippel could never use those methods the way Runkandel can. When his father asks why, MC answers that playing the villain is Runkandel's role. Still, if the next patriarch can't use those weapons well, even with so many in hand, Jin says he cast the family aside without a second thought. After that, he'd prepare for revenge on Zippel no matter how long it took. The patriarch laughs, saying revenge isn't such a bad reason to stay alive. He thinks about how his other children would never dare speak of Runkentel's downfall in front of him. They'd boast or complain instead, but he says exactly what he believes, calmly and without fear. The patriarch feels it's a shame the protagonist was born so late. To him, the protagonist has Luna's talent, Mary's wild side, and his own fighting spirit. He figures he has 10 years left, 15 at most, to protect the patriarch's seat. Maybe that's long enough to see whether the youngest overturns the whole line of succession. Then he changes the subject, saying most of the guests must be here by now, so it's time to go in. MC nods. The patriarch adds that he wants to speak with him again after the banquet, so MC should wait until he's called. As they move, he thinks about what it means to become a reserve flag bearer. It looks like he'll have to leave the family for a while after the banquet, and with the celebration lasting 4 days, the wait is going to feel long. Just then, Heinz rushes over and calls for the patriarch. The patriarch asks what happened, and Heinz says unexpected guests have arrived. They came without sending notice first. The patriarch wonders who would dare show up uninvited. Heinz says it's the Zippel family, 5 of them, including Andre and 4 others. The patriarch clicks his tongue, calls Andre a rude fool, and orders Heinz to tell Andre to get lost while allowing only the rest of the family inside. But he says not to deliver that message personally. The servants can do it. Heinz bows and leaves. Jin thinks Andre was definitely rude, but humiliating Zippel's second-in-command at the door is a huge insult. The patriarch asks if the protagonist thinks he went too far. The protagonist says no. If anything, it was satisfying. He figures that if Andre loses his temper and storms off with his relatives, he'll be rejecting the patriarch's permission for the rest of the Zippel family to enter. That kind of thing isn't allowed in the Garden of Swords, and it was just like MC expected. He figures Andre Zippel will obey or leave without his legs. Then he steps forward, saying it's time to begin the banquet. A little later, the patriarch stands before the guests, thanks them for coming, and introduces himself as the head of the Runkentel clan. He says this banquet is possible because he was blessed with a capable son late in life. Then he calls for applause for his youngest son, Jin. The crowd responds right away. He says there are only 2 rules at a Runkandel banquet. First, if anyone starts a drunken fight, the Guardian Knights will drag them to the arena. Second, the loser must yield, and the winner must hold back, because this is still a banquet, not just a party. He thinks 1,000 powerful people from all over the continent are here, tied together in all kinds of ways. In a normal gathering, they'd trade fake smiles and sharp words, then go home. But this is the Garden of Swords, so everything is more dangerous. As long as they follow his father's 2 rules, they can't kill each other, but they can still beat an enemy badly and even earn official dominance. The patriarch tells everyone to enjoy themselves. Jin thinks again how strange this clan really is. His father tells him to have fun too, and even says that if he likes someone, he should bring them along. But he warns the protagonist not to challenge anyone weaker unless that person insulted him in the clan. MC says he understands and that he can't afford to lose. Not under any condition. As his father turns to leave, Jin adds that it's obvious. If he loses, he'll have to take back everything that's his, not just Bremente, but even his nanny. He bows and says he'll remember that. It hits him that this is the first real talk he's ever had with his father. Like this, something that never could have happened in his past life. It really did feel like a believable conversation between father and son, but that's not what he wants in this life. He has no plan to be loving or close. He only wants to surpass his father, and that's all that matters. Later, the protagonist joins the party, and Daytona comes over with another sibling. Daytona congratulates him on becoming a 5-star warrior, and asks if they can stay with him for a while. Jin agrees, then asks how their Clearstone training is going. They say it's getting better, especially after changing to the weapon their uncle recommended. He says that's good, while thinking he can leave once this talk is over. The other one agrees, but then another guest walks up, introduces himself to MC as someone from the Ken clan, and greets the others too. Daytona says he'll get going now. He wishes him luck with training, and Daytona thanks him. The protagonist tells the newcomer he's heard stories about his brave deeds since he was little, making the man laugh and say the protagonist is embarrassing him. Just then, Huger comes up from behind and grabs MC by the hair, calling out to him. He says he wanted to see the kid who became a 5-star warrior at 15. Then he jokes that he looks at least 10 years younger than him, and introduces himself. The protagonist answers with a polite greeting. Huger keeps pushing, asking if MC is really that amazing, or just trying to make him look stupid. He says that rude or not, MC should remember he's still his senior in the martial world. Claiming he's only proud of his junior, Huger tells him not to act foolish. Jin stays calm and warns him to listen carefully. What Huger just did, he says, insulted everyone who had treated him with respect until now. Difia steps in and says that if Huger wants to talk about seniority, he should be even more careful. He points out that the first and second flag bearers of the Ken clan, the Dragon King Knights, and the Black King mercenaries are all Huger's seniors. Since they all treated him with respect, Huger should have noticed his mistake and apologized. Dyfus says this warning is enough, so he'll let it pass. A Ken clan member cuts in, reminding Huger that Jin once saved his life, so he should take the protagonist's warning seriously. Another man says Huger's mouth was always going to cause trouble and agrees it's better to end it here. Huger finally gives in and says that if his senior says so, then he should apologize to his juniors. He asks them to forgive him and hopes MC will accept it. MC says of course. Then Luna joins him and remarks that he really has a talent for making enemies. It'd be nice, she says, if he acted like a normal kid once in a while. Jin answers that today he represents the Runkandel clan. She admits that's fair and taps her glass against his. Then Luna asks what he would have done if Huger had called for a duel, since Huger seems to be at least a 6-star warrior. He says the Tuco clan's patriarch and elders would have stepped in. They've been watching him for a while. Luna notes that he had already considered that and jokes that maybe some secret teacher taught him how to handle people. She says keeping someone like that close wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, if sword skill matters most, does anything else really count? The protagonist says she may not get it, but as the family's hated youngest son, he needs more than sword talent to stay alive. Luna asks if that's really true. He does seem talented and smart, which might be why someone almost killed him at Storm Castle. Jin wonders which sibling noticed his potential so early. She says she came to congratulate him, but banquets like this aren't her thing, and she'd rather go somewhere more fun. MC asks if she's leaving already. Luna says yes, he's still too short to be her dance partner. She promises they'll dance when he's older, and she'll take him somewhere nice. He starts dancing with her anyway and says he'll look forward to it. Before leaving, she says she should send the others a message, just like he did earlier. He asks what she means. She hugs him and says this will make everyone understand how important he is to her, so they'll think twice before being rude. Then she says she'll see him later, and he answers the same. Nearby, Bubar says he's so jealous he wants to bump heads with Lady Luna too. He declares he'll write her a poem tonight and sing it all night long. Vishkel tells him to shut up, but Margiela says not to be so harsh. For Bubar, this might be a serious matter. Since he's been keeping Vishkel busy, she's been able to enjoy this party of fated meetings in peace. So she says they should show him a little respect. Bubar is touched and says he'd gladly serve Miss Margiela. She thanks him. Meanwhile, Jin finds it hard to play the host. He keeps looking around, annoyed. Where are those zipples? Does he really have to go find them himself? Just then, Cirrus walks up and asks if she may share a drink with the rising star of the Runkandel clan. Jin asks who she is, and she introduces herself as Cirrus of the Hidden Palace. He says the honor is his, knowing she's the Hidden Palace Master's daughter, and pours her a drink. Cyrus points out that they're both 15, and asks how he reached this level of martial skill so young. She says she's jealous of the Runkandel bloodline. The protagonist answers that he sees it as a blessing too, but the Hidden Palace is blessed as well. He can't imagine how much its master treasures her. Cyrus agrees and says her father values her greatly. After all, she's not just any child. She's his only daughter. Then she asks if that sounded rude. Jin says not at all. Everyone already knows he's the youngest among many brothers. He even admits he's jealous, because having lots of siblings can be exhausting. Still, he finds it strange that she hasn't mentioned Mammoth, even though he's sure she recognized him. He can't believe she missed it, just because he had some ash on his face. Then Cyrus says she has something to ask. Memsi tells her to go ahead. She asks about his injured leg. He says it's fine now, thanks to a wonderful person who treated it herself, though he still doesn't know how to repay her. Calling him more shameless than she expected, Cedrix then asks why he was at the moonlit well in Mammoth. She says she deserves an answer. Jin asks why she'd think that. Cedrix explains that her people failed to catch the magic terrorist, which badly hurt her pride. It made her wonder if the young man she let go was the culprit. The protagonist pushes back, asking what she means by magic. He's a Runkandel, does he really look suspicious? He reminds her she knows his clan well. Cedric says she doesn't actually think he's the culprit, but if he were on a Runkandel mission and hired a magician because he couldn't do it alone, that would be a problem. She says the only people at the inn who could matter to Runkandel were from the Hidden Palace. As captain of the Seven Swords, she can't ignore that. MC realizes she's assuming he was after the Hidden Palace. She isn't fully wrong. He did hurt some of them while trying to kill Alcaro, but none of that proves anything. He calls it guesswork. She asks if he plans to deny it forever, then says fine, she'll handle it her way. Her answer is simple: drag him to the arena, beat him down, and spit on his face. It's a duel. Jin says his father told him never to fight someone weaker, but since she's pushing for it, he'll accept. Later, he reaches the arena. A soldier asks if he's here for a duel, and he says yes. Then he orders everyone out except the medics and asks for 2 good swords. The soldier agrees and says the arena will be sealed until the match ends. The protagonist figures that after midnight, fight lovers and curious guests will start showing up. Since Cedrix is the Hidden Palace Master's daughter, beating her in front of a crowd would be too harsh. Before they begin, Cedrix wants a promise. Jin asks what kind. If she wins, he has to tell her exactly what happened in Mammoth that day. No lies. He agrees, but if he wins, she must act like they never met that day. She says he clearly has something to hide, then tells him to come at her. He attacks first, but she instantly answers with a fast sword strike. Right away, he recognizes it as an Endorma family technique, myriad ice blades. He didn't expect her to pull out a secret art this early. MC grumbles that as the youngest, he still hasn't learned Runkandel's own secret skills, so this puts him in a bad spot. Cedrix tells him that's not her problem. Then she rushes him and the fight properly begins. She can tell he really is a 5-star warrior. At first, it looked like he was barely blocking, but the longer they fight, the more his real skill shows. Even so, she thinks 1 star isn't impossible to overcome if she uses the third form of myriad ice blades. She knows she's weaker and has less stamina, so she can't drag this out. Once he starts reading her moves and looks for a counter, she'll switch gears and finish it fast. Jin, meanwhile, judges that Citrus may be a 4-star knight with myriad ice blades, but in plain attack and defense, she's below him. He senses she's about to force a turning point with one big move. It'll probably be her secret art, but he still can't tell how dangerous myriad ice blades really is. So he thinks he may need one of the hidden techniques he learned at Storm Castle. Out of all of them, one stands above the rest. Cyrus lunges in, saying it's over, and fires off the third form of myriad ice blades. Jin catches it with his sword and notices the ice shards are packed with condensed aura. He smirks. She sees that look and thinks he's mocking her, but she's already unleashed Avalancha, a move so strong even a 15-year-old 5-star prodigy shouldn't break it. Still, for some reason, she feels uneasy. Then he slashes straight for her eyes, forcing her to dodge and strike back. The sudden blast of magic catches him off guard. He realizes he may have picked the wrong move. The Atella family's Stormblade hits too hard for a 4-star like Cyrus to take. If she hadn't moved, she might have died or been horribly hurt, and yet he still swung. Cyrus drops to one knee, thinking about how much she wants to live. That fear saves her, and she avoids a killing blow. Jin walks over and asks if she's okay, apologizing for nearly killing her. He thinks Cyrus heard his warning but still didn't try to avoid the Stormblade. Still, no matter how proud or honorable she is, she's only 15, too young to crush her survival instinct. He says he would have dodged in her place, and he's sure she would have told him to do the same. Then he says they should end it here and stop thinking about it. He hopes that will calm her down. Instead, she pulls out a small medicine box and points to the cut on his face. Since he saved her life, she says she'll repay him by treating it. Jin asks if she isn't valuing her life too cheaply, especially as the only heir to the Ice Palace. She says this is the life she once begged for, so now she'll treasure it again. He doesn't need to worry about her. As she leaves, Cyrus says they should treat today as their first meeting, and she'll see him tomorrow. The next day, he drinks wine and notices the hall is less crowded than yesterday. He figures people are saving their energy now that public duels start today. Maybe the real event is finally starting. With fewer people around, it should be easier to find the Zippel kids. He remembers they're all around his age, between 15 and 20, which makes this the perfect chance to judge their magic against his. He thinks about asking them about Kelliark, then decides now isn't the time. Once he becomes a reserve flag bearer, he'll have more freedom to dig deeper. Maybe with Murekon's help, he can investigate Kelliark better. He won't let them stay ahead this time. Then he spots Murekon sitting off to the side in cat form. Margiela plays with him and wonders why a cat is at a Runkenstel banquet, and where its owner went. She lifts his pendant and reads the name on it, finding Butterfly. Jin confirms that's Butterfly Runkendel. Margiela asks if he named him. Just then, Barak Zippel walks up, saying he knew he'd find the protagonist if he followed the cat. At last they've met again, so how could the protagonist forget him? The protagonist just asks who he is. Barak is stunned and asks how he can say that after they finally meet. He's thought about MC every day to help him remember. He says his name starts with B. Margiela thinks he's weird and takes Murkan away with her. Barak asks again if he remembers now, and he says nope. Frustrated, Barak reminds him they first met at the Middle Kingdom teleport gate. Jin still says he doesn't remember. At that, Barak grabs his shoulder and says, the protagonist's memory is worse than he thought. So listen carefully this time. His name is Barak Zippel. MC tells him if he's pretending they don't know each other, it's because he doesn't want anyone learning about their connection. Why can't Barak get that and stop bothering him? He even squeezes his hand to make the point clear, but Barak still doesn't catch on. Instead, he just asks if he remembers now. He wonders how someone this dense became a 1-star magician before 30 and got picked as the next Zippel head. Barak keeps talking, saying he searched all over for the protagonist yesterday and spent the last 2 hours looking without finding a clue. The protagonist points out that this may be a huge banquet hall, but it's still just one hall. How do you get lost for 2 hours? Barak says if magic were allowed, he would have found MC right away. But this is Runkandel land, where the use of magic is banned. He can't tell if Barak is lying or just awful with directions, but he leans toward the second one. Barak says he's happy to see him and asks if it's really been 5 years. He also can't believe he is already a 5-star warrior. He says he always knew the protagonist would do something great. Then Barak proudly adds that he hasn't been wasting time either. He's already a 6-star magician, one whole level above MC's sword rank. MC can hardly believe it. The so-called top prodigy of the Zippel family is only 6-star magic at 18? If he had that position, he thinks he'd already be at 7 stars. He even wonders if Barak is hiding his real rank. Seeing the protagonist's doubtful face, Barak takes it as proof of how hard he worked to find him. He says he's looking forward to their future duel and tells the protagonist to train hard and catch up. The protagonist decides Barak probably isn't hiding anything. If it's true Barak only reached 6 stars at 18, then after Zushin Zippel, the current family head, Barak may be the closest one to true mastery. That gives MC a solid way to measure his own talent. Jin says he's told him this before, shut up and save his breath. Barak answers that he's only repeating his father's words. Anyone in his place would say the same. Then he asks why the Zippel family came to the banquet without an invitation. Buber quietly watches them from a distance. Barak says he came because of the protagonist. He'd been nagging his uncle Andrei Zippel, saying he had to meet him. The protagonist thinks it's ridiculous that even the vice patriarch would enter enemy land just to satisfy a kid's whining. Barak adds that his group happened to be vacationing in the Hor region when he heard about the banquet, so it felt like fate. MC asks if that's really all there is to it, and Barak says yes. He tells Baron to be thankful this is a banquet, stay quiet, and leave when it's done. Baron asks if he's being too harsh, and says his father once spared his uncle too. Then he asks for a promise. Someday, come crash a Zippel banquet too. Jin dryly wonders what happens if he shows up and starts causing chaos. Baron says even then he'd keep his word and spare him. He even says that if a fight starts, he won't join in. The protagonist calls him an idiot for saying that. Then he explains why someone unpleasant has been staring at him for a while. MC turns and calls out to Bubar Gaston. Bubar politely asks if he needs something, then asks when Lady Luna will visit again. Jin repeats the question, confused. Bubar says he means Luna, and asks if she isn't coming back. He wants to give her a poetry book he stayed up all night writing, full of his love. He's sure that once Luna reads it, she'll see he's better than he looks. He even hints he might soon become his brother-in-law. That makes Baron spit out his wine in shock. The protagonist says this guest clearly needs a lesson, then rips the book apart. Bubar yells, asking what he's doing. Jin snaps that Bubar threw his name around however he wanted, and even dared talk like he'd become family, as if the Runkendel name meant nothing. MC orders a soldier to take him to the arena. The soldier obeys, while Bubar laughs it off, calling the MC young master and asking why things escalated so fast. When two soldiers grab him, Bubar begs them to stop, saying he only confessed his love, something every man has a right to do. He asks how he can treat a guest like this and starts preaching about hospitality. Bubar also complains that the protagonist is ignoring the fact that he praised his sister's beauty. The soldiers slam him to the floor. Jin says they'll settle this with a hand-to-hand fight. Bubar can't understand it. All he did was call MC's sister pretty, so why is MC acting so cruel? Inside, he panics. If he learns he was the one who transformed those Zippel members 5 years ago, this could get far worse. He still can't figure out why he is targeting him. The protagonist repeats that it'll be a fist fight and takes off his coat. From a distance, Vishkel is stunned by what he's seeing. Margella asks what's going on and says it looks like Bubar and MC are dueling. Calling Bubar a fool, she wants to move closer. Cydrus complains she wanted to challenge MC during the banquet, but now he's fighting someone else. She can't see why he would bother with a man like Bubar. Baron says pestering his uncle to come was worth it. He didn't expect to meet the Ice Palace's heir. He politely greets her, and she tells him to screw off. Baron casually accepts that, then announces that the star of the banquet, young master the protagonist Runkendel, is entering a duel. He wonders who MC's opponent is, saying he's never seen the man before. Since he came with the Yulian group, Baron guesses this plain-looking guy might actually be very strong. Bubar asks young master Jin Runkendel to at least let him introduce himself properly before the duel. He answers with a punch to the face and tells him to shut up. He doesn't even want to know his name. Bubar fires back, releasing his aura and attacking the protagonist. MC reads the attack and figures Bubar's aura is around 6 stars. Cyrus notes he picked someone stronger than himself, and the fat man seems built for fighting. Baron says it'll be a shame if he breaks Bubar too badly. Bubar lands a punch on the protagonist and says a weakling like him dared to touch him. He vows to make MC cry on the floor and beg for forgiveness. MC responds with a flurry of punches. He says it's over. Baron comments that he baited his opponent into dropping his guard, then struck in a chain of attacks, exactly what he expected. Margella turns to Vishkel, confused by young master his actions. She asks if the winner wasn't already decided, and says it's hard to believe the protagonist would keep beating someone who's clearly lost. Vishkel agrees it looks unfair for MC to bully a weaker man, and asks if Margella plans to just watch, even though MC is their friend. Then he adds that he's not weaker than MC. She says his little sister is disappointed in him and wants him to teach him a proper lesson, the honorable way. He asks if that means she wants him to challenge him. A blonde boy says she's really worked up, and a brown-haired boy tells Vishkel he should listen to his sister. Vishkel steps forward and calls to the protagonist, telling him to let Bubar go and fight him fairly instead. Not long after, Vishkel and MC face each other with swords drawn. MC knows fighting a 7-star knight will benefit him no matter how it ends. On top of that, getting real experience against the Yulian family's sword style is valuable. Even his father admitted their former patriarch was powerful. Still, the protagonist can't help finding Margella funny. She pushed her own brother into this just because she wanted to watch. He notes that Vishkel must care a lot about his sister, and Vishkel says that should be obvious. Jin, who also has a sister, says he understands completely. Vishkel says that because he values his sister, he'd appreciate it if MC kept his people under control from now on. He makes it clear Babur isn't a servant but a companion, and asks if maybe the man simply made a mistake. He explains Babur came to help his sister, who has trouble moving around, but his behavior didn't fit a Runkendel banquet. Even so, Jin believes there wasn't any bad intent. He asks Vishkel to let it pass. Privately, though, the protagonist is thinking about Bubar's true identity as the transformation sorcerer. In his past life, he never heard that the Yulian family had any link to Gaston when the man was arrested. So MC wonders if Vishkal knows Bubar is the transformation sorcerer. That only raises more questions. He curses inwardly, but forces himself to focus, especially against a 7-star knight like Vishkal. Vishkal tells him to give it their best. He also says he hopes to learn something from Jin. Then Vishkal attacks and he blocks. From that one clash, the protagonist can tell Vishkal isn't quite at the level of a full 7-star knight. His swordsmanship feels close to Uncle Zed's, but the path of his blade is still beyond what MC can fully read. People watching start reacting. Baron points out that young Master Jin was pushed back almost right away. Others argue he's holding up well. Someone says the Yulian style is famous for being tricky and strange, and another says once you face it you never want to again. Baron scoffs, thinking they don't get it. To him, the Yulian sword is like a sly snake, while the Run's candle sword is a charging rhino, still coming even with a broken horn. He attacks, but Vishkal bends back to avoid the blow. He senses Vishkal may be holding back, yet he's still keeping up despite only being a 5-star swordsman. As he nears his limit, his will surges again. Vishkal strikes once more, and the protagonist retreats, feeling something familiar. Drawing on his sword aura, Jin says it was a good fight. Vishkal closes in again, but MC thrusts forward and snaps Vishkal's blade in half. Even with the broken sword, Vishkal keeps moving, and Jin slips aside, leaving a small cut on him. Baron then declares that the winner is Sir Vishkal Yulian. Vishkal is left wondering what happened at the end as he suddenly collapses unconscious. Someone orders that young Master him be taken inside at once, and 2 soldiers carry him to the medical room. Vishkal thinks back on the duel. Right when his sword broke, he felt something sharp brush his throat. He's amazed the protagonist grasped the heart sword that quickly, and realizes that if the protagonist had moved just a 1/10 of a second sooner, or if Vishkal had been a 1/10 slower, the result would have been completely different. Later, Jin wakes up in his room and finds Murakhan sitting on his face. MC grabs him and shoves him off, telling him to move. Looking around, he asks if he passed out right after fighting Vishkal. Gilly comes in and tells him he's been asleep for 2 days. Jin realizes the banquet is over and regrets not seeing off the guests. Gilly tells him not to worry. For 2 straight days, everyone has been talking about his duel with Vishkal, especially the moment he showed the heart sword at the end. Elsewhere, people are still saying Vishkal could have been stabbed. A 5-star swordsman reaching heart sword is amazing. It makes everyone expect big things from the protagonist. Back in the room, Gilly reminds him that awakening heart sword against an 8-star knight is already an incredible feat. MC thinks his heart sword is still incomplete, but it did what he needed. He remembers Luna telling him never to open his eyes during training, and now he sees how much that strange advice helped. Even if heart sword only shows up in desperate moments, Jin still finds it amazing that he stood against an 8-star knight, even if it was messy. Then he reviews what the banquet gave him. He confirmed Barradoon was tied to Zippel, started a friendship with the Ice Palace heir, and learned Bubarag Aston was connected to Vishkal Ivaliano Yulian. As for the transformation sorcerer, Jin decides that mystery can wait. He needs more clues before making any judgment. Gilly sets a pot of flowers on the table in front of him, Runcandle. When he asks about them, she says Cirrus from the Ice Palace left them. Rukan jokes that maybe Cirrus likes young Master, the protagonist Runcandle, but Gilly explains the flowers don't mean love in Ice Palace custom. They stand for an endless duel. MC Runcandle says that must mean Cirrus wants a rematch. Murakhan laughs and says getting flowers from a girl is still a big deal, even if they're really a challenge. Then he asks Gilly what she thinks. Instead, she says the patriarch ordered Jin to come see him as soon as he woke up. He asks if his father really said that, and Gilly nods, hinting that this is his chance to prove himself. The protagonist agrees, knowing he may have to leave the family for some time. Later, he stands in a dark room and asks where his father is. A voice answers, "Right here." His father says it's been a long time since one of his children came dressed so casually, like someone getting ready to live away from home. Jin confirms he's leaving soon. He finds it strange that his father feels easier to understand since his regression. Then his father asks if he knows this place. MC answers that it's the mausoleum, where only those approved by the Garden of Swords may enter, and where the family's great heroes are buried. His father says that's right and adds that this land is for the heroes who protected the family for thousands of years. Then he asks about the first patriarch, Tor Runcandel, noting he has no grave here. Jin says he knows Tor Runcandel isn't buried in the Garden of Swords or anywhere else. His father explains that Tor's dark power is why he can't be honored, and after his death, the family made a shameful deal with Zippel. That cost them their magic and even their right to honor ancestors who once used it. Zippel then joined their gods and cursed the Runcandel bloodline, so every Runcandel born after Tor would be unable to use magic. His father brings up the day he beat the Tona brothers with aura. He says he never asked how he got that power and wonders if he remembers. He says yes, he even lied and claimed he would use it for the family. His father says Jin was lucky to be young then because if it happened now, he wouldn't have overlooked it so easily. Then he asks if the protagonist has ever heard Soldaret's voice. The protagonist nods and says Soldaret calls him a contractor. Even though he hasn't heard that voice in this life, he admits the power may seem unfair to his siblings. Then he asks if using that power to surpass them and take the family would really be right. MC says he plans to leave and see the world. If he finds nothing more precious than the Runtano legacy, he'll come back and claim it. His father says most people leave the Garden of Swords to earn the family's approval, but Jin is leaving to decide whether the family deserves his. He can't tell if that's admirable or arrogant. Then he gives him 5 years. By then, he must either earn the family's recognition or offer his own and return with his answer. The protagonist draws his sword and taps his forehead with it in respect. He thanks his father and promises to greet him again in 5 years. When he comes out, Gilly and Murakhan are waiting. Gilly asks if his talk with the patriarch went well. Jin says it did, and now the only thing left is to leave. Then he notices she's carrying a bag. Gilly says it's hers, and it seals her aura so she can't use it. Says he's heard of that from the senior nannies. She admits it feels awkward to suddenly lose her powers, especially since a nanny's standing depends on her master's success. Still, she tells him not to worry, this is for his sake. He promises that during these 5 years, and even after, he'll keep protecting her. He also apologizes for the trouble. Gilly tells him not to say sorry. Serving as his reserve rider is enough, and her powers will return once his test ends. Jin tells her to stay strong, then looks back toward the castle gate. He thinks about the 5 years ahead and understands this is where his real journey begins. With that resolve, he heads out to see what the world has waiting for him. At the same time, the patriarch thinks about his own limits. Even after reaching a demigod's level with the sword, he still couldn't break the oath his ancestors swore to the Zippel family. But with Jin's contract with Sodaret and his use of shadow energy, the patriarch believes the youngest child may be the family's only hope. The protagonist might be strong enough to free the Runkandel family from their curse, and the patriarch wants to see what future he creates. Later, MC travels through a forest and lights his hand with magic. Gilly asks if it's really okay to leave without saying goodbye, since the cadets in his group and Luna might feel hurt. Jin tells her not to worry. Luna is free-spirited, and he's not marching off to die. He adds that if he'd told the cadets, they probably would have lined up and saluted him with drawn swords. Gilly agrees and says they might have done even more. Then she asks where they're going first, saying most reserve flag bearers pick Mammoth as their first stop because beating villains is the fastest way to earn fame. He thinks about that. Reserve flag bearers have to build their names from nothing in the outside world before they can be accepted as full flag bearers, and they can't expect help from the family out there. He thinks of Mary, who beat many dangerous enemies in the southern part of the continent and earned the name Mad Woman of the South, or Winfrey Mary, before becoming a flag bearer. Aside from her, his other siblings came back in 6 months to 2 years. But his father gave him 5 years, and there's a reason for that. Jin wants to learn everything he can about shadow energy before he returns. He says they're heading to the Aaron Kingdom. Gilly asks if he means the country tied to the Lyro Magic Federation, and wonders why he'd go there since it's not Zippel land. The protagonist says that during his mission to the Kallen ruins, he heard about many unregistered mages causing trouble there. They're working with martial artists and making life miserable for the people of Aaron. Gilly says that sounds like a good target. She always liked taking down bad guys back when she was an active soldier. Jin feels more excited because he never learned this in his current life. He knows it from his past one. The unregistered mages and fighters there are all pawns of a dark family called Tessing. But what he really wants is their underground auctions. He expects to find rare items there that others don't understand the value of, including grimoires he needs to buy and a ring as well. Gilly points out they probably can't use a teleport gate to get into the Aaron Kingdom. Family rules only let her bring 10 gold coins, and Jin can't reveal he's a Runkandel as a reserve flag bearer, so she doubts they'll get any support either. MC says it'll work out once they reach the Jin Kingdom. Gilly asks how they're supposed to get there. He simply says they'll fly, then turns to Murakhan and tells him to transform. Murakhan asks if he's serious. Gilly protests that someone might recognize him, but Jin says it's fine. They should try it at least once, even if the family might find out. Murakhan jumps off Gilly's shoulder and turns into a dragon, telling them to hold tight because he'll need to fly fast if they want to reach the Jin Kingdom by tomorrow. Elsewhere, Luna is walking through the hall when she spots Murakhan flying out the window. Shocked, she says it can't be Jin. He's riding a dragon right after becoming a reserve flag bearer. She rests a hand on the window and smiles. He's really something, leaving without even saying goodbye to his sister. Still, she wishes her cold little brother good fortune in battle. Sometime later, they reach the Jin Kingdom. Gilly feels sick from the trip, and Murakhan asks if she's all right. She says her stomach is a mess. Murakhan snaps at him, saying it's his fault for scaring Strawberry Pie, their nickname for Gilly. He shoots back that Murakhan's wild flying caused it. The protagonist says he only told him to fly, then turns to Gilly and tells her to breathe slowly. He supports her with his arm so she can steady herself. Then he gently guides her to lean over and keeps calming her down. After that, Jin asks Murakhan if he's acting grumpy because of how people see black dragons. Murakhan says maybe, then offers to watch Strawberry Pie while MC gets some cash. MC tells him to stay there and not make trouble. In the middle of the GE Kingdom's capital, Spurbill sits on a small hill and looks out over the rich homes. He says there was even a banquet held for him, but he only found out after it was over. Even though it was tied to his job, he had saved his life, and he wanted to thank him in person. He remembers Jin telling him, "If you ever need me, come find me." Spurbill wonders when he'll get to repay that favor. Right then, the protagonist calls to him from behind. Spurbill turns at once to see who it is. Jin puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him to relax. It's him, MC, the one who saved him from those Kilo men. Still stunned, Spurbill asks how he got there. He reminds him of what he said before. Come to him if he ever needed help. Spurbill says, of course he remembers. He says he could never forget that kindness because without the protagonist, he'd be dead. Plans Dubiak tells him good, then asks him to wait while he gets some gold. Spurbill is caught off guard by the sudden money talk. There's a strict rule that reserve flag bearers must hide who they are and earn their place through their own skill, not the family name. So young Runcandle heirs, still early in training, are expected to live very simply at first. Until they make money by hunting criminals or taking mercenary jobs, they have no choice but to get by on very little. But these three are different. They actually get to eat. Later, Gilly, Jin, and Murakan walk down the road talking about what just happened. Gilly says the food in the G Kingdom is better than she expected. She thought they'd be starving for days like other flag bearers, but thanks to him, things started much easier. Murakan laughs, saying the protagonist called it extortion yesterday, but now he's happy he did it. The protagonist answers that it wasn't extortion. Spurbill was paying back a debt, and MC remembers him handing over a big bag of money in thanks. Then Jin asks Murakan if he's eating too much. Since they're about to use a teleportation gate, he warns that Murakan might throw up again like last time. Murakan tells him to shut up, he's a binge eater, so he has to fill up first. Even if he throws it up later, it's worth it. He says he would have starved without him for the next few days, then snaps back that if he hates vomit so much, he can just ride him instead. Still, the protagonist wants to use the teleportation gate. Gilly agrees, saying if it's only motion sickness, they can handle it. MC says Gilly's sickness isn't the real problem. The bigger issue is their destination. Eren belongs to the Ludo Magic Federation, which is under Zippel control. Around 80% of active dragons are under them too, so flying Murakan in there carelessly would be almost like declaring war. Still, Jin adds that more than half of those dragons would probably panic the moment they heard Murakan's name. Annoyed, Murakan mutters that those bastards strut around proudly, showing how much the world has changed. He reminds him that he warned him not to transform out in the open. He thinks about the dragons, the gods tied to them, and all the contractors serving those gods, all of them backing Zippel. On the Runcandle side, he's the only one with a god contract. If Jin's father didn't exist, Zippel would have wiped Runcandle out already. He can't help wondering how Zippel gathered so many contractors, because having that many in one generation feels like more than chance. A little later, the protagonist stands before a guard who asks for identification. MC thinks they got here fast enough and hands over 2 cards, introducing them as him, Gray, and Gilly McCrollan. Python. He says they're heading to the Eren Kingdom just to sightsee. Soon, Jin waits with the other passengers as an announcement says they'll be teleported to Eren shortly. It warns them to stay seated because the trip may cause headaches and dizziness. Gilly says a family-made ID really works. They got through without any trouble. The protagonist replies that it's normal. A Runcandle fake is good enough to fool even special investigators. The system thanks them for waiting and says teleportation will begin soon. Gilly hugs Murakan in cat form, while Jin thinks of Eren as a place tied to his old life. Even after 15 years, they arrive in the Ludo Magic Federation's Eren Kingdom. The system announces their arrival and welcomes them to Eren. Once outside, MC thinks the capital looks almost the same as it did in the last year of his past life. Even after 15 years, not much has changed. The streets are busy with vendors, but homeless people sit beside them with dark, empty looks. Gilly says the place feels strangely gloomy for such nice weather. Jin figures it's because of the Tessing's oppression, and remembers hearing that things were especially bad around this time. He says they should get a place to stay first, then go after what they came for. Gilly nods and agrees. After a while, they stop in front of an inn. Murakan asks if they really have to stay in a dump like this. Gilly says the young master probably has a reason. Murakan argues Jin has money, so they don't need to stay here. He heads for the door and points out that a bunch of unregistered mages flashing money in a neighborhood like this would be asking for trouble. Murakan fires back that they're choosing a place even orcs wouldn't sleep in. The protagonist tells them both to be quiet, and they go inside the inn, where Jet is asleep at a table. Jin calls out and asks if he owns the place. Jet wakes up and sizes them up. A flashy guy, a rookie swordsman, and a pretty woman who looks like a maid. He welcomes them and offers juice. Saying there are plenty of rooms open, he hands over the inn's special orange juice and tells them to pick any room they want. Rakan takes a glass, while Jet thinks that once they drink it, they'll wake up in the underground auction house and their old lives will be over. Rakan glares at the drink, calls Jet an idiot, and splashes it in his face. Jet freezes, and Rakan steps in with a punch, demanding to know how he dared poison them. Jet tries to deny it, but Rakan says he'll die for this betrayal. Jet begs them to calm down and talk, but Murakan kicks him in the face. Jin remembers Jet from his past life. Jet called himself an informant, and really did have useful information. Back when MC had been cast out of the family and had nothing, Jet helped him settle in Eren, but that relationship was messy. Jet tricked him over and over, pretending to guide him to underground Tessing auction houses, and taking almost everything naive Jin had, everything but his clothes. Just remembering it still makes him mad, but this time he plans to use Jet instead. Jet says if they keep treating him like this, he won't just sit there claiming he's a star despite how he looks. Rakan hits him again and says nobody cares. Jet instantly folds and says he was wrong. It isn't poison, just a sleeping drug. Rakan snaps that it's the same thing. Jin says that's enough and tells Murkan to stop. They should hear Jet out first. Rakan grumbles, asking why they should listen to someone who tried to drug them. Jet begs to live and promises to make up for it, but Murkan tells him to shut up until he's dead. Jin says he'll ask a few questions. If Jet lies, he dies. If he tells the truth, he lives. Then he adds that the judgment will be totally based on his own feelings and instincts. Jet nervously agrees, and Murkan says fine, do whatever. The protagonist asks Jet what he does for work. Jet says his name is Jet. He runs the inn, works as an informant, and also admits he's a scammer and human trafficker. He says sparing him would help them, because he knows everything about Eren, and this time he's telling the truth. Jet says Jet tried to drug them because he wanted to take them somewhere. Jet apologizes and admits it. When MC asks where, Jet says he planned to bring them to a Tessing underground auction house. Jet gives them masks and explains that while Sala is known as Tessing's boss, the real leader is someone else. If they're staying for the auction, they should keep their faces hidden. Jin asks who runs it. Jet says it's a man called Spyhan Alu, and the whole place is decorated to match his taste. According to Jet, Alu does that to cover up that he's just an ignorant gangster. The protagonist tells him to keep going. Jet says Alu isn't some petty street rat. He can control the whole area, and he's also a 7-star fighter from the Arabella lands. There's even a rumor he has ties to the pureblood Runcandle family across the sea. Rakan brushes that off, saying the Runcandles would never work with gutter trash like this. Gilly agrees, but Jin isn't so sure. He remembers one person who could be linked to both the Magic Federation and the criminal underworld, the one who cursed him so he couldn't use a sword. If Tessing is tied to the Lutero Magic Federation, it could be him. The curse was the 9-star bladed illusion. MC doubts anyone inside Tessing could cast something that strong. But after 10 years in Stormcastle and 5 more in the Garden of Swords with no answers, he can't ignore even the smallest clue. 15 years without a lead is too long, so he decides it's worth digging into Alu. Since they came here planning to wreck the place anyway, checking Alu's identity makes sense. Morankin asks what the plan is, warning that slaughtering every gangster on their first day in Eren sounds reckless. Jilly adds that the guards outside look strong, and some people inside seemed like illegal mages. Starting a fight in enemy territory might be a bad move. Jin tells them to relax. He already has a plan, and when Jilly asks what it is, he has them lean in close. Murakan taps his head and says he really wonders what goes on in his mind to make him think up stuff like this. Jilly agrees. She can't believe a Runcandle would come up with it. Jin just says they can run if it fails. Jet cuts in saying they've arrived. He picked a quiet spot for them, pulls back the curtain, and welcomes them to the Tessing underground auction. The auctioneer calls up the next item and says it doesn't matter where it came from or why it's here. The first lot is a group of slaves, ready for buyers to use however they want. Someone nearby says they look healthy today, especially the man in the back. The protagonist notes they could have ended up on that stage too. Jet admits he really messed up. Seeing no children among the slaves, Jin feels a little relieved. My Ruin asks what they should do. MC says to wait. Sometimes useful things appear in places like this, and if something worth taking shows up, he'll buy it. After that, they'll begin the plan. Jin believes the item he really wants is probably still in storage, and once things start, he can take it. The auctioneer announces the bidding has begun. He tells everyone to stay patient and wait for the right time. A week passes. The auctioneer shouts out the bids 20, then 130, and asks if anyone will go higher. Jet tells the protagonist he's been watching for a full week, and if Jin leaves without buying anything today, Tessing may get suspicious. MC asks if handling that isn't Jet's job. Jet says sure, do whatever you want. Out loud, he stays polite, but inside, he's panicking. If he doesn't buy something soon, Jet knows he'll get thrown out, no matter who he is. He urges the protagonist to buy anything before things turn ugly. Then the auctioneer brings out the first magic book of the day. He claims it's a tome by Matthew W.C., a mage who once ruled the world. They can't read it, but he insists it must hold amazing magic. Someone bids 80. As the auctioneer asks for more, Jin thinks the man got the name wrong. It isn't Matthew Walk. It's Matthew Miak, a fraud. All of Miak's real books are under Zippel control, so this can't be genuine. MC thinks the past week has been the same every day. The seller talks nonsense, and foolish mages buy it. The auctioneer moves to the next item. Jin thinks these low-level mages are too easy to fool. Then the auctioneer says this next tome was written by Tig Zenim, starting at 50 gold. That one catches his attention. Books like this are like unopened lottery tickets. Not famous, but maybe valuable. Bidding starts right away. Moroccan puts a hand on the protagonist's shoulder and tells him to buy it. If it was really written by the T. Zenim, he knows it's a huge find. Jin lifts his card and raises the bid. The auctioneer is surprised and asks for a higher offer. People start whispering, wondering if he's some rich noble's son. Since a dragon recommended the tome, MC doesn't doubt Moroccan's judgment. The book sells for 150. Then Moroccan looks at the next tome and asks why that one is here. The auctioneer calls it Suhizerk's magic tome. Moroccan is confused by the name. First Zenim, now Hizerk. Jin raises his card again and bids 200. The crowd murmurs, asking who this guy is and why he only wants the strange items. Rakan asks why he opened with 200. Jin says he wanted one more item, and this one stood out because his old master came from the Heiser clan. He had heard that clan fell centuries ago, so finding any trace of it surprised him. The tome sells for 200 to the protagonist. He thinks maybe he can give it to his master someday, if they ever meet again. Then he says that's enough. They're leaving. Murakan checks the books and lights up. Jackpot. This really is the Zenim tome he thought it was, but there's also a strange complex code on it. Jin says only he and his master can read that. Jet, relieved MC, finally bought something. Says it would have been a problem if he walked out empty-handed today. He calls Jet over, and when he answers, the protagonist tells him to arrange a meeting with Spider Handu. Jet asks why, saying that's impossible even for a customer. Jin tells him to send Alu a message instead, say that Baird Zippelful wants to see him in person. Jet hurries off, thinking that MC must not be from some special unit after all, but a true-blooded Zippel. As he opens the door, he imagines that getting close to Zippel could finally get him out of this filthy place. He tells a messenger to bring Alu out because Baird Zippelful is waiting. Guards stop him, and a huge one asks if he is really Baird Zippelful, then says the boss wants to see him inside. He answers with a punch to the face. He asks if this is some kind of joke, then uses fire magic and demands to know if the man is Alu. Dazed, the guard says no. Mr. Alu only ordered him to escort Jin and 2 others to a meeting. Right then, a huge explosion erupts. The protagonist is furious. He already gave his name, yet Alu still sent underlings instead of coming himself. So he shouts for Alu to come out in person and says he better crawl to him on all fours. A moment later, a voice answers. The speaker says he is Alu, caretaker of Tessing. He says he failed to recognize the one above and asks for forgiveness. Jin thinks that if anyone else had claimed to be Baird Zippel, Alu would have laughed. But with him it worked. Was different. His energy felt strange and strong, and that fireball from earlier was at least 5-star mana. MC realizes only a Zippel could use power like that at such a young age. Then the story jumps back a week, when Runkandel said he would pose as Baron Zippel. Murakan couldn't believe it, and Gilly pointed out that if Alu knew anyone tied to the Zippel family, it would probably only be some old servant. That made Jin's plan simple. No one could really prove he wasn't Baron Zippel. Gilly thought it through and realized this was bigger than just getting caught. If the Runkandel family, or worse, the Patriarch, ever started to doubt him, the fallout would be brutal. Back in the present, the protagonist Runkandel tells Alu to stand, and Alu quickly obeys. He brings over 2 books and asks Jin to look at them and say what they are. Before MC can answer, Alu admits they're magic books and apologizes for getting them without Zippel approval. He says his family treasures both of them. Then he asks how much money Alu has made from deals like this. Alu fumbles out an excuse, saying he's mainly a fighter and didn't understand how valuable the books were, so he ended up offending him. He begs for one more chance and swears he'll get them back. Jin cuts him off and orders him to bring the account book and the customer list, adding that his family will start investigating tomorrow. The protagonist thinks this is the end for Tessing. Even if they tried to build a name in the Aryan Kingdom, there's still just a tiny gang next to the Zippel family. If the investigation gives Zippel any reason to be upset, Tessing is done. Later, they sit with the books and papers while Alu says this is everything that was at the auction. Jin asks if that's really all of it. Alu admits there are more items, but they're under heavy guard in the workers' quarters. He asks to leave for a bit and promises to bring them back within 2 hours. MC Runkandel coolly asks if he's planning to burn any important records. Then he says he'll confirm the truth by questioning the people Alu bribed. After that, he tells Alu to go do what he has to do, but not to forget he's still being watched. Alu apologizes again and says he'll be back soon. Before leaving, he tells a brown-haired guard to show Sir Baron the storage rooms, and the guard agrees. Once he is out of earshot, Alu quietly orders him to keep him inside the mansion until he returns. As he heads down the hall, Alu boils with anger at the protagonist's attitude, muttering that the brat acts like he owns the place. He seethes over all the money he's already spent on the Zippel and decides he'll do whatever it takes to buy them off or take back control. At the same time, the others search through the library. Murakan tells Gilly to grab anything she wants. She asks if that's really fine, and he says it is. Most of this stuff was probably stolen anyway. While they dig through the shelves, a brown-haired guard gets smacked in the head with a book, and Murakan says it's all junk. He then warns that Alu will probably figure out MC Runkandel is a fake once he gets back. When he asks MC what the plan is, he just shrugs. They're taking whatever they want for free and leaving before Alu comes back. Then the protagonist opens a box, finds a ring, and thinks, got it. Still rattled by how bold they are, Gilly asks if they always do reckless stuff like this. Jin Runkandel takes it as praise just as Jet walks in with papers. He says he found the slave records with their birthplaces and ages, just like MC asked. MC praises him and says they're done here, but the brown-haired guard blocks the way, saying they should wait in the mansion until the boss brings the rest. MC answers with a punch, dropping the guard. Jet claps, impressed that he can fight as well as use magic. Still, he can't understand why the protagonist is beating up Alu's men. MC Runkandel asks whether Jet has a family. Jet says he has a son, so Jin tells him to take the boy and run. Best case to the Emir Bementh Empire. Jet is stunned. He tells him to hand over the account books and come forward as a whistleblower, because that's the only way he'll survive. But Jet refuses. He says he'll stay with the protagonist to the end, thinking he didn't work this hard just to lose this chance. Begging now, Jet asks to keep serving him and share in whatever great things come next. With some regret, Jin Runkandel admits he's not really Baron Zippel. Jet is left speechless. 2 hours later, Alu returns after hearing through the Zippel line that Baron Zippel has long silver hair. He spots one guard unconscious, and another rushes up to him. Alu orders him to report, and the guard says they stole the slave records and customer files, then ran. That means testing is finished. Alu immediately orders everyone to chase them, but the guard says they're already gone. Enraged, Alu grabs the man's face in one hand and throws him across the room, roaring that every remaining man has to hunt down those frauds. He swears he'll skin them himself. Meanwhile, Morikon sits by the fire with the group and asks why MC is still hanging around. MC says worrying about Alu won't help. What matters is finding out whether he's tied to the Runkandels. Morikon agrees and says they can treat this as one last goodbye before leaving. He points out that he gave up a Lucchini grimoire and even a masterpiece, and Alu panicked the moment he saw it at the auction. That makes Morikon wonder how Alu recognized something so old and got his hands on it in the first place. A group of guards suddenly finds them, and one of them shouts for the others that they're over here. He calls for the boss. Morikon complains about the noise, and Jin Runkandel says they should go have a short talk. Alu spots them and yells that he found the scammer. He demands to know how he thought he could fool Alu and get away. He swears he'll hang the protagonist in the market to show what happens to anyone who crosses the head of Tessing Spiderhands. Jin Runkandel fires back with everything he found. Records of slaves kidnapped from Amir Bementh, a ledger showing the sale of the ancient grimoire the Zippel family wanted, and a customer list naming the nobles who ignored Alu's crimes. He tosses the papers into the air and says he's already sent the information everywhere. By tomorrow, everyone will know what Alu has done. He adds that magic mail is useful, and Alu's end is close. Alu spits out threats, saying MC won't die easily. He promises to skin him alive and keep reviving him with fire whenever he blacks out. Jin Runkandel calls to Murakon, who answers with clear annoyance and says he wants Alu one-on-one. Murakon sighs, what a pain. Furious, Alu calls him insane and asks what he thinks he can do by himself. Then he orders his men to stop standing around and attack. The men strike with magic crystals, and Alu tells them to keep the kid alive but kill everyone else. They rush Murakon, but he tears through them one after another as he moves forward. He jumps high and smashes another guard down with such force that the rest freeze in shock. Alu screams at them for hesitating, but a gray-haired guard says if they fire now, they'll hit their own men. Alu snaps back and tells him to aim for the people in the rear. Jin Runkandel tells Gilly to step back. Fire and water spells fly at them, but he throws up a shield around himself and Gilly. The guards are stunned. He says this got easier thanks to his sister Luna, who once complained that he left without even saying goodbye. Moroccan looks at the enemy and says they only rely on numbers because they're weak. Then, still grumbling that this is annoying, he mutters that they should all just die together and unleashes light magic, leaving everyone shocked by how powerful it is. Alu charges at Moroccan, while one guard blurts out that something's wrong. Another says the boss has gone crazy. They wonder if he's lost his mind, and one even says that might make things easier. Moroccan then says he cleaned up the weaklings like the protagonist Runkandel asked, so now the protagonist can do as he likes. Enraged, Alu curses and demands to know who sent them and why. MC shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter now because Alu is going to die anyway. Alu attacks and he barely slips aside, realizing how fast he is. Jin tells himself that even if Alu has lied before, he still can't let his guard down or lose without a fight. Murakhan admits the protagonist found a real opponent and thinks the rumors may be true. Alu might really be a 7-star martial artist. He says this fight feels different from Vishkal Ivalaklo. That one wants MC dead, so Murakhan tells him to give it everything and stay alive. Alu mocks his nerve, asking how an air mage dares to step onto the front line. Runchandel shoots back, asking if a rookie like Alu is looking down on him, then rushes in with his sword. Alu questions the blade, but blocks the strike. As he hits back, he realizes Jin Runchandel isn't just a mage. The protagonist pulls away and swings again, but Alu moves fast and goes for his blind spot. MC dodges at the last second. Alu's blow slams into the ground, and he mocks MC for that weak exchange. Jin Runkandel realizes Alu is incredibly fast, and if this still isn't his full power, the fight is already pushing him to his limit. Alu realizes the fireball the protagonist used at the auction house wasn't from an artifact at all. He got fooled by a simple trick, and that's what put him in this mess. But that isn't even the biggest problem. The real issue is the man who wiped out all his men by himself. Alo is sure that guy is even stronger than him, and he can't figure out why Murakhan is just standing there. Murakhan watches MC take a few heavy hits and clicks his tongue. Gilly asks if he's going to step in. She reminds him that Jin wanted to fight a 7-star warrior himself, but says it may be too soon. Murakhan brushes it off. This kind of fool needs to learn how valuable life is. Gilly admits he has a point, and Murakhan notes that she clearly thinks the kid might lose. Meanwhile, Alo rushes in again, and Jin tries to catch the attack. Alo's brutal offense shocks everyone watching. He charges once more, saying this is where he dies. The protagonist only smirks, gathers fire magic, and says that when Rokan and magic swordsmen fought, even a gap of 2 stars didn't matter. Then he blasts Olo with fire and sends him flying back. Stunned, Olo asks if that really wasn't an artifact after all. That's when he realizes Jin is a magic swordsman. MC's blade flares with magic as he calls down lightning. Olo tries to block, but his sword slams into the ground instead. He sneers that Jin is leaving himself wide open and is asking to be killed. He steps in, activates the ring on his hand, and orders the helmet to let Olo go. Olo panics, asking what's happening. The protagonist grabs his sword and carves a deep wound into him. As he strikes, a dark magical aura wraps around his body. Then he calmly puts his sword away. Murakami is surprised by what he just saw. He says it must be MTO's rune, and Gilly asks what that is. Murakami explains that long ago, MTO was made for Amer Bementh, the first emperor, who loved a demon. During a war, it was known as a masterpiece that could block anything below 7-star power. He can't understand how an artifact like that ended up with a gang. Jin thinks about MTO's rune. In the future, it was supposed to be presented to the Amir Bementh Emperor in 5 or 6 years. He remembers the exact time and place it first appeared, and how the Academy and the papers went wild over it. He hits Olo hard again, and says he wants one answer before he dies. MC brings up Olo's connection to the Runkandel family, and asks if it's true. Murakami says he should have asked sooner. What kind of honest answer can you expect from a man who's dying? Olo admits that's fair, then says he now knows who Jin really is. He confesses the rumor was true and that he failed, but adds that he is only the youngest of the family. Olo says he can't stop the other person. Murakami asks who he means. The protagonist brings up Spider and guesses that isn't Olo's real name. He says they need to dig deeper, because a gang led by a 7-star fighter with ties to Runkandel is far too suspicious. Murakami says that part alone isn't so strange. One of his own ancestors, a 9-star, once ran a bar. Still, he agrees they have to find out who Olo meant, especially if Jin plans to lead the family one day. MC thinks it through. Olo said he failed and couldn't stop that person. If Olo figured out who he was, then that failure was probably tied to the blade illusion. And by calling him the youngest while saying he couldn't stop someone else, Olo showed he knew about the fight for power among the siblings. Jin starts sorting through the possible suspects and rules out his older sister. She already left the family. Mabuyu, Ann, and the twins are out too. They're too young and too inexperienced. The rest aren't sharp or driven enough to pull off something this dirty. That leaves someone obsessed with rank, someone who started moving the moment his talent showed. Joshua. The protagonist decides no one else has that much influence. Right or wrong, he'll learn the truth soon. The next morning, a paperboy shouts that Tessian has been destroyed. After a joint investigation by the Zippel family and Amir Bementh, the gang that preyed on innocent people was wiped out in a single day. Jin reads the headline and says Jet handled things well. He figures Jet may catch heat from Zippel and Amir Bementh, but that's a small price compared to staying alive. Murakami says those criminals deserved worse. Still, he's happy Zippel and Amir Bementh are taking the credit. That means MC gets the real reward. MC agrees. He gained a valuable ring, talented mages, a 7-star fighter, and experience from a real battle. Just then, Gilly walks over and calls him young master. She warns that beating a 7-star knight once doesn't make him invincible, and he shouldn't get reckless after taking down Alo. Jin agrees, saying he's nothing compared to someone truly skilled like Gilly, and promises to be more careful. He thanks Jet, saying their location will stay hidden because of him. Then he suggests they rest and move on. Ramakan asks where they're headed next. The protagonist says it's Tikan, an independent city. Gilly adds that Tikan is famous for its 7 colors, and Ramakan asks what that means. MC hands some coins to an old man nearby. Gilly explains that Tikan has a huge information center, one of the most trusted sources around, right up there with Runkandel, Zippel, and Amir Bementh. Ramakan realizes MC wants intel on future enemies, just like he did with Jet, and asks if that's the plan. Jin says that's one possibility. Soon, someone calls that everyone's on board, and they set off by boat. He thinks about what matters now, using the memories from before his regression well, with Gilly and Murakami beside him. He also needs to look into Vishkel, Yulian, Warkalo, and Alo's old ties to Runkandel. There are too many loose ends, including the Kellen ruins and taboo magic. For all that, Tikan's 7 colors is the best place to start. Later, Murakami says he figured out what the power left behind by Chenny really was. He believes it was light magic. Jin is shocked. He thought that kind of magic vanished in ancient times. Murakami says it did, and explains that Chenny was once an enemy of the Zippel family. Zippel erased people like that from history. That's how they work. Anyone who becomes a problem gets wiped away. Murakami says that's why no records remain, and warns that if the protagonist can't break past his current limits, the Runkandel family could end up the same way someday. That makes light magic even more important. Jin says he'll show Murakami something, and adds that he adapts fast. He tells him to watch closely. This may be the magic he needs most right now, then reveals glowing energy in his hand. MC tells Murakami not to blink and watch carefully. He calls it light magic, though Murakami asks why it's black. He pours in more power, laughs, and asks how it feels to see it for just a second, yet already feel like your eyes are swelling. Covering part of his face, Jin says this spell can be used for both attack and defense. It's called Flashbang, one of Chenny's best spells, and he's thrilled to have learned it. Then he brings up a certain Hister mage. Murakami cuts in, asking why that mage matters. The protagonist suddenly pulls out a book and says it's written in a code so annoying even he can't crack it. He isn't sure what's inside, or if it'll be useful. For now, he says they'll leave it alone, and Murkan agrees someday they'll find someone who can decode it. A week later, they arrive in Tikhon, the independent city. Jilly excitedly looks around, saying the place is beautiful. Jin thinks about what makes this city special. An island city in the south-central continent, tied to neither Runkandel nor Zippel. Its population isn't huge, but it's a famous travel spot. Gilly says the whole city feels lively and asks if they should find somewhere to stay, while Murkan jumps off her shoulder. MC agrees and says they should head to the center first. Murkan turns human and grumbles that he refuses to stay in another awful place. Jin scolds him, reminding him not to transform in the middle of the city. Murkan says humans never notice much anyway, but Gilly does notice, points at him and excitedly yells that a cat just turned into a person. She starts calling out that a black cat became a black-haired man and asks how he did it. The group freezes at her reaction. Then she suddenly shouts, "Teacher." After a moment, he tells Gilly she must have seen it wrong. How could a cat turn into a human? While eating ice cream, Gilly insists it wasn't her but her friend Yuri who saw it, and says she's sure that black cat became that man. She asks why he's lying. Jin says he isn't lying and that he isn't some mister. Julia argues that he is lying and that he is a mister. Trying to calm things down, the protagonist reminds her he bought her ice cream and asks if she can just pretend she saw nothing. She refuses, saying she won't lie. Standing with Murkan, Gilly asks what they should do. They thought Julia was lost, so they planned to take her to the garrison. But if rumors start there, they could draw unwanted attention. Murkan brushes it off, saying no one will take a little kid's story seriously. Gilly snaps back that if Murkan had listened to the young master, this mess never would have started. A little later, Julia points at a building and says it's the information center. She adds that she hates the garrison. Gilly asks what's wrong with it. Julia says they always bother her mom, and they bother her too. That makes Gilly worry it might be the kind of place that bullies regular people. Jin thinks Julia's mother could just as easily be a criminal, and says they should go in and find out. At the entrance, a guard notices Julia and asks, "Aren't you Julia?" Then he calls for the leader, saying Little Miss Julia is here. MC politely asks if he knows the girl. The guard laughs and says of course, she's the leader's daughter. When MC asks about that, Julia spots her mother, Elisa. He studies the leader of the center, wondering if that title is really all there is to her. Meanwhile, Julia runs to her mother and throws her arms around Elisa. Elisa gently scolds her for wandering off, but Julia complains that her mom never has time to play. Elisa says sorry and promises she will after work. Julia quickly points out she said that before and didn't keep it. Elisa promises this time she means it, though she still can't abandon her work. Then she notices the protagonist and the others, saying almost everyone in Tikhon knows Julia, so he should be more careful next time. She apologizes for the late introduction and says she's the head of Tikhon garrison. She reaches out and formally introduces herself as the garrison leader. MC shakes her hand, introduces himself as MC Gray, and says he's only in Tikhon as a traveler. She then says if he's a visitor, she ought to repay him somehow, and asks what he needs. He asks if she can suggest a good place to stay. Julia leans over and whispers in Elisa's ear. Elisa takes out a pen and asks for paper. A guard brings it right away, and she writes a note before handing it to Jin. Elisa explains it's a recommendation letter sealed by the garrison leader, so any inn that sees it will treat him well. She thanks him again for bringing Julia back. The protagonist says they should be thanking her instead, then starts to leave. As they go, Elisa asks Julia if a cat really turned into a person. Julia says yes, but since the others don't want to talk about it, she acted like she didn't know. Elisa praises her for that and says everyone has secrets. Thinking it over, she realizes only a dragon could do something like that. Later, Gilly sits on the bed and says the service here is amazing. The only time she got treated this well was back at Hofester. Murkan stretches out on his own bed and says this is how a real inn should feel. Gilly agrees the letter helped a lot and says everything in Tikhon has gone smoothly so far. She adds that they've been really lucky since arriving. Then she brings up the ice cream Julia had and asks if she can try some too, since it's famous here. Jin wonders why she needs his permission and tells her to just go get it. She heads out, saying she'll be right back. Murkan comments that it's been a long time since they lived this comfortably. He says it almost feels like a vacation. Then he asks MC how he plans to meet the 7 colors. Murkan warns they won't be easy to reach, but Jin says he already has an idea. The 7 colors is Tikhon's most trusted source of information, and at the center of it all is a man called the Noble Sword, Kashmir. He remembers him as a famous swordsman, so respected that he was even suggested as a teacher for beginner sword training in the Runkandel family. But that's all most people know about him. The protagonist remembers that 10 years from now, Kashmir will reveal himself as the Emperor of Amir Bemont and use the 7 Colors Information Network to gain power from Amir Bemont, the Zippel family, and the Runkandel family, then turn Tikhon into an independent kingdom with himself as its first king. To Jin, Kashmir is careful and patient, not just a great swordsman, but someone who can hide his true self for a very long time. He might become a useful ally. The hard part is figuring out how to approach him. Right then, Gilly rushes in and warns Jin and Murkan that something's wrong. She says the inn is empty, the staff and guests are all gone, and the whole place feels wrong. Then Kashmir puts a hand on her shoulder and calmly asks if they're doing well, adding that he hopes they don't mind the visit. MC stares at him, Wondering why Kashmir is here, Murakhan instantly moves to attack. Jin stops him and tells him not to kill anyone. Murakhan still shifts into his shadow dragon form and mockingly repeats Kashimir's greeting, asking if he seems fine. Then he answers for himself. No, he's not. He asks if Kashmir is stupid for thinking otherwise. Jin can't understand why the noble sword is here all of a sudden. They only just got to Tikkun and haven't done anything. Then he notices Kashmir didn't come alone. More guards are outside. At this rate, they could get surrounded. The protagonist tells Murakhan to calm down because the room is too small and a fight here could hurt Gilly. Murakhan changes back to human form and demands to know if Kashmir even knows who he is. Kashmir asks what he means. Murakhan repeats himself, mutters that he's an idiot, and pulls Gilly close protectively. He's clearly annoyed and keeps complaining about Kashmir's rude tone, asking if he talks down to everyone just because he has a sword and a bunch of followers. Jin notes that Murakhan is actually holding back for once. Kashmir says that's not what he meant, but Murakhan cuts him off, angry that he barged in without permission and demanding an answer again. Kashmir admits he has no idea who Murakhan is. Murakhan mocks him for talking so casually like he's above everyone. MC finally steps in and tells him that's enough. He asks Murakhan to settle down and put away the sword, then politely asks if the man before him is Sir Kashmir, the noble sword. He adds that he's heard plenty about his name and knows who he is. Kashmir looks confused and asks how Jin knows that and who he really is. The protagonist formally introduces himself using his real name. Murakhan and Gilly are both shocked. MC then suggests they talk somewhere else, and says he'll answer whatever Kashmir wants to ask. A little later, Kashmir sits across from him, while Gilly and Murakhan stand behind him. He thanks Kashmir for sending his men away, taking it as a sign of trust. Kashmir thinks back to why he came with soldiers in the first place, after hearing a report about a dragon. The report wasn't wrong, but what he found was Murakhan furious, and the pressure in that room was definitely not from a normal person. It was the dragon. Kashmir knows that if he hadn't stepped in, everyone there could have died. He also recognizes Gilly from long ago, before he fell from favor in the Emir Bement's palace. He remembers how strong she was in training, but now he can't sense anything from her, and starts wondering what ties she has to the people she's with. Then Kashmir asks if Jin really is who he says he is. It doesn't seem like a lie, but he still has questions. The protagonist tells him to ask. Kashmir starts with why the protagonist is traveling with a dragon, since dragons have usually made contracts with magicians who serve a god or hold special power, usually someone from Zippel, not Runkendel. He then asks if Jin's family knows about the dragon. MC says they don't. Kashmir warns that if this gets out, the Runkendel family won't let it slide. He points out that he is sharing a secret big enough to get him killed, so this clearly isn't just about him being a Runkendel. He asks the protagonist to explain why he joined hands with a dragon. Instead of answering, the protagonist asks why Kashmir wanted to meet the dragon. Kashmir says that since Jin shared one major secret, he'll return the favor. He explains that Julia said she saw a cat turn into a person, so he came to check. MC asks if he really trusts the word of a child. Kashmir says Julia isn't an ordinary child. She's a contractor of Asmul. He asks if he means the god of sight. Kashmir confirms it. A contractor of Asmul doesn't mistake what they see, because that god grants perfect vision. He adds that many powerful people would do anything for that blessing, so he doesn't reveal it lightly. Murakhan, feeling that something is off, steps closer to Kashmir. He asks how Julia can be a contractor without a dragon nearby, since he hasn't sensed any dragon energy around her. Jin points out that a seal dragon normally shares a very strong bond with its contractor, so leaving a child alone like that is strange. That means something unusual is going on. The protagonist says he doesn't know every detail yet, but it seems to center on that missing dragon. Murakhan asks what he means, and Kashmir explains that Julia's guardian dragon vanished about a year ago. The Zippel family or the Emir Bementh Empire might be involved, but he can't prove it. Murakhan says that makes no sense. No dragon is stupid enough to get kidnapped, especially not for a whole year. Then he asks if Julia is about 5. Kashmir says yes. Murakhan says that if Julia really is a seal contractor, and the dragon stays gone, she could lose her mind or become disabled without the dragon's protective presence. Kashmir is stunned by that. Murakhan explains that Asmul's contractors can see the future, but humans don't know how badly that hurts a dragon's mind. Julia is still so young that she can't fully tell dreams from real life, so the worst signs haven't shown yet. He adds that if she keeps going like this, seeing the future with no protection, her power will spiral out of control within a year or two. Jin asks him to explain, wondering if future sight can really leave someone disabled. Kashmir says it's tied to causality. If someone sees the future, they have to follow it. If they try to change it, Asmul's punishment starts, especially when lives are involved. He warns that contractors who go against that rule are ruined in the end. Kashmir says his daughter has been living in a different reality from everyone else because of her gift, and Jin's reaction shows he understands how serious this is, so Kashmir says they have to find her guardian dragon fast. There's no other way. Then Kashmir often drops to one knee before Murakhan, and says that even if the inn manager left it out, he leads the 7 Colors Information Center and trusts his network. But for a whole year, he still hasn't found his daughter's guardian dragon. Hearing that, Moroccan says he's sure now that meeting Julia when they first arrived in Tikon wasn't random. Asmule must be asking them to help his young contractor. Kashmir begs Moroccan to step in, but Moroccan brushes it off, saying there's only so much he can do. Then he points at Jin and says the choice is his. MC walks over to Kashmir Alphen and tells him to stand. They may not know each other well, but this is about a child's safety. So Jin says they should be smart about it and work together to find Julia's guardian dragon. Kashmir thanks them and says he'll never forget this. Still, even though things went better than he hoped, he can't shake the bad feeling. If even the Seven Colors couldn't find the dragon, they may need information from the Runkendale or Zippel families. Murkan asks if Tikon is tied to Zippel, and he says it's just a city with no side. Murkan seems fine with that, and asks Kashmir if his network is really that good enough to track dragons. Kashmir says yes, and that they know which continent each dragon lives on. Murkan likes that answer, and asks for every record on dragons in the Amir Bemet Empire. Jin quickly tells him not to share too much, but Murkan ignores him, saying this is a last resort move. Dragons are supposed to know everything anyway. Elsewhere, Enya walks up to Quickentel with a newspaper and asks her to look. Quickentel asks if she's arrived, but Enya says it's another story about Jin. She gushes that he's their age and already a 5-star knight, then asks if she can become like that too. Quickentel says yes. Since Enya is a god's contractor, she can go even higher. When Enya doubts it, Quickentel tells her she has more potential than some black-haired guardian family kid because she's Ulta's contractor, and the god of time is far greater. Then she tells Enya to go home and stay there until she returns. Enya asks if something happened. Quickentel says not exactly, just that something dark has appeared. Later, the protagonist rides Murkan in dragon form through the sky. Murkan warns him that soon, very soon, he'll let out his presence and every dragon in Amir Bemet will come out on its own. He tells Jin to stay hidden so no one sees him. MC covers his face and says he's ready. Murkan says they're starting and dives down at once. In a flashback, Kashmir Alphen hands Murkan papers and says this is the list of dragons active in the Amir Bemet region. Murkan scans it and says, so this is where they're hiding. He starts to add something, then stops and says, never mind, it should be fine. Jin asks if something's wrong, but Murkan says no. Dealing with dragons can get dangerous, so they should keep moving. They still have a long trip ahead. As they leave, Kashmir Alphen calls to Murkan asking the great dragon to wait. Murkan tells him to quit that, saying he's not some cult leader, just use his name. Kashmir answers, Sir Murkan thanks him, bows, and asks him to help save his beloved daughter. Before leaving, Murkan tells Kashmir Alphen there are 2 things he needs to remember. First, until the dragon comes back, he has to keep Julia active all day. If her energy is drained, Asmule's pull on her will weaken. From the moment she wakes up, Kashmir should keep her running around or doing anything that tires her out so she falls asleep fast. Kashmir agrees and says he'll keep her busy and worn out. Then he asks for the second point. Murkan says ice candies. Kashmir should bring some since they missed their chance because of him. Gilly says he really is a gentleman. Murkan laughs and says she was the one who wanted ice candies earlier. Gilly explains she didn't mean that. She meant how Murkan gave extra advice to ease Kashmir's fears. Murkan answers that he doesn't care about the feelings of that kind of creature. Back in the present, Jin thinks Murkan acts cold, but he's actually pretty considerate. That's just who their black dragon is. Murkan cuts off his thoughts and says something's coming, pointing to dragons flying in from the other side. He names them Rabiz and Yunel, saying those 2 used to get beaten by him the most. Moroccan tells Jin to put on his helmet. He says Moroccan must have beaten them a lot if they rushed over the second they felt him. Moroccan casually replies that anyone entering his territory got beaten. That's how things used to be. The protagonist asks if he feels proud of that. Then Rabiz calls out to Moroccan, demanding to know why he's here. Moroccan greets Rabiz, the Earth Dragon, and Yunel, saying he woke from his long sleep because he needs their help. Yunel, clearly uneasy, says he doesn't know Moroccan's full situation, but this is the worst time for this and begs him to stay away. Rabiz adds that a young contractor is still in the area and Yunel doesn't want to fight on the Amir Bispana coast. Moroccan fires back, asking if they're really ordering him to retreat. There's nowhere in the world Moroccan has to avoid. Yunel, fed up, tells him to just run because everything's already a mess from the pressure he's spreading. Moroccan asks what Rabiz means, and Rabiz says Quickentel is on her way to kill him. Moroccan checks if he means Quickentel, the silver dragon, then asks what that has to do with the time god's guardian dragon. At last, Moroccan admits Quickentel is his ex. Rabiz begs him to leave, saying their contractor is still just a kid and could be caught in the crossfire. Yano warns that the other dragons still don't know Moroccan has awakened, and if he stays, that secret won't last. Moroccan tells Jin Runkentel to hold tight, then charges straight at Rabiz and Yano, smashing into them hard enough to send them flying. Rabiz panics, curses Moroccan, and says they should run. MC asks what in the world Moroccan is doing, but Moroccan tells him to focus, more are coming, then attacks again. As the dragons fight back, Jin realizes that even these lesser dragons are using ultimate moves above 8-star level, and they're throwing them out over and over. Then Quicontel arrives, cursing Moroccan. She says he should have died back then and demands to know what gave him the nerve to show up here. He asks if they really have to fight that monster, and Moroccan says it looks like they do. The protagonist asks how long they dated. Moroccan says 500 years, about 5 years for humans. Then he tells MC to stab her with Bradamanti the moment he gets a chance. MC hesitates, saying she's still his ex, and asks if that's too harsh. Moroccan shrugs it off. He says he doesn't keep people around if they have no class, and if things get ugly, Jin should pour everything into one strike. That's what it'll take just to touch her. Moroccan turns into her dragon form and says it's too late to run, she'll bury him in the sea. Moroccan tells Quick-and-Tell to wait and calm down. He knows she hates him, but there are bigger problems to handle first. She ignores him and fires magic instead. Moroccan dodges and pulls back. Quick-and-Tell chases him even harder, snapping at him as she attacks. Moroccan asks why she's this mad while they clash in midair. She fires another spell at him, shouting in anger. Then at close range, Myron Zippel quickly spreads his black shadow aura to block her sight and buy them time. Watching the mess unfold, he thinks it's lucky he came along. If the Silver Dragon had caught Myron Zippel alone, nobody would have even known. But Quick-and-Tell blows the shadow away and mocks him. If he thought shadow liberation would work, he was wrong. Moroccan is startled and asks how she did that. She snaps back that he still doesn't get how much weaker he's become if he thinks he's still the same as before. Moroccan tries to calm her down, telling her to stop and remember their past. He says he came to ask something, but she snaps that even thinking about those days makes her want to rip him apart. She rushes in again, and Moroccan tells her to settle down, asking if she's this mad just because they broke up. Quick-and-Tell fires back that the breakup is only part of why he's getting beaten, then smashes him in the face. At the same time, Moroccan signals the protagonist, and the protagonist moves in to strike. She freezes for a second, shocked that a human stepped in. Then she realizes how hard her scales are. Even Moroccan's fangs barely got through, so MC landing serious damage in one hit shouldn't be easy. Still, he spots a tiny opening, with traces of Moroccan's Shadow Kai left around it. Using Shadow Kai Liberation, he drives his sword straight through the gap and stabs her. She lets out a scream as the slash tears through her arm and wing. Moroccan praises him, saying he'd burned through all his strength, but still did well. Jin, worn out, wonders if he somehow became a dragon slayer just now. He goes along with Moroccan and hopes she's calmed down. But when the protagonist asks if the fight is over, Moroccan says not even close. A normal dragon would have died from that hit. She won't. A dragon that controls time doesn't go down easily. MC worries they might get stuck dealing with her before they even find the missing dragon. Seeing her condition, he asks if she's turning back time. Moroccan says that's why authority and magic are different. It's powerful, but it drains a lot from her. He warns him not to move at all, especially if Quickle changes back to human form. Then Moroccan asks if she's calmed down yet, joking that he had no idea she still felt this strongly about him, strongly enough to go wild like this. He asks if they really didn't end things well, and Quickle is offended. She reminds him he dumped her on his own and never gave her a chance to talk, then sarcastically asks if that's his idea of a clean breakup. Moroccan admits she always gets mad when the breakup comes up, but says he never cheated. They just didn't fit well together. Jin can only think about how absurd it is that ancient dragons are arguing like this. Trying to move on, Moroccan says he didn't come to fight. He came to ask something. Quickle cuts him off and tells him to wait. First, she wants to know about the human with him and whether he's the contractor. Moroccan brushes that aside, saying it doesn't matter right now. One of their own is in serious danger, but Quick-and-Tell just calls him shameless. She reminds him how many dragons he's killed and can't believe he's suddenly acting concerned. To her, it sounds like another game. Moroccan admits she has a point. Among the dragons he killed was the enemy of her older brother, and that kill was revenge for someone else, not because he wanted to get involved. He says maybe asking her was a mistake. Maybe he should have gone to another dragon. After calming herself, Quickle admits she gets emotional whenever she sees him. She tells him to ask and even apologizes. Moroccan explains that one of Asiel's guardian dragons recently disappeared. Quickle asks if he means Latrie, and he says yes, that was the name. The protagonist realizes they're finally getting somewhere. Quick says that's strange, because Veda took Latrie not long ago. The protagonist remembers Veda as a wind dragon tied to Melzir and serves Andre of the Zippel family. That makes him think the Zippels may be involved. Quickle adds that the Zippels said they teach Latrie dragon language magic. She says they may need to move carefully in case it's a trap. Her plan is to circle back, avoid danger, and enter Bee's safely, and she'll guide them to her place. Later, in a forest near Bee's capital, Jin introduces himself to Quickle and says he's Saldaret's contractor. She says she already knows he's Tamar's descendant, the youngest one. MC is surprised and asks how she knows. Quickle says it's obvious because he carries the same energy as Tamar. She says the three of them spent plenty of time together 1,000 years ago, and she guessed he was the youngest from how the guardian dragon reacted. After a sip of tea, she gets to the point. Veda took Latrie about a year ago. Moroccan confirms they lured Latrie in with a promise to teach dragon language magic, and says that sounds bad. Quickly agrees it may be true, but Asiel's current contractor is still too young to control that authority. She asks if being apart from the guardian dragon would be dangerous. Moroccan says yes, and Veda should know that too. Quickle agrees, then wonders if there's some hidden reason behind it. Moroccan catches that wording and asks if she knows something. She says that when Veda took Latrie, she also came to Bee and brought up introducing Latrie to her. But Veda seemed far more interested in her contractor, and kept asking to meet without giving a clear reason. Quickly admits her temper almost took over, but she held back because her contractor's identity was already known. Since many powerful people in B are tied to the Zippels, acting rashly could have put that contractor in danger. Jin points out how strange that is. Her contractor's identity was exposed while Asiel's still hasn't been. That makes it suspicious how they found out and then approached Latri. Mayur-Khan agrees, saying it's odd, and asks if contractor detection magic appeared while he was asleep. Quick says that's impossible. No one can know a contractor's identity until that person shows their authority. And even if such magic did exist, she asks what use it would have. Jin lays out 2 reasons the Zippels would want it. First, they could reduce risk by killing contractors outside their control. Second, if they kill a contractor, they may get a chance to make a contract with that god. Then he thinks deeper. It may be more than just a chance. They probably have a method. In his past life, the contractor of Ulta was officially revealed at the stone statue. 10 years later, that contractor was a pureblood Zippel, so he believes that if they kill a contractor, they can take that god for themselves. That makes him suspect Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped for the same reason, since he never heard of the Princess of Tikan in his past life. Quick says there are already many guesses about Cedric's contractor, so it's hard to believe the Zippels still need another. If they already have so much, why go after other contractors? She suggests Jin may be too suspicious because they're his enemy. He pushes back, saying she clearly doesn't believe him. But human greed has no limit. Even when people reach the top, they still want more. And the Zippel main family has ruled for thousands of years, so doing anything to keep that power wouldn't be surprising. Quickly admits the Zippel leaders are definitely planning something, then asks why Mayur-Khan acts like he doesn't know. Is he scared of them? She keeps pressing, wondering if fear is making him play dumb. Mayur-Khan cuts in and tells everyone to calm down. He says everyone knows how greedy the Zippels are, and as much as he hates to admit it, they're skilled. Being careful is never wrong, and she should get Amir out first. Quickly laughs, saying he's changed a lot. It's rare to see him read the room. She agrees to send her contractor away first. Then she says she'll help. Mayur-Khan asks what she means, and quickly explains that she wants to face Veda and learn the truth. If they're right, the Zippels are waiting for a chance to attack, and if she falls, they'll probably move at once. As Quickly starts to leave, she rests a hand on Jin's shoulder. Seeing one of Tamar's descendants gives her a sense of duty and reminds her of the old days. She says even his arrogance feels like Tamar's. Then she adds that she's going to call Veda. Right then, Enya returns and asks who the others are. Quickly scolds her for coming outside, then stops herself and says maybe this works out better. She introduces Enya as Ulta's contractor, and the protagonist as the contractor Mayur-Khan is protecting. Enya is stunned, then excitedly asks if he's really MC Runkondel, if young Master MC is actually standing in front of her. Caught off guard by her reaction, he asks what's going on. Quickly covers her face, saying she forgot to mention that Enya has a bit of a fantasy about him. Enya immediately asks the protagonist for an autograph. Quickly tells her to act with more dignity as a contractor. Realizing how she looks, Enya bows and apologizes. She says she lost control because she'd only ever seen Jin in newspapers. Then she introduces herself and admits she's a commoner studying at the academy on scholarship. MC remembers hearing that Ulta cares a lot about bloodlines, so he wonders if Enya's talent is great enough to overcome her birth. He tells her she has nothing to apologize for, though he doesn't really know how to respond to such an excited greeting. Enya asks if she can be even more excited, and he quickly says no. Quickly changes the subject, reminding Enya that she told her not to leave the house. Enya says she felt lonely staying home, so she thought being near Quickle might help. Then she happened to run into him in person, so she says it was lucky she came. Hearing all this, he again thinks about the fact that she's a commoner on scholarship. The protagonist figures Enya was probably pushed around by those stuck-up nobles at the academy, never knowing how important she really was. To him, that was no surprise. That's exactly why he stayed away from those pathetic brats. Enya asks MC why he came. He tells her he's here because of her. There's a chance someone is after her for being Ulta's current contractor, so he asks her to come with him and promises to keep her safe. Then Jin holds out his hand. Shocked, Enya asks if he really wants to take her with him. She lights up, saying her prayers to great Ulta have finally been answered, and starts gushing in pure excitement. Quickly Cantel cuts her off, but Enya is still ready to leave. She says she can go right now, then starts chanting, "All hail Ulta! All hail the god of time!" Quickly Cantel knocks her out on the spot and says she was worried Enya might refuse, but clearly that wasn't a problem. At this rate, she'd follow him even into the Runcorn underground prison. He just stares, saying his clan doesn't have anything like that. Quikantal tells him not to play dumb, there's even a dragon down there. The protagonist and Murakhan are both stunned, while Murakhan drops onto the sofa and passes out. Quikantal looks at him and says he couldn't even stay awake for a minute. She explains that helping MC isn't only about Tamer Runkondal or keeping Enya safe. The real reason is the worn-out dragon who just collapsed. Murakhan still doesn't understand how weak he's gotten. She held back from saying it before, but if a fight with Veda happens, he's not in shape for it. She offers to take his place, and Jin asks if Veda is really that strong. Quikantal says Veda is powerful, but Murakhan's condition is the bigger problem. Even her strike at sea, something Murakhan from 1,000 years ago would have laughed off, hit him hard now. She says they need somewhere to stay until Vader arrives and offers her home as a safe place. He asks if he can accept that favor. Quikantal says yes, if he doesn't mind, but warns that he'll have to deal with Murakhan complaining about staying at his ex's house. Jin realizes the silver dragon is more caring than he thought and agrees, saying he'll handle Murakhan. Quikantal says, good, then it's about time. The protagonist asks what she means. She says Enya will wake up in about 10 seconds, so he should think carefully about how to explain everything. MC is shocked. Someone knocked out shouldn't recover that fast, not even a trained fighter. Right then, Enya wakes up and calls out to him. Quikantal says some things are beyond logic, and maybe Enya is one of them. Then she leaves the explaining to him. A little later, Enya sits across from Jin and asks if a group really is targeting Tikan's contractor and if she might be next. She says she believes it because the protagonist is the one telling her. To her, plots, dragons, danger, and the protagonist showing up all sound kind of romantic. MC admits he gets why she sees it that way. Enya says it's better to stay positive, and no matter what, she'll need to get ready to move to Tikan with her family. She asks when she should leave, and he says the sooner the better. Enya says she can be ready by tomorrow. Her family is just her 7-year-old brother and an old dog named Poofy, and Jin says that's manageable, so she should start packing now. Quikantal tells her to go home and get everything ready today before it gets late. As Enya leaves, she says she'll see them tomorrow. Quikantal adds that they'll need an excuse for the academy, saying Enya is sick would be best. The protagonist agrees, since claiming she dropped out might make people ask questions. Quikantal says that leaves only one thing now, dealing with Veda. Just then, a man in a cap calls from outside asking if anyone's home and saying he came for firewood. Quikantal finds that strange. There's wood everywhere. Jin tells her to wait and asks if she really thinks that's why he's here. He says, not every dragon is as easygoing as Murakhan. The man outside is probably from Amir's special forces, then MC covers his face with a mask. Quikantal is surprised and asks why special forces would be here. He says it's probably because of Enya. They've likely been watching this place and now they want to know who the outsiders Quikantal brought in are. Jin asks if they really dared to spy on him. Quikantal opens the door and the man says she's inside. She instantly grabs him by the throat and demands that he answer clearly. Does he work for Amir's special forces? He denies it, saying he's not part of anything like that. She asks who sent him, if not them. Then Roz walks in, says he did, and tells Quikantal to let the man go. He warns that if she kills him, the special forces will rush in. She releases the man, says Roz is the one in charge anyway, and if she has to kill someone, it may as well be him. She lunges at Roz, ready to attack, saying maybe that's the only way to cool her anger. Roz stays calm and asks if killing him would really be enough. Quikantal pauses, realizing he took her hit head-on without a problem. He's clearly no ordinary member of Amir's Special Affairs Division. She notices the red mask, a mark used only by group leaders in Bement's Special Affairs Division, and his curved sword. Put together, that can only mean one thing. He's Roz, the Emperor's right hand and leader of Group 3 in Bement's Special Affairs Division, a swordsman even, the Runkentels know by name. Jin judges him to be extremely strong, at least 8-star level from the feel of his energy, and is glad he hit his face with Mew's rune. Quikantal admits Roz is impressive for a human, even after what she just did to him. Roz apologizes if he offended her and says they had no choice. They needed to confirm the identity of the guests who snuck into Amir Bement. Now that they know, he says he's leaving. Quikantal isn't moved. She snaps that saying sorry doesn't erase barging into her home like this, and says there's a limit to how shameless a person can be. Roz calmly picks up a box and mentions that Enya hurried out a little while ago. Then he asks if Quikantal really thinks it's safe for Enya to be outside alone this late at night. He warns that if she fights him here, she might win. But while that happens, Enya could end up in danger. So does she still want to continue? The threat is obvious. Roz says if she lets this end here, he'll overlook it this time. But next time, she'll have to bet something she truly cares about. Everything she's protected could be lost. He tells her to be ready to lose it all, because of what she did today, then says goodbye until next time. Later, Roz moves through the forest, and tells his men he's confirmed the smugglers are here. He orders them to return and learn who they are. For now, all surveillance on the Silver Dragon is to stop. One guard asks if they shouldn't keep watching Quikantal and the smugglers, but Roz says no. Pushing further could make things worse. He says he'll take responsibility. Then he orders a full retreat. After noticing a cut on his hand, he starts thinking they may be planning something. He warns that everyone could be at risk and orders them to stop all close-range surveillance unless something unusual happens. The guard accepts the order, saying he understands. Quikantal is furious. Back inside, she slams her fist onto the table and curses herself for leaving Enya in this awful town. If Jin and Murkan hadn't shown up, she doesn't want to think about what might have happened. The protagonist says they should be thankful they stopped things before they got worse, and that Enya's safety now has to be their top priority. Quikantal agrees they'll move tomorrow. The next morning, MC and Quikantal watch ships leaving the coast. MC says he's relieved he found a merchant ship bound for Tychon, and assures her he paid the captain well to keep Enya safe. Murkan is escorting her, though Quikantal says that part worries her. She gets ready to leave, saying she'll contact Veda right away so Jin can meet her. Once Murkan comes back, a week passes. Murkan stands in front of a house when he comes over and praises him for handling things. Murakan says Quicantel is more bitter than he expected, and the protagonist asks why he's bringing that up now. Murakan reveals that this house was built back when he and Quicantel were together. That's why she let them stay here. Jin asks if his frozen heart is finally thawing. Murakan brushes it off, saying old feelings don't come back that easily. Still, being in a house like this brings back memories from 1,000 years ago. Good times with Tamer and Quicantel. He admits that despite everything they went through, those days were always fun. The memories leave him strangely sad, and MC notices, asking if something's wrong. Murakan says it's nothing. His head just started hurting. Then Quicantel shows up and mocks him, asking if a little flying already wore him out. Murakan fires back, telling her to shut up. No matter how weak he is now, something that minor would never tire him out. Jin tells him to pull himself together. She tells them Vita finally sent a reply. The meeting is set for tomorrow night on a deserted island off Beijing's southern coast. He asks what she plans to do when she meets Vita. Quicantel says she'll ask about Asol's guardian dragon, Lurai, and if he plays dumb, she'll use force. Jin likes how direct she is. Murakan says it's not a bad plan, but if it were him, he'd avoid a hassle like this. Then he remembers Enya isn't with Quicantel now, so she can act however she wants. That thought makes him quickly add not to do anything reckless. Murakan says that even if he's weaker now, he doesn't need pity from his ex. She fires back that it isn't pity. This is for Enya, and the other side clearly takes dragon honor seriously. Quicantel says that means he'll probably come alone, then asks if Murakan really thinks she'd lose to someone like that. She tells him to relax, but Murakan figures they're probably not coming alone at all. If they really took Litri and are plotting something with the contract, they'll come fully prepared. Quicantel shifts into her dragon form and takes off. Sometime later, Andre Zippel says it's an honor to meet Quicantel, the silver dragon of time, and that he's glad to finally see her. Via notes the winged dragon, the vice head of Zippel, and Melzier's contractor. He introduces himself as Andre Zippel. Quicantel reminds Via that he promised to come alone. He says that when her letter arrived, Andre Zippel was already with him. Since Andre was interested in the story about Ulta's contractor, he brought him along and hopes she can overlook it. Quicantel says she's been rude lately. He moves past that and says they should get to the point, because he has something important to discuss about Ing Ulta's contract. She asks where Lad is right now. He laughs and says he gets it now. He's been led around, so that's what she really wanted all along. She tells him to answer. He took Litri a year ago, and since then Asol's contractor still hasn't found his guardian dragon. He says he doesn't know what answer would satisfy her, but Litri is fine. Quicantel asks how he can joke at a time like this. He says he doesn't know what ties she has to Asol's contractor, but she should stay out of Zippel's business. She snaps that he's out of his mind. Taking a young dragon who knows nothing about the world is a terrible crime. Hidden behind rocks, the protagonist and Murakan watch as Murakan curses Vita, and the protagonist comments on how arrogant he is. Vita says this talk is going nowhere, then summons a storm of wind. He offers her a deal. If she hands over the contract, he'll let her live. She laughs at him and calls him an old lizard. He attacks at once, saying if that's her answer, she should get ready to die. Quicantel turns into a dragon, pulls back fast and gives her own offer. Return Litri now, and she'll make his death quick. Andre Zippel laughs, noticing she brushed off Vita's attacks with ease, then starts gathering mana into his staff. He says it's been a long time since he could fight at full power with full support. Jin sees this and realizes it's the first time since his rebirth that he's watched a 9-star mage's mana. He remembers Andre Zippel was turned away by the Runkendel family, but he still belongs to the powerful Zippel clan, so MC wonders how strong he really is. Andre Zippel calls to his side, saying it's time to regroup. The silver dragon of time is ready. Quicantel senses the danger and tries to dodge, but suddenly she can't move or fly. Andre Zippel says the wind has turned on her, because every current on this island belongs to him. He declares himself the king of Melgar, the god of wind, and says no one flies without his permission. In his eyes, she was never his equal. Viota throws in a spell too, but Quicantel just mocks them and asks if that's all they've got. Andre tells her she's not enough, and says he'll show her the real thing. If she thought wind was all he could use, she was wrong. Then he releases a raging lightning spell and shouts for her to die. Jin tells Murakan to help, but Murakan says not yet. Quicantel did get careless, but those fools are just as cocky. When the spell hits, Quicantel uses her power, and he feels time itself stop. She turns Andre Zippel's attack aside and sends it elsewhere. Andre Zippel is stunned. The power to control time, even freezing magic, is something he hasn't seen in ages. Quicantel vows to tear that smug mouth apart. Andre Zippel says she got furious after only one spell, and tells Vita to fire the next attack, but Vita doesn't move. Andre Zippel yells at him to hurry, and Vita realizes his body is frozen. It has to be the effect of her time control. Quicantel takes the opening, grabs Andre Zippel by the tail, and hurls him away. He slams into rocks and screams. Andre Zippel calls to Vita and roars, asking how he dares defy him. The answer is to keep talking if he wants. He's still just a worthless little lizard. Andre Zippel orders the silver dragon to stop. She tells him to shut up and watch. Vita is next, and she thinks he's already handled, but she's used too much of her power and realizes she needs Jin and Murakan to deal with the mage. Andre Zippel says she crossed the line. Only the strong get to be arrogant. Murakan stares and asks if that's an origin stone. No way, it should have been destroyed already. He can't believe Andre Zippel has it. Andre says Quick-and-Tell was born the silver dragon of time and lived like she was the strongest, but she was wrong. Humans, dragons, even gods, he says all of them will end up under the Zippel family. Quick-and-Tell tells him to stop denying reality and accept it. Murakan is sure it's the origin stone. Long ago the gods made it as a last safeguard when the world faced ruin. But because it held all their power and could destroy the world itself, they destroyed it in the end. So why is something that should be gone in a mage's hands? He calls out to Quick-and-Tell while she stares at it and asks what it is. Andre Zippel laughs and says this is how the weak should face the strong. Where do the weak belong before true power? Quick-and-Tell warns him to get away from her, while Andre Zippel notices the black dragon and asks who he is. There are only 2 black dragons left in the world and Murakan is clearly one of them. If he woke from a 1,000-year sleep, then the boy beside him must be his contractor, Jin Runkentel, the one who left the house not long ago. Andre says he came to claim Ulta's contractor, but now the feast has grown bigger. To be fair, he says he'll wake up his sleeping friend. He mutters that he shouldn't have held back his strength, then says sorry old friend, as the black dragon appears. Murakan says he thought he was really dead and mocks him. It's been a while. The black dragon tells him to get lost. Vegeta says even if he has to sleep, Murakan attacks with the black dragon. The enemy blocks it and says good. If Murakan were too weak, this would have been disappointing. He tells Murakan to be happy because he'll go down in history as the one who killed a legend. Murakan tells him to quit talking crazy. Andre Zippel asks if they still want to fight. He says he planned to go easy on him, but after seeing that face, he has to kill him. Then another voice cuts in. She was here too. Jin says letting a kid join in won't change anything, and the attack comes at the protagonist. Vidya tries to stop it and warns, telling the kid to dodge. MC catches the chain and snaps it, then shatters the mirror too. She says he never contacted her once, but it looks like he's in serious trouble. It's their youngest, he Runkentel. Jin Runkentel looks up as Andre Zippel stares at her and wonders if she's the white whale. She answers that she is the vice patriarch of Zippel's opponent and his wind dragon's equal. Good, that's enough of a reason to call her here. She asks her youngest brother if he really held out that long against enemies like these, and whether he's hurt anywhere. The protagonist says he was honestly close to his limit and thanks her for coming. Then she asks Andre Zippel if he plans to keep standing there in silence, because she wants him to explain exactly what business he has with her younger brother. Jin thinks their enemies include the vice patriarch of Zippel and the wind dragon revived through an artifact filled with divine power. It was a shaky fight even with his older sister here, but now he finally feels safe. This battle is already over. Andre Zippel tells them to step back, but Murakan arrives and grabs him. Andre recognizes him, and Murakan says he's sorry. They controlled all the wind, so he couldn't stop them. Still, Jin's got a great sister. If she'd come even a moment later, they'd have been finished. MC says they survived thanks to Murakan, and admits he really didn't expect this. He thought the white whale might show up, but now one thing is certain. Andre Zippel says they broke their oath with Zippel. Luna Runkandel used magic, and Zippel won't let that slide. She says that's fine, but the truth is never making it back to his clan. Andre Zippel glares at her as his monster roars. She rushes in, drops him in one hit, and speaks. Every Zippel she's met has been full of hot air, and the vice patriarch is no different. Then she asks Vita if he's staying in dragon form. If so, that just gives her more places to cut. Vita turns human, and Andre calls out to him. Vita grips his magic spear and realizes that power isn't magic. It's more like authority with a demonic feel mixed in too. That's why the wind dragon is pushing so hard. She says he still needs time to truly use that artifact. Then she mocks them both, the vice patriarch of Zippel and the wind dragon, both depending on a cheap tool. She asks if they really think a thing like that can save them. Veda snaps that she's just an insignificant woman and lunges at her, demanding to know what gives her the right to talk like that. She fires back and the two keep trading blows, each trying to finish the other. Veda starts taking damage. She tells him this is the limit of his power, and he clearly has nothing else to show her, so she'll end it fast. She unleashes Jin's third final move, Meteor Shower. He explains that Runkandel's swordsmanship is the sword of a conqueror, violent non-stop and built on struggle, growth, and pride. The spirit of Runkandel fills every strike. That's why their swords don't follow fixed forms. They exist for one reason only, to kill the enemy. He says there are secret moves and final moves too. As Jin thinks about the third final move, Meteor Shower, he sees it as both beautiful and terrifyingly strong. When the white whale attacks, Veda asks Andre if he's alright, and Andre tells him to get a grip. Andre can't understand it. She's not borrowing a god's authority through a contract, and she's not using some ancient relic either. So how can a mere human be this strong? Veda tells himself all he has to do is survive. If he lives, there's still a chance to turn this around. With the magical godstone, they can flip the battle. Even if he dies protecting Andre, he can just be brought back with it. So it's not over yet, he thinks. As long as he has the magical godstone, he can't die. With this, he's a god. She says she still has a long way to go before reaching her father's sword. Standing by Veda's broken wing, she thinks this should be enough to study, and it should also provoke him. He thinks that even if she never reaches her father's level, the youngest one will learn from this. Then a monster appears behind her, and she says now it's starting to hurt her pride, and if he keeps acting this stubborn in front of her brother, she's really gonna get annoyed. She slashes at the monster. The protagonist asks what that thing is, and Murakami says it's clear now. Zipple made a source stone using factors. The protagonist asks what a source stone is, and Murakami explains it's a weapon made so gods can keep each other in check. Luckily, this one looks unfinished, but it's still dangerous. The black dragon says they need to leave, then tells Myron to wait. MC wants to stay and fight. He can't leave an enemy that dangerous to his sister alone. But Murakami says she can handle that much herself, and right now they're only in the way, so they need to fall back. He thinks about his contract with Soldaret as he goes to meet Myron. He was born with luck and talent far beyond others, yet now he's forced to retreat without putting up a real fight. At this rate, it'll be just like that time. Not again, he thinks. He can't feel that helplessness again. He has to become stronger. Murakami knows Jin is reckless, but after seeing that spirit in him, he feels oddly proud enough to want to bite him. Yes, that's enough, he thinks. As long as that fire in the protagonist's talent doesn't go out, he'll become the best. Until then, Murakami will guard his back. He thinks of his contractor of 1,000 years. Luna asks if he really thinks changing his appearance means he can kill her. To her, he's just a pitiful man lost in his own fantasy. He attacks, but she blocks it and says there are 12 gods sealed inside her right now. He asks what exactly is inside her, then mocks her for carrying nothing but a sword, too small for someone like him to fear. He tells her to give up here and now, even if her father were present. No one could stand against him. Luna answers that for a swordsman, one sword is enough. She adds that if he had faced her with the magic he spent his whole life sharpening, he might have seen at least half of the martial power she built up. Then she says she'll show him, out of pity, what his crude toy can never reach, and what a sword becomes when it's honored and perfected. Vada thinks about her red aura. He's fought countless knights, but never one like this. Still, he swears he'll make this arrogant woman feel true helplessness. Luna strikes with Blood Moon. The impact on Vada is so huge that she thinks she might get dragged into it herself. Jin calls out and tells her to grab his hand as she falls. He thinks that today, the youngest will be the one to save her, and she reaches for his hand. Elsewhere, codename Raz reports to Amir, who asks if the island is completely gone. Raz says yes, and that a strange vortex swallowed nearby matter too. A huge amount of mana was found around the area. Humans were involved as well, but one thing is certain, the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon's power were there. Amir asks what he means by Wind Dragon, and Raz says their division believed it was Veda of the Zipple family. Before the incident, Veda had been seen crossing the border. It seems the Wind Dragon is dead. Amir asks about the human mana. Did he learn who it belonged to? Raz says it appears to be contractors. Amir asks what he means by appears. Raz explains they were contractors, guardian dragons, and there was also an ominous energy. He thinks it may be tied to something they're making. Amir asks about Andre. Raz says they're still investigating. Amir says too much has been missing from recent reports, then asks if they've figured out who Quick and Tell's guests were. Raz admits he has no excuse. Amir says fine, if Raz can't do it, who can? Then he orders him not to let anything leak to the press. If they can't find Myron by tonight, file a missing person report. As he walks off, he orders more people from Special Affairs into Zipple territory. They need to be the best, even if the two sides are supposedly on good terms. Raz says Amir is blowing this up too far and that he isn't a patient man. Raz thinks he knows that well, then answers that he will meet the Emperor's expectations. Later, two people sit in a room. Sir Bashal asks for forgiveness and says they used a devil stone. The reply comes at once. They did, and there was a massive battle on the coast of Bint involving the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon. By the end of it, an island vanished. In its place, a vortex remained, so he's sure a devil stone was broken. Bargaston cuts in, furious, asking how they dared destroy his product like that. He warns them not to waste it again before it's finished. He chews his food, then spits and tosses it toward his companion's mouth. He says he can't forgive this and wants to confront those idiot mages right now. They don't know the value of what they ruined. Sir Bashal shields his face from the flying food and thinks those stupid Zipple fools have made a huge mess. Because of them, he'll have to delay killing this pig. Bargastan says he knew it. Sir Bashal is angry too, and he can feel the killing intent. Sir Bashal says the leader is furious because of this and is reconsidering the alliance with Zipple. For now, all messages from them should be ignored. Elsewhere, Luna attacks with a magic sphere. She says Andre is dead, while Kajin says he must have escaped with Veda, and he even took the Devil Stone. Luna says it had to be one of two things. The Silver Dragon's power was beyond what they expected, or someone else joined the fight. Kajin asks what that could mean, then brings up the Shadow Dragon, the one who killed the graveyard giant in Misha. If that was her power, it would make sense, and she wouldn't fear the Devil Stone. Luna asks who Misha is. Kajin says she's Murakami's sister. Then he adds that Quick and Tell was Miran's ex-lover, so Misha isn't a stranger to her. Luna says she understands, and now she knows what needs to happen next. Kajin asks if she wants him to go find her. She says that's impossible. If black dragons want to hide, no one can find them. Then she laughs and tells him to stop acting like a baby. It's still a shame they lost the Devil Stone, Kajin says she's calm even though her younger brother died. She answers that of course she's sad, but she always knew this could happen. What shocked her more was hearing he went to Chiron's banquet without telling her. Kajin calls that a lie and says the maker of the Devil Stone should just build another one. Without it, they can't take over the Runkendale family before Chiron dies, and the same goes for the Black Kings. She says she doubts he's the only one upset over this. Kajin tells her to stop acting like a child. If she wants to rule the world, she has to handle at least that much, especially if she wants to become this world's god. Sometime later, Jin knocks on Gilly's door. She answers from inside and asks for a moment. When she opens it and asks who it is, he says they're back, Gilly, and asks if she can make them something to eat. They couldn't eat anything on the flight home, and Lady Luna is with them too. Murakhan chimes in, asking for strawberry pie. Mirren fans Gilly as she blurts out that the young master is getting kicked out. Quinella says Gilly just has the wrong idea. She worries about him too much. MC says that's because Gilly cares about him too much. Then Kashmir Alphen Runkendal arrives, sees the guests, and asks who they are. MC introduces Luna as his oldest sister, and she greets the famous noble sword she's heard so much about. He says calling him that is embarrassing, and Kashmir serving him is already an honor. Then he introduces the other guest, Enya, guardian dragon of the Silver Dragon. Quicontel, Kashmir realizes there's another dragon involved. He greets her politely and introduces himself as Kashmir Alphen Runkendal, leader of the Seven Colors and an ally of young master the protagonist. This time, he tells himself not to mess up. MC quickly apologizes, saying he should have told him ahead of time. Kashmir brushes it off. They're already on the same side. Quicontel asks where Enya is, and Kashmir says he was just about to explain. Latri returned 3 hours ago. Jin asks if it was today, and Kashmir says yes. Latri is with his daughter and Enya now. But something is strange. Latri remembers nothing from the time she was gone. Latri asks if she was kidnapped. He says no, but she's sure something happened. She brings up Virate refusing to teach her dragon language magic, and asks what came after that. Murakhan points out that Latri looks far too fine for someone who was threatened by the Zippel family. Maybe she really wasn't kidnapped. Luna shuts that down. She says she got a confession from them herself. Kashmir says they're wiping away the proof. Jin asks what he means, and Kashmir explains they're probably erasing everything tied to the Zippel family's special tricks whenever things go bad. Then Kashmir asks about the Devil Stone, and Jin says it's an artifact the Zippels have. Mercantel explains it belonged to the Zippel family's vice head and the Wind Dragon, and that it can absorb god contractors. Kashmir thinks about how far they've gone and wonders why they would need something like the Devil Stone. He decides there's only one answer. If they made a copy of the real stone, they want to become gods. They're trying to collect the power of every god and destroy anyone in their way, so they can stand alone as the one god ruling this world. Kashmir tells them to rest for now. If Luna agrees, he'll have the Seven Colors dig into this fully. He also offers to take her to Enya. She agrees and says she'll go. Kashmir nods and leads the way. Gilly asks Jin if she's okay now. Gilly asks him if she's feeling better. She says yes, then passes out again, making Rohan call her strawberry pie. Later, Luna sits down with a bottle of wine. She says that after Jin wiped out the underground groups, Tashing and Taiking, the Free City got a lot safer. On top of that, the Zippel vice head and Violetta ended up dead. He pulled all that off in just 2 months as a reserve flag bearer. She adds that he even used magic without official approval. If he'd been caught, he could have been killed. Gilly admits she thought it was all over when she got caught, but now she sees Luna already knew everything. Luna laughs, frightening her by accident, then says she can let it slide once, as long as the Patriarch doesn't see it. She says their father already knows everything, from the Tashing mess to Andre Zippel's death. Soon he'll know she was involved too. Gilly worries that this could turn out really badly, but Jin arrives and tells her not to panic. He has a plan. He says he's going to face their father with his oldest sister. Luna asks if he planned that from the start, and the protagonist says yes. She asks what he's going to say, and both of them go quiet while Gilly asks who he plans to meet. MC says when the time comes, he trusts Luna to stop him if needed. Even their own family fears her, so Gilly must have had it rough. Luna agrees to go with him and asks when they leave. Jin says they'll take the first teleport gate tomorrow. Luna says moving fast is best, while Gilly tries to speak up. Luna adds that since their family is always busy fighting each other, she should at least act like one warm family member for him, and be his shield. She says she knew he must have already thought this through, and he says of course. After a while, a magician shows up and mocks her for bringing him back instead of talking him out of it. Luna calls him over and he answers. She says they should treat him properly, and Luna agrees. One Run Candle calls the whole thing insane, and asks if the protagonist cares about anything at all. Why come back and walk into the Garden of Swords as a future flag bearer? Another says this only happened because their oldest sister went easy on him, but Luna fires back that he's dodging the duty of a reserve flag bearer. She says she knows he also thinks this has gone too far, right, older sister? She can tell everyone came ready for this. She wonders if their father already knew. Shocked, she asks if the youngest gave up his right to be a flag bearer. Then she jokes that after hitting puberty, maybe he got curious about what comes after death. Still, she says he can't die yet. He still has to fight her when he grows up. Then she asks Luna why she brought him here. Luna says she didn't. He came by himself. The reply is sharp. She should have stopped him instead of being careless, just because he's Luna Runkindel. She says she doesn't even know where their father is, which makes them ask why she wants to know. Jin realizes even Luna can be hard to deal with. Luna asks if he came to see their father. MC says yes and addresses his second oldest sister, while another brother laughs and says he really wants to die. He survived before only by luck, so did he start thinking too highly of himself, just because he was a little better than the Tom siblings? Luna draws her sword and blocks the way. The blade at her sibling's neck. She orders the first flag bearer to put her weapon down. It's the Patriarch's direct command. She reminds them that their father called for the reserve flag bearer to come alone, and if Luna won't obey, she won't move either. This is the last warning. Drop the weapon. It's an order from the Patriarch, and if she resists, she'll be killed. Jin tells his oldest sister not to worry, while everyone braces for a clash. Then she turns back to him. Speaking as a Runkandel, not just their father's son, he says he came to tell him something, and nothing bad will happen. Luna tells him to go. The protagonist heads inside the castle. He thinks his other siblings don't really understand their father. Yes, a reserve flag bearer isn't supposed to come home, but he doubts their father cares much about rules like that. Jin believes that if he gets the same chance to explain as before like the last time, when his father put a hand on his head and said it was a good question, then everything should be fine. With that thought, he reaches the study and knocks. When MC enters, his father says maybe he expected too much from him. He reminds him that he gave him 5 years and asks why he came back so early. Jin remembers hearing that his father's sword energy erases his enemies completely. He also sees the aura sword in his hand and wonders if this is a warning of what will happen if he draws his own blade. For a moment, the protagonist feels his father may be even more dangerous than he thought. His father says he won't ask twice. Why is he here? MC knows he can't start with an apology, even if it costs his life. He steadies himself and says he came because he missed him. His father thinks about hearing words like that from his children before, and decides it isn't so bad. Then he says he has gotten soft and childish after living outside. He answers that it's not because of the outside world, he's always liked him. Then the protagonist wonders if his father is reading that as killing intent and worries. He said the wrong thing. His father nearly laughs. Surprised, he tells MC to stop the nonsense and get to the point. So MC reports that Andre Zippel, the vice head who insulted him at the banquet, is dead. His father asks if he killed him. The protagonist says no. Luna did, though he played a part. Then he asks permission to explain everything that happened and a few other things he wants to discuss. His father agrees, tells him to sit, and comes down to join him. Sitting across from him, MC's father says MC has done quite a lot in a short time, from Arn to Bement. He asks if MC came because Andre's death might cause trouble inside the Zippel family, since their second-in-command is gone. He says Andre wasn't their real second-in-command. He acknowledges Luna's strength, but says Andre, as vice-head of the only family that can rival Runkindel, felt too lacking. His father agrees. Andre was only the vice-head, not the true second-in-command. There's someone above him after Kelliarch, but he can't tell Jin more about that yet. The protagonist thanks him for confirming what he suspected and says his father still hasn't heard the most important part yet. His father asks what that is, and MC says they used a strange artifact. His father asks about it. His father asks what kind of artifact he means, and Jin answers that it was the Devil Stone, the name Andre Zippel used. He says the info he found points to it being a copy of the Origin Stone, a relic the gods made long ago. His father then asks about the Origin Stone and whether Murakhan told him about it. Jin says yes, he knows about that, and he also knows his father can use mana. His father asks if he really thought he could hide that from him. The protagonist says he figured his father already knew. He just didn't expect him to know about Murakhan too. His father laughs and says the part about Murakhan was only a guess at first. Later he confirmed it himself. Then he asks who Butterful Runkandel is and starts laughing, saying they turned the Great Black Dragon into nothing more than a cat. Then he says the fake Origin Stone is serious information, and Jin should report it to Luna too. MC thinks about how dangerous that power could be. He has no idea how far the Zippel family has taken it, or whether the rulers of the Black Sea know about it. He starts thinking he may need to go there himself. His father says he'll let this rule-breaking slide once, but wants something in return, and asks what Jin wants. He asks that no one else from the Runkindel family be allowed into the independent city, Tikan, for the time being. His father asks if that's the place the protagonist secretly settled in, and MC confirms it. His father agrees, but says MC has to pass a test from Tikan's hidden master, Kashmir Alphone, to prove where he stands. Jin says that if he passes, no Runkindel will enter Tikan without his approval. His father gives him 1 year to prove himself and win over the man who once refused to become a Runkindel instructor. Kashmir Alphone arrives, agrees, and his father settles it. Afterward, Kashmir thinks about Kiran Runkandel, the strongest knight in the world, and wonders if anyone could be more dignified. Just looking at him makes his stomach hurt. Still, he reminds himself Kiran is only a guest in the Runkandel mansion, so there's no reason to be afraid. Kiran greets Kashmir with respect, but Kashmir quickly asks him to drop the noble sword title and just call him Kashmir Alphone. He feels awkward with all that formality in front of Kieran. Jin calls out to his father, and Kieran tells him to continue. He says his bond with Kashmir Alphen is like a shared fate. He says he has already proven that connection, so now it's time to keep the promise. Kashmir quietly wonders what Jin means by shared fate. Kieran questions him too, saying that kind of wording makes it sound like Tekin belongs to the Runkandel family, or that Tekin and Runkandel are becoming one. Kashmir catches that meaning at once and realizes Tekin's independence is on the line. Even so, Kieran stands firm, despite the idea that the protagonist may have tricked his father. Jin cuts in and rejects that claim, saying he was simply lucky. Kieran accepts that and declares that from now on, no Runkandel member may enter Tekin without MC's direct approval. MC thanks his father and leaves. Kashmir thinks that from now on, their fates are tied together for good. Kieran tells Jin to go if he has nothing else to say, since he has private business with Kashmir Alphen. He says he'll wait outside. Kashmir asks to speak briefly, and Kieran allows it. Kashmir says it's an honor. Outside, Daytona and Haytona rush over to the protagonist and ask if he's okay. MC stares at them and asks why the Daytona brothers are here. Daytona asks why he would pull something like that and whether their father said he could live. He thinks they must have been hiding somewhere nearby because the mood was so bad, then asks them for a favor. They ask what it is, and he says it's simple. Look after the cadets in his faction until he returns. Daytona blurts out, "Your faction," then changes course and asks if he's okay. Jin walks off wondering since when they worried about him and tells them he's counting on them. Haytona says the protagonist is the same as ever, way too carefree. After meeting their father, and Daytona agrees, saying that as usual, he's a little scary. As they watch him go, MC leaves the palace and calls out to another sibling. He says he needs to see father too because he has questions about that day. Miyu calls after him, asking if he's seriously ignoring what's going on and ignoring them too. Jin apologizes and says it's important, which makes it hard to explain. Maichu demands to know how he can act like this. Then Kashmir Alphen arrives, and he asks if his talk went well. Kashmir says it did, which is a relief. Maichu asks what Kashmir is doing there, pointing out that he went inside a while ago and now dares stand in the Runkandel garden. Lunta steps in and tells them to stop, saying the head seems finished with what he needed to do. She sheaths her sword, making it clear there's no need to push this any further. Jin thanks his eldest sister for her help and says he's always in her debt. Lunta tells him it's fine, and he thanks her for backing him up. Then Luna asks if he's leaving now, and he says yes. He plans to throw himself into training for a while. She tells him to take care, and he says he'll see her again, along with his eldest sister and older brothers. 1 month later, in the underground training hall at Kashmir Alphen's mansion, Kashmir notes that in Jin's 30th spar with Alisa Betzer Badger, the protagonist has now lost for the 30th time. Still, the protagonist asks for one more round, a 31st try. At the start of August 1795, the Zippel family officially announces the deaths of Andre and Vigo. Since they don't reveal how they died, rumors spread fast. Some say it was an internal power struggle, others blame a clash with Cold's group, and some claim they were killed after angering the Emperor of Amirbament. But the rumor people trust most is that they died fighting the Runkandel family. Soon, everyone starts talking about a coming war between Zippel and Runkandel, magic against swords. The answer may depend on which neutral forces pick a side, and when. Meanwhile, a yellow-haired aide reports that the Prince of the CH Kingdom and 5 second-rate mercenary groups have asked for support and sent gifts. Kashmir Alphen tells them to return the gifts, accept the requests, give the kingdom a fine sword, and make sure the prince gets the throne. The aide answers that they'll send an 8-star guardian knight. Kieran Runkandel remarks that all of this started because his youngest caused trouble on one of those deserted islands. He says the boy is already moving the family. Then he orders Knight Khan to head to the Black Sea again. After Khan leaves, Kieran adds that if Kashmir Alphen sends a letter, it is to be brought straight to him. Khan accepts the order at once. Elsewhere, Jin keeps training with his sword and tells himself the 1000th swing should feel like the first, but he still isn't satisfied. He knows that without Luna, he would have died back there. Looking at the 15 years since his regression, he sees that he has reached 5-star level in both swordsmanship and magic, and he's close to that point in shadow energy too. Even so, thinking about what's coming, he knows he must get stronger. In the 5 years his father gave him, he has to become so strong that he can surpass his siblings. Kashmir Alphen cuts in and tells the young master to stop. He warns that if Jin keeps pushing like this every day, even a Runkandel body won't hold up. MC asks why Misha and Kashmir Alphen are here. Misha sees that his hands are torn up and worries about the blood. She grabs his hand, and he admits he must be getting impatient. Kashmir says that while no one his age can match him, the enemies waiting ahead won't be ordinary. This kind of impatience is poison. It'll only drag him backward in the end. Jin says he's ashamed because he knows that already, but it's still hard. Misha starts healing his hands. Kashmir tells him there's nothing to be ashamed of. He's doing more in one day than most people ever could. If anything, it's incredible. Then he suggests changing the training to something that can calm him down. The protagonist asks what kind, and Kashmir says sparring with someone far stronger. Jin asks if he means Kashmir himself, and Kashmir throws the question back at him. Even after showing some weakness lately, Kashmir draws his sword, slashes through a wall, and presents himself as the noble sword, Kashmir Alphen. He says they can spar once MC can block that. Until then, he should settle for fighting Taekan's strongest guard, Elisa Betzer Badger. Elisa arrives and says it's been a while since she's seen her husband's student. Kashmir gives Jin a goal. Beat her within 6 months using swordsmanship, magic, and shadow energy together. Julia asks her mother if she's going to fight brother him, and her mother says no, they're just building their friendship. Julia asks what that means and says she hates fighting. Her mother then asks who she would cheer for, her or brother, the protagonist. Julia says she'd cheer for MC. Her mom acts offended and says Julia should be on her side sometimes. MC watches Elisa and thinks that aside from her physical strength, she doesn't seem that intimidating. Julia bluntly adds that he is the weaker one, and her mom always told her to support whoever is weaker and trying harder. Elisa laughs it off, saying her daughter just tells the truth. The protagonist answers calmly that it's okay. Then Elisa suggests they spar every day after she finishes work and dinner. MC is surprised by the everyday part and worries he'd be taking up too much of her time. Elisa just laughs and tells him not to worry. It'll pass before they know it. 2 days later, Jin and Elisa get ready to spar, and he wonders if she's actually far stronger than she looks. Before they begin, she says there's something he should know. She used to work in Bemin's Special Affairs Division. Because of that, she won't go easy on him, so he shouldn't lose heart if he gets beaten. Jin realizes the 6-month plan had a real purpose, and he decides not to take her lightly. Elisa suddenly rushes in with a punch. He nearly slams into the wall, but he barely blocks it. He shifts into his monstrous form, draws his sword and strikes back, but Elisa dodges the attack with ease. The protagonist asks if they need to call a medic, and she says yes, then hits him hard enough to send him flying. Elisa sounds surprised that she landed 2 hits on the first day. She says the first blow wasn't even that strong, then asks if Jin had tried to weaken the ground before the spar. He admits it, saying she caught on near the end. She also asks about the strange light from earlier, and MC explains it was an ancient spell called Flash Veil, which he put on his sword before the match. Still, he admits tricks like that may not work. Elisa corrects him, they're not tricks, they're tactics. She starts to see that he doesn't beat stronger enemies by luck alone. The protagonist realizes every chance he made came from careful planning and prediction, and he can tell because this was only a spar. If it had been a real battle, though, he can clearly picture his enemies' faces. This is his first total defeat since returning, and even after using every method he could think of, he lost. He wonders if it's because she came from Bemin's Special Affairs. If he wants to beat her in 6 months, he'll have to keep facing her again and again until then. And somehow that makes him excited, while Kashmir writes a letter. A month later, on September 22nd, 1795, in the eastern waters known as the Black Sea, Khan defeats a monster, kneels before Chiron, and introduces himself as Guardian Knight Khan. He hands over a letter from Kashmir that arrived 10 days ago. Chiron opens it and starts reading. The letter begins with a long apology for not properly expressing deep thanks and respect. It even says that the stars overtaken tonight seem to praise Sir Chiron's greatness. Signed, Kashmir Alphen Runkendel, humble swordsman. Chiron remarks that he only told Kashmir to report on the youngest, so Kashmir must be a very sensitive person. He decides to tell Kashmir to keep future reports shorter. Then he notes that he's been following the youngest training on the island, and lately the boy has been losing over and over to Kashmir's wife. He mentions that the number of hits rose from 3 in the first spar to 40 by the 30th. In the 40th match, the youngest endured more than 120 hits, showing huge growth. Khan comments on all those losses and wonders if there's really something amusing about watching the young master get beaten. Chiron explains that Kashmir's wife served in Amir Bemin's Special Affairs 2nd Division, so she's not someone the young master can beat with luck. He adds that surviving over 120 hits in the 40th spar means the youngest has already pushed past his limits. Chiron says it's a shame. If the youngest had been the firstborn, he would have handed over the family without hesitation. But things are unfortunate. Khan asks why there was no mention of the heir, saying this is the first time Chiron has spoken openly about him. Khan says he's watched for a long time but never heard the details. He points out that Joshua's place came from Luna stepping down, not from the patriarch choosing him directly. Khan thinks Joshua is still too young and untested for that position. Chiron agrees Joshua has grown impressively, but says talent alone doesn't mean he'll be confirmed. Khan asks why Chiron says that, and Chiron answers that he isn't being harsh. Joshua is simply too gentle. He says Joshua's life was different from his own, and in this family, a person must be able to cut off even family ties when needed. Chiron says that is what a Runkendel is. Khan says he understands and will head back for now. Chiron then asks why a letter that arrived 10 days ago took so long to reach him. Khan apologizes and says he hurried, but too many monsters got in the way. Chiron says that excuse will do for now, and tells him to arrive a day earlier next time. Khan agrees. Elsewhere, Elisa says this is already the 93rd day and praises MC for improving so much. MC laughs and says he still has to keep pushing if he wants to finish this within 6 months. Elisa invites him upstairs for dessert, saying Latree made ice cream. He declines. He still has something to do. When she asks if he's doing that again today, he says of course, he's still far from where he wants to be, then grabs his sword. Elisa thinks the same thing every time they spar. The protagonist's growth is unnatural. His aura and magic are increasing together, and the thing making that possible is the black power linking them. She's heard it comes from a contract with a god, and the idea amazes her. But even that power only matters because Jin can endure so much. Elisa thinks a genius who also works this hard at this rate forgets 6 months. She might lose to him as soon as tomorrow. The next day, MC and Elisa spar again. Elisa calls his move an obvious feint as she rushes in, but Jin blocks her strike. He counters, and this time Elisa gets wounded. He quickly asks if she's okay, and she says she is, though it's been a long time since she's taken a hit like that. The protagonist says he'll go get Mia and thinks that thrust should have been dodged. He only got lucky. Elisa meanwhile admits she was careless. His shadow energy blocked her sight, but she assumed he'd repeat the same pattern and stop thinking ahead. She realizes she's gotten rusty since retiring. Even so, she charges again, thinking things just got serious, and that she might lose before the time she promised. Jin stops it and says no, it's fine. He'd rather call this one a draw. It's not a win he can accept. Elisa admits she expected him to say that. She apologizes for being careless and disrespectful. Miss Inia heals him, but they both know they can't just ignore what happened. MC says that if this were him from 3 months ago, then even with her mistake, things never would have turned out this way. Elisa agrees he's grown. His endless drive, fighting spirit, and talent made it happen. She believes he'll soon reach 6 stars in both aura and magic, and when that happens, everything will become clear. On December 1st, 1795, Jin asks Murakhan why he bought so many popsicles and whether this cold. Murakhan says cold food tastes best when it's freezing out, and strawberry pie wanted some. He asks if he's trying to make Gilly's stomach burst. Just then, Kashmir arrives and calls for the protagonist. He asks if they can talk about work for a minute. Kashmir brings up Vishkali Hamo, the acting head of the Abano family, the only gifted one in a house that's been falling apart from lack of talent. He says he looked into him. Before explaining, Kashmir asks whether Jin knows about a group called Kello. MC says he ran into them during a mission back when he was a cadet, so this should be quick. Kashmir says he can't be certain, but Vishkali Hamo may be tied to Kello. He visits the Karano Principality once a week, and every time he goes, he stops by a workshop with the odd name Explosion is Art. The owner is Bubari Gaston, and from what Kashmir found, Gaston is one of Kello's executives. That suggests the two are close. Kashmir adds that the link seems even more likely because Vishkal brings bread and food every time he visits. That would mean Gaston outranks him, which may explain why Vishkal stepped in personally at the banquet. Kashmir then thinks back on Kello. He used to think it was just some radical political group, but if an 8-star fighter depends on them, something else is going on. Jin remembers what those fools did in his past life, and understands why they never dared move recklessly against Runkandel or Zippel. Mraken tells the kid to wait because he is busy, but Julia grabs his hair, calls for the protagonist, casts magic, and Mraken makes an ice ball and throws it at Kashmir, who turns around and asks why she's doing that to Daddy. MC, Jin asks Kashmir if he's found anything on Spider Hand's Alu yet. Kashmir says Alu is even more hidden than they thought, and even the 7 Colors' best men are still searching. So far, they've found nothing from before. Alu became the head of Tessing. It's like someone wiped his past on purpose. He thinks maybe he should have killed him after all. Still, he says he understands and thanks Kashmir for the work. Kashmir answers that the informants did their best, and he'll keep digging into Kalo. If anything new comes up, he'll report it. The protagonist says he's always grateful and owes him a lot. Kashmir just shrugs it off. He says it's nothing, though if Jin really means it, he should spend some time with Julia. MC says he'd like to, but today's hard since his sparring match is about to start, then asks if Kashmir wants to watch. Kashmir gladly agrees, saying he wants to see how much he has improved. He tells him he won't be disappointed and says he started to notice something lately. Elisa asks what he means, then spots Kashmir and asks why he's here. He answers that the protagonist invited him, so of course he came. Elisa says he can stay, but she'd rather not let him watch her lose. Kashmir freezes at that. Then he repeats Jin's words. Today might be the last day. Elisa says that if she does lose, she hopes he'll remember her as a worthy opponent. MC corrects her. He'll remember her as a great teacher and a friend. Hearing that, Kashmir thinks it's only been a little over 3 months, yet Elisa may already be about to lose. She asks if they're starting, and MC summons a phoenix. Kashmir is stunned. Once a mage reaches 6 stars, they gain the right to form a contract with a phoenix. But no one can choose which phoenix answers. A mage can only open a gate to the world of fire. The phoenix makes the real choice. That's why every mage hopes a special one will pick them, and the rarest of them all is the one with blue flames. Kashmir can't believe it. Did he really contract Tess? The same Tess only the greatest mages in history ever summoned? He simply asks Elisa if they should begin, and she says she's ready. The fight starts. Elisa reads his fire magic as 5-star level, but the flames carry something else too. If they touch her, her body feels heavier. It's pressure like a force pinning her down. If she gets hit, her stamina will drain much faster, so she decides to end this fast. Tess can only stay out for about 3 more minutes. Before she can act, the protagonist rushes in. Elisa gets clipped and first thinks it's a sword strike, but it's wind magic. Jin notices that all her movements share one trait. She always tries to take control of the fight, and right now she's clearly trying to take that control back. He uses that against her and attacks, but she slips away. MC follows with fire magic, but she dodges that too. Then he grabs his sword and charges straight at her. Elisa wonders if she should evade again, but if she keeps doing that, she'll stay stuck on defense against his attacks. So she decides she has no choice. Elisa asks if he's trying to show her he's a magic swordsman. Jin answers with blue mana and strikes. Elisa thinks she's finally caught him, then realizes he's gone. There's no way he should have escaped her weapon pressure, but he's already behind her. His punch lands hard enough to make her spit blood. Elisa gives up and admits Jin won. Right after that, the protagonist tells Kashmir to call Misha, then asks him to repeat what he said about Murakan. Murakan confirms it. MC really did beat Elisa in a match. He says that alone is shocking, since taking down someone from Baxavision's Special Affairs team after just 3 months is unbelievable. Then he stops himself. No, that's not the real surprise. What matters is what he summoned. Kashmir asks what he means, and Murakan blurts it out. A phoenix. He summoned Tess. Everyone is left stunned. Elisa admits she overdid it and used an aura shield to force a win, but that ended up helping the protagonist beat her. She can't believe he got behind her twice and asks when he planned it. The protagonist says he set that up from the very first match, though he knows it sounds arrogant, and pours water over his head. Elisa laughs and says that kind of answer does sound like MC. He thanks her sincerely for everything she's done. She says she had fun too, and asks if he knows how proud she is. Then she asks how it feels to beat someone from the special division before turning 16. Murakan suddenly calls out to him and Jin says he heard him. Murakan urgently tells him to call Tess right now. The protagonist summons the Phoenix. Quick Countel immediately bows and greets the Master of Flame. Murakan notes it's been a while, but Tess suddenly smacks him in the face with his beak. Murakan protests, asking why he did that, and reminds him he doesn't have to act formal, since he's a free being. Tess apologizes, and MC feels a strange freshness from him. Murakan cuts in, saying he has a message to pass along exactly as it was given, so MC should listen. But Tess pecks him again, while Quick tells bowing. Murakan seriously tells him to send this elder back quickly. He agrees and recalls Tess. Murakan angrily asks why he keeps hitting him, so he summons Tess again. This time, Tess says he wants to know why the great Murakan is sucking up to a bluebird. He explains that this isn't Tess's true form. His real body can only be seen in the fire realm. Jin asks if that's the world the phoenixes come from. Tess confirms it's another world. Murakan says the protagonist hasn't heard of the fire realm because only gods and dragons use that name. It's just the easy name they call it. Not even the highest gods know its real one. Jin asks if even the gods don't know, then if that means the place is beyond their reach. Murakan says yes. That's why not even the fire god Shinu can control the flames from that realm. Then he says this next part is what really matters. Long ago, some gods left the fire realm, along with dragons like Quickentel and Murakan. At some point, a few gods started getting on Tess's nerves. That was when everyone saw his true power. An enraged Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons where they stood. Jin is stunned. If Tess is that strong, then how powerful would someone need to be to use all of that? Murakan says it's impossible. No matter how strong the contractor is, they can't bring out all of Tess's power. It doesn't matter who they are. No one can fully wield the power of a being from another world. Murakan says it's like a penalty. That's why the gods who came here were limited, and it's also why Tess can't use his full strength in this world. Then he adds that if someone like Murakan tried to handle it, he'd just burn to death. Jin asks how a dangerous old monster like that can be summoned so casually. Does Tess know how shocked they all are? If he gets mad, it feels like he could burn them alive. The elder says if he meant to do that, he wouldn't have chosen MC in the first place. Then Murakan passes along Tess's message. He likes him very much and congratulates him. Jin realizes Tess is far greater than he first thought, maybe even beyond Shinu, the god who rules all fire. He compares Tess to Kel, Shinu's contractor, and to the guardian dragon Kajin, then understands one thing: fire of any kind won't work against Tess. That blue flame could be a huge advantage in the coming fight between Runkandel and Zippel. Then the story moves to January 2nd, 1796. Chiron says Jin being chosen by Tess is interesting enough, but phoenixes don't concern him much. What matters to him is what was written about the protagonist's swordsmanship. He let MC use magic and shadow energy before, but he is still a Runkandel. He calls for Knight Conan, who reports that Ron has a grandson. Conan says he received information about the Heron family's grandson a few days ago. Chiron says the timing is lucky and Conan agrees. It concerns the competition. On the list of fighters, Dante entered under a fake name. It's the Cosmos Tournament, a combat event run by pirates. Chiron remembers that 10 years ago Mary took second place there. It was her first loss, and 2 months later she came back for a rematch and brought the youngest with her. This time with so many people watching, Jin won't be able to use magic or shadow energy. He'll have to win with the sword alone. Chiron believes facing a genius who's sharpened his swordsmanship will make the youngest realize one thing. As a Runkandel, he has to prove himself with his blade. Sometime later, Murakan arrives and politely asks the protagonist if he can look at a document. The protagonist asks what it is, and Chiron explains it's an application to enter. It was an entry form for the Cosmos competition. MC was confused. Why join some pirate tournament? Murakan said he set this up because MC had been pushing himself hard lately. He also heard through the seven colors that Dante Heron would be there. Murakan explained that Dante's grandfather, Ron Heron, once stood on the same level as Chiron before becoming head of the family. He also said Dante is Ron Heron's favorite grandson. Then he asked if he wasn't curious how strong Dante really was. Jin paused to think. After a moment, he asked if he really had to enter. Murakan answered, "No, young master, the protagonist. But think it over. He's the future head of the Heron family, and you may never get another chance to cross swords with him." MC gave in, saying if Kashmir Alfen was pushing this hard, he had no choice but to join. Kashmir thanked him and said he made the right call. Jin finally understood and asked to speak with Kashmir Alfen alone. As Kashmir started to leave, he wondered if this had all been arranged behind the scenes. If they wanted him to face the Heron grandson on purpose, then swordsmanship had to be the main point. He also noticed Kashmir Alfen seemed busy with a lot at once. Kashmir Alfen said he had to leave the next day, so the timing was tight. Jin politely excused himself and Kashmir Alfen replied, "Then have a safe trip." He turned to go, but the protagonist stopped him. "Wait, sir." The scene then moves to the Bato Empire on a southern island. There, Jin thinks this is the first time he's handled something alone since going to Mammoth, and this place feels even worse than Mammoth. The Cosmos competition, a fighting tournament held in a place like this, lets people kill their opponents, use any weapon, and even poison or assassinate them before a match. MC can't believe the Heron patriarch would allow a grandson of that family into something this filthy. Still, getting to fight Dante even once makes it worth coming. He figures it'll be good experience, complains that the place smells awful, and decides to enjoy himself. Pirate King Cosmos asks who he is. Jin says he came to enter the tournament. Cosmos tells him registration is closed and orders him to get lost. He even says it'd be better if he died on the way back. He pushes back, saying he heard signups were open until sunset. Cosmos snaps that he's not in the mood to deal with applications and asks if the protagonist can't understand that. He says he's busy, so Jin should stop bothering him and leave. When Cosmos demands to know what he's still doing there, MC throws coins at him and lands a punch. Then he asks if that's enough and tells Cosmos to write his name down. Cosmos flares up and shouts, but then admits he's got guts and he likes that, so he agrees to register him and writes the name down. After that, Cosmos hands Jin a slip and says he's in group 13. He tells him to take it inside, where the others will kindly guide him and welcome him with romance and love. Later, a hooded person takes the paper and calls out group 13. The protagonist, using the name the protagonist Gray, tells them to pair him with someone decent. If nobody fits, they can throw him to the sharks. The hooded man remarks that there are a lot of young fighters this year and mentions another one, the punk who beat up the captain. He says it's a shame they aren't in the same group because he wanted to watch them fight each other. Still, he wishes Jin Gray luck and says maybe they'll meet in the finals, if MC gets very lucky. Then he points out where group 13 should go. He adds that he'll see him later if he survives. The protagonist asks where his room is, and the man tells him to figure it out himself. Jin notices each room already has 2 or 3 people. It feels less like a tournament and more like a survival game where the organizers want the fighters to kill each other before the real matches even begin. Someone in the room demands to know who MC is and points out there are already 3 people inside. They tell him to get lost, but MC says he'll count to 3, and by then everyone else should be gone. He starts 1, 2, 3 while they curse at him. He attacks back. When another man enters, he grabs his sword and asks who still wants to stay. A bunch of thugs rush him, shouting for him to die, but he cuts through them. He thinks this lawless place is still not as bad as Mammoth, and for now, he won't be sleeping. The hooded man returns, annoyed, and asks if Jin plans to wipe everyone out before his match. The protagonist says this was only the appetizer before the main course. The hooded man admits he thought MC was just an arrogant fool, but Cosmos was right. He's intense. Then he explains why he wanted Jin placed with the stronger guys. Groups 1 and 2 are about to start, and he will face some of those fighters later, so he can go watch the matches if he wants. He even offers to escort him himself. He warns that swords aren't allowed in the stands, so the protagonist should just sit and watch. Jin thinks that sounds fine. A huge crowd has gathered, and MC doubts anyone here will know his face. Still, he realizes he should have been more careful with his disguise. That thought sticks with him. Nearby, someone asks if the others heard the rumor that half of Group 13 got beaten up and whether anyone placed a bet on the one who did it. Another says that aside from that, there's also talk that a reserve flag bearer from the Runkendell family is in the tournament. A woman in a green dress asks what a Runkendell reserve flag bearer even is and why one would come here. Her friend says he heard it from Cosmos pirate executives while drinking with them yesterday. He says one of the fighters is a strong kid, and if the rumor is true, he's from the Runkendell family. Laughing, he guesses it could be Daytona, Haytona, or him. He says if it's him, that'd be great. People went wild when that kid reached 5-star. The protagonist thinks it makes sense. They know his name, but he's surprised they know about the Tona twins too. Then he figures their names spreading around was only a matter of time. If they really are here, he plans to find them and stick them with Night Watch while the fireworks start. Just then, Pirate King Cosmos steps up and calls out to everyone in the arena. He asks if the weight nearly killed them and introduces himself as the Pirate King Cosmos. Laughing, he says all these people came just to fill his pockets and clearly don't know how to take care of themselves. Then he cuts the chatter and starts the event, saying each of the 13 groups has 14 fighters for 182 martial artists total. He announces the first match and says one fighter had reached the octafinals before. His opponent is the cute brawler from the Shark Pirates, Mesa, a first-timer this year. Then he introduces the pretty-faced boy swordsman, Paul McGinn. Rand comments that Paul McGinn is really young. There are lots of young fighters this year, but this one looks too young even for that. Maybe 13 or 14. Rand thinks bringing in a kid like that is insane. A scar-faced man suddenly mentions another fighter, not the boy, but the idiot who beat up the captain. Then the signal comes, and the fight begins. Paul McGinn moves in a flash and slices his opponent's neck. Cosmos blurts out, asking what just happened and whether anyone even saw it, cursing the shark pirate fool. Someone else says the man's head just dropped off. Jin realizes Dante Heron was beheaded in an instant by sword energy. Verdun declares the match over and names Paul McGinn the winner. He gets excited, calling it a real fight, and says he's putting all his money on Paul McGinn while loudly cheering for Dante Heron. Jin wonders why Verdun is here. As people start shouting for Paul McGinn, one says he'll bet too and another agrees. Verdun keeps hyping him up, saying Paul McGinn is the future, and telling everyone to bet everything, even their life savings. MC wonders if Verdun is here on some mission too, but he seems way too caught up in the moment. If he gets exposed here, it'll cause huge trouble, so he decides to play along. Then Verdun spots him and cheerfully says, "It's been a long time." Paul McGinn turns to look at them and recognizes Verdun. He remembers meeting him at the Zippel banquet and is surprised Verdun greets him so openly in a place like this. Paul McGinn reaches out as well and says he's glad to see Verdun. Cosmos walks over and says they should hear from the winner before the next match. He asks Paul McGinn how he feels about winning. Paul McGinn says he's happy to have wiped out one of the world's evils, then jokes that he hopes the loser doesn't come back as a pirate in the next life. Pirate King Cosmos laughs, pats Paul McGinn on the shoulder and says piracy isn't for kids. Then he jokes that the pirates here would still love hearing that. Right after that, Pirate King Cosmos calls the next match and tells the fighters to step up. Jinrun Kandel watches the fights that follow, but nobody stands out to him except Paul McGinn. He's now sure Paul McGinn is Dante Heron. The face looks young, but the sword skills don't. The only answer that makes sense is that he's a Herongin. The protagonist Runkindel figures he'd need magic and shadow energy to win, because swordsmanship alone won't be enough. Still, he decides it's too early to be certain. Looking at the magic stone, he realizes some groups will finish their matches tomorrow, so he has 4 days before his turn. Until then, he just has to stay alive through the nights here. Sir Elder sits in his room and says he didn't hand that over just for messing around. He reminds him it's something the young patriarch should only use when it truly matters, so it needs to be kept safe. Meanwhile, Veridin Zippel stands nearby, swinging his chain and apologizing. He says it just feels better when it's in his hands, then asks if that's why he was summoned. Sir Elder explains that every year around this time, a martial arts contest is held on a northern island in the Bahu archipelago, the Cosmos competitive arena. He asks if Veridin Zippel knows it. Veridin says it's his first time hearing about it and jokes that of course he wouldn't know some pirate-run tournament. Laughing, he adds that he always wondered where Sir Elder vanished to every year around this time. Sir Elder brings up Dante Heron, the future head of the Heron family, who came to last year's banquet and is entering again this year. He says they should use this chance to see him with their own eyes, the level of the man he must one day surpass. As for Veridin Zippel, he came after hearing that. He says it's nice to earn a little extra money too, but complains there hasn't been one really fun fight in 2 days. Seeing Dante Heron's skill was great, but the rest were just okay. He's let down by this year's tournament and wonders where all the good fighters went. Then he checks the list and finds Jin Gray's name. He asks who MC is, and starts wondering if it's actually MC. That means he didn't come here just to watch. That alone makes things exciting. Sometime later, he notes that 147 fighters are still alive, and 35 are already dead. Dropping down, worn out from battle, he notes only 5 died in matches. Everyone else was killed outside the arena. He expects fighters from other groups to break in soon, so he can't relax for even a second. He thinks about what happens if he falls asleep, remembering his no-less sleep training as a cadet. But lasting 3 days in this empty place without hiding their presence is something else. Anyone trying it must really trust their skills. Then Paul Mick cuts in, saying it's rude to ask this on their first meeting, but he wants a moment to talk. Jinrun Candle thinks of Paul Mick, or rather Dante Heron. Paul Mick asks for a little time to sleep and says he'll keep watch tomorrow so the protagonist can rest then. MC asks what this is all about. Paul Mick says he watched him since yesterday and MC seemed like a real martial artist, so please let him sleep. He says he can't even handle Heron no sleep training before dropping to the floor and passing out. Jinrun Candle thinks about the thick smell of blood and how so many people have already come after him. Then an old man shows up outside, whispering for someone to wait until he gives a signal. The protagonist catches him first and swings his sword, warning that anyone who comes to this room dies. A masked man quickly tells him to stop. He knows MC Gray killed all 13 men in his group, but they didn't come to attack him. They're here for something else. He says if he hands over Paul Mick, who just went inside, he'll only shoot an arrow. Jin Run Candle blocks it, catches the arrow and checks it, asking if it's poisoned. No matter what's going on, targeting a child like this is too much. He doesn't know who's behind it, but asks if they can really handle the fallout. The protagonist Run Candle says the bastards chasing Paul Mick were men working for the pirate One-Eyed Joe. The last one confessed before dying they wanted ransom money by kidnapping a Run Candle. Paul Mick thanks him for protecting someone he doesn't even know and is surprised by Jin Run Candle's situation, wondering how he got mistaken for those cold, clueless nobles. Then he asks where MC was in all this. He says he should explain since he owes him. He says he is noble, like the kind they were after, though not a Run Candle. They can just think of him as some noble from Bumpunt. He apologizes for not being able to share more. Paul Mick thanks him again, says he owes Jin Run Candle his life, and asks how he can repay that debt. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. From now on, whenever the protagonist is in danger, he'll protect him with his own life no matter what, and he swears it on his honor. MC tells Paul Mick to figure the rest out himself. He needs sleep first, so just wake him before Group 13's matches. He notes that Paul Mick protecting him right now has nothing to do with that vow, so there's no reason to worry. He thinks Paul Mick may seem cold, but he's the kind of man who fights for someone he just met already like a good friend. Then another attacker rushes him and Paul Mick strikes back first, dropping him. Once again, Paul Mick ends it in a single blow and is declared the winner. The crowd erupts with chants for Paul Mick. At the same time, people call the protagonist Gray another top threat, and soon the protagonist's name starts ringing out too. One person says MC Gray is amazing and might even be stronger than Paul Mick. But his friend shuts that down, saying he still can't beat a reserve flag bearer from the Run Candle family, and besides, he isn't a Run Candle. Someone else says this year's finals clearly belong to those two kids, and their appearance has basically decided the whole tournament. They wonder if their friend plans to keep sitting still. Another fighter shows up and says those two may be good, but they're still just two people, so they should gather their group before the winner's bracket starts. But then a hooded person cuts in, telling them to drop it because their group can't beat Jin Gray. There's a reason people call him the God of Death. He says they shared a room with him and asks if this plan really sounds possible. They explain they're warning the others because the protagonist Gray is too dangerous, and it'd be a problem if everyone dies before the matches even begin. In the end, they back off, saying it can't be helped and they should stop right there. One fighter questions that choice and says they should just leave, and another agrees, pointing out that by the schedule, they won't even have to face Jin Gray's group. None of them wants to die there, and they remind each other that only they know about this plan, so Cosmos can never find out. Pirate King Cosmos slams a hand on the table and asks who's been messing with the winner's bracket behind his back. The hooded person asks what he plans to do, saying the crowd will notice if the tournament gets boring. Pirate King Cosmos answers that he might as well throw out the whole setup, since Jin Gray and Paul Mick are heading for the finals. Other than those two, everyone left is just fodder, so he plans to raise the betting odds as high as possible, high enough that nobody can sleep without placing a bet. Pirate King Cosmos announces they'll race from the winner's match straight to the finals, all to make more money. Meanwhile, the crowd keeps screaming Paul Mick's name. Veridine Zipple shows up and says one fighter exploded onto the scene like a star while the other has been drenched in blood from the start like a god of death. He asks his companion who will win. When a masked man calls for Paul Mick, the companion says Paul Mick's swordsmanship looks cleaner. Then he asks if Veridine also bet on Paul Mick. Veridine Zipple says he put 100,000 gold on Jin Gray. His friend points out MC's payout is triple that, but wonders if the pirates would really hand over 3 million gold if he wins. Veridine Zipple says Cosmos is a famous pirate with several islands, so if needed, he can just sell them and still pay. Growing impatient, Pirate King Cosmos shouts his title and orders them to hurry up and start, calling for Paul Mick. Someone in the crowd yells for him, calling him Group 13's Grim Reaper, and people start tossing wine mugs and rotten vegetables. Pirate King Cosmos thinks he'll double next year's entry fee, then says enough talking, bring them out. Paul Mick steps into the arena. Then his opponent is announced, the mysterious young swordsman from Group 13, the protagonist, who comes out as well. Veridine Zipple loudly says he believes in the protagonist and puts all his trust in him, while the protagonist wonders why he keeps shouting that. Pirate King Cosmos says there's no reason to wait and starts the match. Paul Mick says he'll fight seriously, and MC draws his magic sword, telling him to come at him with everything. Both rush in at once, trading attacks as they try to bring the other down. He thinks his opening strike was fast enough, so now he holds back his strength and only speeds up when he needs to. That means he has to keep up with Paul Mick's pace. Someone says seeing a fight like this here is unreal. Another person yells for them to keep going, asking how anyone could call this a kid's fight. Paul Mick admits Jin Gray is holding up better than expected. If the protagonist Gray has a hidden move, he thinks now is the time to use it. MC decides to speed up. He lunges in, but Paul Mick slips past the attack. A voice from the crowd cheers Paul Mick on, telling him to finish that bastard off. Paul Mick glances over and thinks that's exactly it, his real strength. His sword style is wild and destructive, backed by a body strong enough to handle it. On top of that, his stamina lets him drag the fight out on purpose. He knows Jin Gray is also hiding behind a fake name, even though he's really him. But if that's all he has, Then he picked the wrong way to fight. Paul Mick strikes first, and the protagonist answers right away, knocking him back. Veridon watches, while Jin Gray wonders why Paul suddenly called him by his real name. Paul Mick is confused by what just happened. He realizes that if his blade had landed, something else would have hit him back. MC meanwhile notices he's nearly used up his shadow energy. Knowing this won't be easy, he asks if it's his turn now and attacks again. Paul blocks, then realizes these aren't normal swings. Every strike hits with the same power as MC's opening blow. Every attack carries that same heavy force. Paul Mick thinks he has no openings. Maybe he should have gone all out from the start, but then again, if he keeps pushing, he might kill him. He tells him to quit holding back and asks why he'd hesitate against the man standing in front of him. He declares himself a Runkindle and warns Dante Heron not to make the fight shameful. Dante accepts, admits he showed a weak side, and asks if the protagonist will face him again as they clash once more. Jin Gray and Paul Mick keep trading blows, each trying to put the other down. MC attacks again and drives him back. Paul roars and rushes in to answer, but he strikes first again. For a second, the look on his face makes Paul flinch. As Paul tries to fight back, the protagonist thinks he should be at his limit by now, and wonders how he's still standing. To Jin, Paul Mick is a once-in-centuries genius, a talent that seems blessed by the gods. But Paul was born in a weak, fragile body, a poor vessel for gifts that great. MC knows that pain well. He went through hell because of his own curse, and that's why he understands Paul Mick, Dante Heron. He remembers the lonely suffering, the endless dark, and the despair of looking down at a thin, broken body. He attacks again. Paul blocks and thinks about how many times he pushed himself to the edge of death to come this far. Then he forces him back. Furious, Paul charges again, thinking of the protagonist Runkundle. The 13th child of Runkundle was born with everything. As Paul attacks and MC blocks, Paul thinks MC has the body, the talent, all of it, yet somehow he still feels desperate. For a moment, Paul wonders if it's anger from being the youngest and outside the line of succession. But no, it's not something that small. Jin simply wants to become the strongest. As they clash again, Paul thinks about how long he's endured. So long he can't even remember how many times he sank into despair and nearly gave up. He sends him flying, but Paul drags himself back with everything he has left. He can't count how many times he stood up again. He charges once more, the protagonist blocks and counters. Paul starts coughing blood, shocked by what's happening. MC notices Dante Heron's body starting to break apart, but he still doesn't pull back his blade, even as cracks spread through Paul Mick's body. To stop now would only insult him, so Jin drives him back. Then he apologizes and asks him to understand, before bringing his sword to Paul Mick's neck. Paul suddenly laughs, making him stop. Finding the whole thing amusing, Paul collapses. The Runkindle calls for a medic, and Veridon steps in. Paul checks his condition and says it's worse than he thought. He tells the protagonist not to panic. He'll make sure Paul Mick lives, and starts healing magic. MC calls to Veridon, and Veridon tells him to just watch. But Jin quickly sees it's already too late. Paul Mick's body is far past what normal healing magic can fix. It isn't just his bones. His organs and everything else are damaged too. Even his aura is out of control. He realizes healing magic now would only make Paul Mick suffer more. Veridon tells him to listen closely and shows him a chain, saying this stays between them. Another warrior rushes over and warns him not to use that, saying it shouldn't be touched. Veridon brushes him off and tells him to cover them with his cape, and the man obeys. Veridon mutters that the guy has no sense at all, since he clearly can't read the room. When Jin Runkindle asks if that's what he thinks it is, Veridon says yes. He explains his clan gave it to him not long ago, and asks if the protagonist knows about the blood of Numerous. MC remembers Numerous as the god of hope, from before the Holy Kingdom of Vemel was founded, a god believed to have been destroyed in an ancient disaster. Before vanishing, Numerous supposedly left behind tears and 100 drops of blood. The tears were said to revive the dead, and the blood could heal any wound or sickness instantly. Back then, it became one of the most wanted relics in the world, so priceless nobody could even name a value for it. He remembers how the great powers, including Zippel, once searched desperately for it. Now it was just a god's relic, passed down in legend, and Veridon is about to use one on Dante Heron. Jin can't understand why. Weren't Zippel and Heron on bad terms? Why would Veridon go this far? Meanwhile, Veridon takes out a pill and asks if Dante Heron can hear him. Then he places it in his mouth. Veridon says losing an equal hurts as much as losing a friend, and as Dante swallows it, bright light begins healing his body. The glow spreads as his wounds close. Soon he coughs, wakes up, and opens his eyes. Veridon is glad to see him awake, while Dante Heron asks what's going on and why Veridon is there. Jin Runkindle thinks about how the blood of Numerous instantly brought Dante Heron back from the edge of death, and can't believe Veridon used something that valuable just for this. Veridon says he knows the price of using the blood of Numerous is huge. Tapping his head, Dante asks if that was really Numerous's blood and how he could ever repay him. He thinks that sounds more like the kind of answer Veridon would want. Then Veridon says the first payment is simple. He owes him a big round of drinks once this is all over. This time, he says he's not leaving and won't take no for an answer. He also adds that if Jin sees him somewhere else, he better not pretend they don't know each other. Got it? The protagonist Runkindle realizes the guy he first took for an idiot is actually pretty cool. He says he'll think about it. Later, they meet at a hotel, and Veridon praises MC for what he pulled off when the talk turns to picking a victory prize. He laughs at MC, wanting both rewards. MC remembers how close he came to dying here and wishes Veridon had only wanted one. There's a limit to bad matchups. He gives a small laugh and admits they both almost died. Veridon says he doesn't really need both prizes, so since this happened, he'll give the bag of coins to Dante Haran. It's not like Haran is broke, but it will make a nice keepsake, and he can frame one of the coins. Then Veridon says he should get something back, which makes Jin Ronkandel look over, as he studies a sheet of paper. He asks if it's the treasure map he's only heard about in stories, and wonders if Veridon really plans to hand over something that valuable. The protagonist Ronkandel quickly says the map is his, and Veridon lifts the money bag, asking if that means he just gets an empty chest. Jin Ronkandel thanks him. Then MC asks Dante Haran why he didn't use the hidden move he was told to use, saying a proper fight should be done properly. Dante answers that he doesn't know what MC is hiding, but it's unfair to hide things and only bring them up afterward. Hearing that, he thinks Dante really does have sharp instincts, just like expected, and pretends he has no idea what Dante means. Dante replies that if needed, they should fight again someday, with neither of them hiding anything. Veridon agrees and says he's looking forward to the day they lead their own clans and meet on the battlefield. Then, joking that he knows he's repeating himself, he says maybe it'd be smarter if they just got along instead. Jin Ronkandel points out how soft Veridon's words sound. Veridon says he's only being realistic. If things go wrong, it'll be a mess, so they need to be careful. Dante Haran thinks that even while they're sitting together and clinking glasses, the day they'll fight is still coming. That's the strange truth. They can be enemies and friends at the same time, and they raise their drinks in that brief moment of friendship. Veridon wonders how this twisted bond will end, then brings up the fake Veridon and asks if the others heard about it. At the same time, Pirate King Cosmos goes to his storeroom and finds every bit of treasure gone, cursing the noble bastards who cleaned him out. Dante Haran wonders how someone dared to impersonate Veridon inside Zippel territory. He says he has no clue who did it, but they've got nerve. Veridon explains that after what happened to Uncle Andre, the Zippel name has taken a hit. He adds that he isn't saying this for Dante Haran's benefit, and the rumor tying Jin Ronkandel to it still hasn't been proven. The protagonist asks what Veridon plans to do about the fake. Veridon says he needs to catch them, so he was thinking of hiring a top mage to track them down. MC doesn't like that idea. He says if it were him, he'd turn the rumor to his advantage. If Veridon loudly announces a hunt for a fake in Zippel land, people will just think he looks weak and careless. Jin adds that he can catch the imposter himself. Veridon agrees and says they should talk more when he gets back. He asks if that's where they leave it. Then Dante asks what exactly has already been decided. The protagonist says if he stays much longer, he might actually start liking Veridon. Unlike them, he still has plenty to handle. Veridon asks if this has to do with the reserve flag bearer issue, and Jin says sure, let's call it that. Veridon tells him all right, see you next time, friend. As MC leaves, he wonders who really gets to decide that. Sometime later, Chiron gets a letter from Kashmir. He once told Kashmir to keep his letters short, so this tiny note almost feels like a joke. Knight Anne asks if something happened to the young master. Chiron says no, nothing bad. Jin beat Heron's grandson at just 6 stars, which proves how hard he's been working. He tells Knighton to let Kashmir know they'll have a drink soon. Then Chiron casts a spell and vanishes, clearly in a hurry to meet Kashmir. Knighton says he understands. Meanwhile, he sits with Kashmir. Kashmir asks if he feels a cold draft even with the fire going, while Julia plays nearby with a kitten. He says he does feel cold and wonders if he's getting sick. Kashmir tells him to take some medicine, then apologizes for changing the subject and asks to see the map. It's the one the protagonist mentioned before. MC pulls it out and says it's rough, but maybe Kashmir will recognize something. He sets it on the table. Kashmir says he's never seen a map like this before, so he's not sure he can find the place from this alone. As he studies it, Julia comes over and excitedly asks if it's a treasure map. She wants to help find the treasure too. Kashmir jumps at her sudden arrival. Then she points at one spot and says something important is there. She points again and says something very precious is being guarded there. A moment later, she bursts into tears. Kashmir panics and Murakhan grabs her, saying her power is getting out of control and they need the guardian dragon to calm her down. He tells Kashmir to call Luris right away. Kashmir does, and Luri arrives within a minute. Murakhan explains she lost control after seeing something, and says Luri should be able to settle her. Luri takes her gently and tells everyone to leave it to him. He has her breathe slowly, assures her she's safe, and keeps comforting her until she calms down. Elisa arrives and asks what happened, worried about why her husband is holding a crying child. Luri says it's all right, and Julia falls asleep in his arms. Elisa takes the child onto her lap, and Luri says she's calm now. Murakhan praises him, but Luri says he couldn't greet him earlier because this came first. Murakhan waves that off and asks what Julia saw. Was it the future? Luri says no, it was the past. Murakhan asks what that means, and whether it was tied to some old grudge. Luri explains that when a god's contractor looks into the past, they often see strong hatred or attachment left behind. That happened because Julia saw an object or a place tied to those feelings. If they'd been any later, she might have fully connected to it, and that would have been very dangerous. Miron asks for more, telling Luri to describe what she saw from that ancient land. Luri covers one eye and recalls it. He says the people there followed their own god and cut themselves off from the outside world. Because of that, they lived in peace until outsiders showed up. Those newcomers were mages. At first, they pretended they only wanted to learn about the locals' culture. Then they started digging for something underground and making harsher and harsher demands. In the end, they turned violent, killed a native child, and removed anyone in their way to take what they wanted. A divine relic the natives worshipped. Jin thinks over the idea of a people worshipping a relic and asks Sir Litri if he can show what it looked like. Litri says yes, give him a moment. He says it looks like a normal silver mirror, but it shines with light. Then he starts sketching it on paper. He looks at the drawing and knows at once it's the artifact mirror. He remembers how famous it became later, after a brave reporter exposed Zippel's crimes. Back then, Zippel abused the people of the Cologne ruins while searching for the artifact. Jin had even confirmed some of those crimes himself during a cadet mission, which tied the ancient land of Cologne to mages from the Zippel family. Now he realizes the map points to the mirror's location. Later, someone in a purple dress sits on a rooftop sipping wine and laughing. They say if you stay around those scoundrels too long, you might get attached, and that's a lonely thought. Still, they enjoy the drink. Elsewhere, Lady Lisa sits in her room, relieved that the time has finally come. She gets ready to welcome a guest, praying and crying as she waits. Jin studies the mirror pattern on the map and thinks about how huge this is. He got it from some pirate, and it turned out to be the key to something massive. Myron notices his face and asks what's wrong. The protagonist knows he can't tell the truth here, so he only says something feels off. Moroccan accepts that and lets it go. Later, Jin contacts Kashmir, who apologizes for what Julia went through because of the territory. MC says it's part of what every contractor of a god faces sooner or later, so he expected it. Luri tells Kashmir they will always stay by Julia's side and protect her, no matter what. Kashmir thanks them. Now that they know the map is special, they need to move. He says he'll look for someone who can read the ancient writing on it. He takes that job on through the seven-colored peacock, and Jin agrees to leave it to him, though privately he doubts it will be easy. He thinks about how Zippel slaughtered the people of Cologne centuries ago and nearly wiped them out. The survivors are still trapped in Cologne, so he starts thinking they might reach the mirror before Zippel does. 2 weeks later, February 17th, 1796, Pan staggers down the road, muttering that everything is falling apart. His life, the world, all of it. He twists his foot, crashes down, and groans that it's all spinning out of control. Jin sees how worn out he is and says they both seem to be having a rough time, so maybe they can talk like friends. Pan asks who he is, and the protagonist says that doesn't matter. He's got drinks left. Pan gratefully calls him a good man and asks for a drink and some food, even joking that the protagonist might be an angel. The protagonist helps him up and says his little sister at home would approve. Then MMC comments on Pan's unusual skin tone. Pan says he gets that a lot and adds that his tribe is from a place far away. He asks more, and Pan says his homeland is very distant from here. After a drink, Pan cuts himself off, saying more would just make him sad. Jin says his home is far away too and shows him something from another distant place that he can't read. He asks if Pan recognizes the writing and shows him the paper. Pan suddenly gets angry, smashes his bottle, and says he doesn't know. Then he notices Lori and Morikon nearby and demands to know who they are and why they came to him. Since the protagonist already knows he's from Cologne, he says he's a hanger-on under Tasha's defense captain, Elisa, and adds that the black-haired man and the green-haired boy beside him are dragons. That shocks Pan, who asks why MC is telling him all this. Jin says he'll have to reveal it sooner or later anyway. Pan gets the message and tells him to be more careful. He says it's fine. They aren't with the Zippel family. Pan then asks how the protagonist even found him, and MC says they came across the map by chance. He explains that the green-haired boy is a dragon of Az, and Pan is stunned, asking if he means Az. Jin says yes, and adds that with Az's authority, they were able to read the map's hidden grudge. He says they've been looking for anyone who knew about the map and hadn't found a single lead until now. It was all by chance. Pan says they found him somehow, though he can hardly believe it. Maybe it was luck, but maybe not. Then he tells them to follow him, saying they should meet his sister. After a while, they reach the tribe, where Lady Alyssa welcomes them. She says she has been waiting for their arrival, along with the honored guests from Taymont. Pan apologizes for bringing them without asking first, but she tells him he did well. Morikon asks why she was expecting them, and she says it's a long story. Jin agrees, and she says it's more than a holy feeling. A presence like that should never exist in a ruined place like this, and she believes it comes from him alone. She compares him to Cologne's purest bloodline or someone chosen by their faith. She says he was born from the Temple of Swords, picked by Shadow and followed by the last dragon of the Shadow tribe, the guardian of the child precious to great Az. Then she brushes off their shock as a simple trick, while Jin thinks that strange, higher aura feels familiar. He feels sure, and asks Lady Lahosa straight out if she's a god. She says no, just a vessel. If she were truly a god, she wouldn't be hiding after losing her homeland. Morikon guesses she may be an old god in human form. He admits her insight is amazing, but asks if that's really all, since even her presence will fade one day. She accepts the sting of that. Morikon hits a sore spot, then brushes it off. Jin is surprised to hear an old god is in Cologne. Still, he says that even if she explained it, he might not understand. Laosa asks to see the map one more time. He hands it over and asks if she can read it. Looking it over, she slowly reads the words aloud. To the one who reads this, after winning the hearts of Cologne, please don't leave them behind. Come here and speak for them. Tell the world they are only peaceful people who simply want to keep living. Her voice carries the bitterness of being given a burden by God without the power to carry it. She says her late grandfather made this map. It was first meant to bring disaster under the name Zippel, but now it holds hope under Jin Runkandle's name. She wonders if her daily prayers meant anything after all. Moroccan cuts in with a joke and says they should make a deal. The protagonist asks what kind of deal. Moroccan says it's about helping Lady Lahosa before she loses the rest of her strength. He tells her to stop dancing around it and say what she needs. Jin agrees they were already headed to Cologne anyway. He tells Lady Lahosa to just ask for help directly. She laughs and warns him not to trust help born from pity. Then Lady Lahosa tells MC it's been a long time since he heard Strit's voice. She gives him a pendant saying it's the only reward she can offer. With the last of her divine power, he can use it to call Sulit. Moroccan explains Sulit is the astral form of an ancient god, and Asmil's contractor. He then notes there are plenty of people hiding nearby and asks Jin what he plans to do. He says they'll get ready to head for Cologne, but he's not sure he can save everyone or keep them all safe. Lady Lahosa steps in and says she can share information about what's really going on inside Cologne, maybe even official information. Jin thanks her. Later, they reach the sealed historical site in Cologne and find a no-entry sign. Kashmir worries they should have sent the 7 colors ahead first. Moroccan says that wouldn't matter. It's still a restricted zone. Jin agrees. Before his regression, this place used to be open, so his time here as a cadet must have changed things. Normally, the horrors hidden here would have been exposed by a reporter 11 years later, but now that may never happen. The protagonist says it can't be helped. Kashmir asks what MC plans to do and says they could have entered more easily if this were really a magic testing site, like Jin mentioned before. Then Kashmir calls for him and Moroccan. The protagonist points out how odd it is that a restricted area has only one warning sign, with no guards and no magic security. For a place this important, Zippel shouldn't be that careless. Kashmir thinks it over and asks if they already found the artifact. Jin guesses they may have given up after searching for centuries with no results. Moroccan jokes that maybe they just turned the place into a vacation spot, then notices people working there. MC spots a silver-haired man and asks if he's a pureblood Zippel. The man says yes, he's Moran Zippel, casually drinking in broad daylight. He remembers Moran Zippel as the lunatic of the Mag's Tower. More than being Kaliark's 6th son, Moran is famous for his weird behavior. Jin notes he has no guards, and Kashmir adds that Moran is the master of the 7th Mag's Tower, an 8-star mage rich enough to act that bold. Moroccan suggests killing Moran and clearing everyone out with the microbe they brought. The protagonist shuts that down. Since Moran is a pureblood Zippel, and Andre Zippel was already killed, taking him out without a solid reason could bring huge trouble. They need a clear excuse so Zippel can't strike back. Just then, Dino arrives quietly and catches Jin's eye. MC walks up and demands his name, making it clear he won't ask twice. The stranger says he's Dino, a reporter. He remembers Dino as the reporter who exposed Cologne in his past life. He wonders if Dino did all that work alone, especially since the article came out 10 years later. Dino tells Dino to turn around. Seeing his young age and weak build, the protagonist is impressed that someone like him dared go after the Zippel family. He asks if Dino came chasing another huge story, and what kind of story it is. Dino fires back by asking where MC came from. MC tells him to relax. They're only passing through. A local friend asks them for a favor, and since Dino is a reporter, their goals may line up. Dino says they already know what's happening to the people of Cologne. Murkan cuts in asking if they should really tell him everything, but Kashmir says this helps their plan. Murkan then asks what the plan actually is. Kashmir says the newcomer is probably here to uncover the truth about this place, and young Master Jin will work with him to find a reason to strike at the Zippel family. He adds that Dino has likely already gathered useful proof. Dino pulls a notebook from his bag and tells them to look. It's full of detailed notes on the natives. Jin flips through it and says Dino is bolder than he looks, considering what would happen if Zippel found that notebook. Dino says it's fine. He already dealt with Moran Zippel. Moran has been drunk for days, so he isn't very alert. There's no need to waste time squeezing information out of him when killing or interrogating him would be easier. Jin says he gets it, then asks Dino for a favor. He complains that old men love sending people into filthy places for dumb reasons, then glances at the still-drinking Moran and wonders if he feels the same. He calls Moran an insect as he looks toward the seated man. Dino walks up and asks Moran why he's drinking alone. Moran greets him like an old friend, waving and joking that he waited so long he nearly died. He grumbles that nobody else here is worth talking to. Dino introduces the group as traveling storytellers and says he brought them because Moran might enjoy them. He also apologizes for showing up without warning. Moran says it's fine and asks where they met. Dino says they ran into each other in the Fallon Kingdom while recruiting medics, and everyone starts introducing themselves. Jin says it's an honor to meet Sir Moran Zippel, and Moran smiles. Elsewhere, Veridan says Brother Moran is disgusting, And while their late Uncle Andre was evil, Moran is even worse. Just thinking about him makes Veridan sick, and he can't understand why the elders made Moran master of a mag's tower. Dante is shocked to hear him speak that harshly about his own brother, and asks what Moran is really like. Borodin says Moran is a monster from the abyss, far too awful for someone like Dante to imagine. He warns Jin to avoid any run-in with Moran later on, because meeting him only leads to disaster. Back with the group, Borodin asks if the protagonist tells stories while traveling. MC says yes, they've had plenty of wild experiences. Just like Dino said. Borodin nods and says Jin must have seen a lot, but it's nothing next to what a high-ranking Zippel member faces on a mission across the border. Then Moran calls Dino over and says they first met 2 weeks ago. He still wants to know who Dino really is. He asks again about Dino's identity, mocking the nerve of a mere reporter for sneaking into a Zippel-restricted zone. Moran asks how much Dino spoke with the natives and complains about the mess it creates, since now he has to sort out everyone who talked to him while Moran was away. He sneers at Dino's fake cleverness and asks if he realizes that everyone who spoke with him has disappeared. Laughing, Moran says if Dino tries to keep up with him, he'll just rise higher. Dino's fearlessness honestly gives him chills. He keeps mocking Dino's nerve. Dino asks what he means, and Moran answers with a jab about the Garden of Swords and the fools backing him. The moment Moran attacks, Morancon jumps in and yanks Dino away, saving him. Jin wonders about the shield, shocked that he couldn't sense any magic used to make it. He is thrown off. The shield's magic was hidden in the campfire, but he still couldn't sense its flow at all. He tries to figure out what just happened. Moran warns him to be careful. Magic power can be hidden, but not erased completely, so whoever did this is clearly hiding something. Then Moran asks if the protagonist is there, saying a girl once made a request to him. When the protagonist asks how he knows his face, Moran stays silent. The protagonist draws his sword and says he'll make him talk little by little. Moran answers by recalling that MC is still only a reserve flag bearer and asks how he got that request, unless this is personal. He says Moran's tone is annoyingly fake, then laughs and admits he's already getting tired of it. Moran coolly says he was rude, then puts up a shield around himself as Jin attacks with magical projection. Rosa steps in to protect Dino and the others from the incoming shots, while some people move in front of Moran to block the attack for him. Moran orders everyone to move and drag them away, while Dino shouts through tears and curses at him. He demands to know why Moran is acting like this, calling him human trash. What did these people ever do to deserve this? Moran just watches Dino's face and says he likes that look. To him, Dino is a fool. Then Moran mocks people who don't know their place. He calls Dino useless, a flatterer and a spy, and asks if saving people even more pathetic than himself will make him feel better. Moran says all of this is Dino's fault, then attacks again. He tells Dino to shut up because he plans to kill them soon. Kashmir Alphen thinks about how much damage Jin caused even by striking when Moran let his guard down, and notes how dangerous the shadow energy is. Moran is irritated that this strange force is draining his magic like the shadows themselves are moving. He realizes it's shadow energy, and decides the protagonist really is crafty. Laughing, Moran says Soldaret must be helping Arankondel again, breaking the promise from before. Jen calls on his shadow energy, and positions Morancon and Kashmir Alphen above as they launch another attack at Moran Zippel. Morancon says he still can't sense anything, and MC points out that Moran is hiding his mana flow. That makes things simpler. They can just assume he's always using magic. Moran admits him reacted fast. He says he had quietly prepared for this moment, though he doubts the protagonist can save everyone here and rushes in. Jin charges too, with Morancon joining the clash. Moran pulls out his magic staff and attacks, but MC blocks it. MC decides to use everything he has and warns Moran not to come closer. He soon realizes Moran's shadow energy is canceling every spell. He fires back with magic of his own and feels relieved when it lands. Moran laughs, thrilled by the fight. He says beating the protagonist will be satisfying, and even thanks him, sure. The protagonist's efforts will make the place Moran built shine even more. Jin sees that Moran's magic works like a trap, so he chooses to dodge instead of meeting it head-on, saving his strength. He signals Murakan and Kashmir Alphen. Murakan understands at once and joins in. He tells them to move fast and get everyone outside the magic circle, and Dino agrees. Miran brushes that off, saying the magic square reaches everywhere he can see, with no openings at all. Then he tells MC to enjoy the fight and attacks again. Jin avoids it, but drops to the ground. He sees the earth melting away where the blow lands, splitting the group in two. He knows there's only one choice: push forward and use his sword to block the energy. He finds it strange that a Zippel mage at only 8-star rank can control this much power. Jin suspects Miran is hiding an artifact. Miran notices the protagonist understands magic well. He dodged the fire pillar and stayed clear of the eroding ground. He also saw MC move forward and cancel the fire pillar, which takes real knowledge of magic. Miran can hardly believe it, calling Jin a true magic swordsman, and chuckles. He tells him to hide that expression, and Miran agrees, saying that skill comes from the protagonist being a magic swordsman. He admits MC has made this more troublesome, then answers with even stronger magic. Miran thinks about mana counterflow, the deadliest thing that can happen to someone with mana. In mage battles, mana can burst inside the body and tear the organs apart, Usually the one with less mana suffers at first. Up to now, that's been an easy way to judge who ranks above who. But unlike most fighters, Jin barely has mana, so counterflow won't work on him. Even so, Miran has still used magic against weaker people. He says that since he does have mana, there's no reason to waste more time. The protagonist says that's exactly what he expected. He closes in and thrusts a magic sphere forward for Miran to see. Up close. Miran suddenly says he can't see. Darkness fills his view, and he wonders if this is shadow power, but no, it feels different. Then a harsh light flashes right in front of his eyes. Miran questions where that light came from, guessing it might be a burst that blinded him, followed by ancient light magic, something he never expected. He sneers that this mix of light and shadow feels like something out of a hero story. Jin notices the dark energy in his wound fading. His senses and reactions now feel more like a beast's than a mage's. He knows Miran's mana isn't as overwhelming as Andre's, but in a one-on-one fight, Miran is even more annoying. Miran wonders what MC will do next and chuckles. With all his battle experience and mana counterflow knowledge, he's sure MC is hiding something else too, and that thought only amuses him as he steps away. Miran says Jin probably thinks he's crazy and wants nothing to do with him, but claims they're alike. He asks if this nonsense is just stalling because if it is, he's not impressed. Miran apologizes and says beating him won't be easy, while those barbarians are still lending their strength. He starts counting how many times they've used that power and guesses it's been 3. The protagonist warns him not to push it and asks what he's really after. Miran says yes, he's getting more interested. People like them will do anything to reach their goal. He also admits he noticed MC's control over magic is better than an 8-star mage's, which surprises him. Then he casts a spell and says nothing should exist outside Zippel's blessing. Dino and the others have become tools he uses to boost his mana. He goes on saying that even if they look dead, they're still breathing. That means they're alive and can keep refilling his mana. Since Jin said he wanted to kill him, Miran says he'll clear these obstacles first. He repeats that they're the same, both willing to do whatever it takes, then tells him to kill them quickly and start the final fireworks. A little later, Laka Mamika arrives and says Miran Zippel is lying. Everything he said is false, especially the part about some item boosting his mana. She says she learned the truth after torturing the collapsed people and finding out how the divine relic works. Miran freezes at the words divine relic and demands an answer, wondering what Jin is doing now. Laka Mamika points at the fallen people and her poor people. Miran tells her to stop speaking like an insect, but she goes on saying they're all already dead. He shouts at her to be quiet. She calls Miran a mad murderer who tricks people, uses them as test subjects, and throws them away. At that moment, he realizes Jin lied to him earlier to control him. Crying, she begs someone to stop this disaster. Miran calls her a rat who doesn't know her place, then attacks and tells her to die. He demands to know how she dared ruin his show, saying the best part of the night was supposed to be the scream after he cut up those bodies. He kept her alive because she was useful, but now he wants her dead. Dino runs out from the woods and begs Jin to save her, explaining that she is Tikka, the acting leader and the only support the natives still have, so he has to rescue her. The protagonist recognizes the Zippel family's secret magic, the blue flames. He remembers hearing about it before. He asks if they know of those flames, and recalls his sister telling him about them, a hidden Zippel technique that can burn forever without stopping. She warned him that trying to put them out would only make them consume you. When he asked how to fight that kind of fire, she casually said to use an even hotter flame. Back in the present, Jin does exactly that to save Laka Mamika. Miran admits it really is a hotter flame, then wonders if that's enough, like he's testing him. As MC catches her in his arms, Miran questions how a mere magic swordsman, a Runken Tail no less, could be called the strongest mage of his generation, a title Tess had the right to give. He can't accept someone like that reaching the top. Tikka feels the heat, but the flames don't burn her. She realizes they're protecting her and thanks him. Jin tells her that without her, he might have fallen for the lie. He says she can rest now, but she warns him not to. Miran is using power from a divine relic he doesn't truly have. She says he only learned a few trigger words by torturing people. The relic itself is still hidden, and only they know where. Then she asks if he came because Priestess Laosa sent him. She adds that once this fight is over, she'll tell him where the divine relic is and begs him to end their pain. The protagonist says Miran's face is worth seeing right now. He's clearly shaken that Tess chose the protagonist. He points out that Miran has used trap magic in the evil eye, then asks if that's all. The games are over now. Time for him to fall into hell. Myron asks what MC knows about hell. Through his magic, he boasts that he once loved the witch Hellam and drank with the kings of the Black Sea, then challenges MC. What could he possibly know about hell? With that, he attacks. He fires a spell he calls a pressurized flame. Tess jumps in and blocks it. Jin wonders if that spell made Tess angry. Moroccan arrives too. He asks why he's here and what happened to the natives. Moroccan says everyone's been evacuated, so they can focus now. He explains that the spell Myron used is a possession spell aimed at the Demon King Orgal, so if Tess is stopping it, they have to move fast and shut it down. While holding the attack back, Moroccan tells the protagonist to gather his shadow energy, draw out his sword's full power, and strike with everything he has. Then Moroccan tells Jin to step onto his shadow energy and run. The plan is to cut open the dimensional gate, and they charge together. As they swing, MC gets hurt and feels the huge demonic counterflow. He realizes he can't keep supporting Tess for long. Still, he holds on just long enough. Jin thinks this might turn him into someone whose once bright life will slowly fade because of Helaram's dagger until even death welcomes him on the road to hell. Then he forces his strength back, grips his sword, and rushes in. He knows that even 1,000 swings may end the same way as the first, but he pours all his will into the blade. He cuts through and lands the strike. Myron tries to fight back as his strength returns, but he can't. His body bursts into flame and he screams. Jin looks at his sword and feels that the shadow energy came out differently this time. He's never felt anything like it before and wonders if it was a piece of the heart sword. Even so, he attacks again and watches Myron's body start turning to ash before fading away. After that, Jin notices a weak glow in the magic wand Myron was still holding, and destroys it completely. He says it's over. Then he drops to the ground as Murakan and Luntia watch. A little later, Murakan explains that the wands given to masters of the Zippel Mag's towers have a special use, marked by a small rune at the top. He asks what it does. Murakan waves the wand and the rune reacts. It sends an emergency signal to their mag's tower. Murakan says they can't rest and tells Jin to wake up. The protagonist opens his eyes and Murakan checks if he's awake. Then Murakan forces something into his mouth and tells him to swallow. MC asks what it is, stands up and spits it into his hand to look at it. Murakan says he almost died from the mana counterflow, but what he just swallowed was unicorn horn, a powerful cure that works against counterflow. Jin says he feels much better. His mana has settled, though his shadow energy and aura are still tangled up. Kashmir Alphen praises the protagonist for the fight, and the protagonist thanks him before asking when he got that ready. Kashmir says he didn't. They were given it, and he points to Dino. Jin asks how Dino got it. Dino says he learned about it while drinking with Myron, and that Myron had a unicorn horn stolen from his family, which she later found. Luntia then introduces herself as Lata, the acting saintess for Lhasa, and asks about the situation. She says that even in death she won't forget this, and bows to them. Then she explains that when Lhasa asked them to save them, she likely meant helping restore the tribe's divine relic, not simply rescuing them. MC asks what restore means. Was it broken? Morokan cuts in, shocked. In over 3,000 years of life, he's never heard of a divine relic like this, and at first he thought it was just a bluff. He says that Mad Woman's magic was way too strong, so the relic must be the reason. Morokan asks whose relic it is and quietly asks for the god's name. She answers, Clam. Morokan says he's never heard that name and asks what age that god came from. Kashmir Alphen cuts in and says that if this is true, they should find the relic and leave fast. Even if this place is remote, it's still inside Zippel land, and they don't know when they'll be found. She says there's one problem with that plan. Before they can take the relic, they have to restore it, and that needs sunlight to open the sealed ground. Morokan asks how, since it's the middle of the night. She says they have to wait until noon and hold a ceremony with the tribe, so everyone must be gathered there. Morokan complains that it's too complicated and says they need to finish before Zippel notices. He tells them to stop standing around and move. Jin starts thinking about Zippel, the divine relic, and the noon sun, feeling like one important piece is still missing. He notes that Miron can't move anymore, now that Tess finished him off, and thinks this remote place has basically been abandoned by Zippel, at least if no signal reaches the Mag's tower. Morokan brings up that Miron was a master of a Zippel Mag's tower, as if everyone should already know what that means. Kashmir Alphen disagrees. There's no time to waste. Jin warns them they'll be found soon, then activates the wand. Right as Mador Elner Weiss, master of the 7th Mag's tower, appears. He explains that tower masters are given those staffs. They're a huge deal. Kashmir doesn't know much about Zippel, but even he knows the staff can gather mages in an emergency. Morokan is stunned that the protagonist knows this when he doesn't. Zippel keeps advancing at a crazy speed. Jin says he heard it from Luna, though really he remembered it from his teacher's old lesson. Each Zippel tower has close to 100 mages, many around 8-star level. Fighting them while protecting civilians would be a nightmare. MC asks how long they have before they arrive, and hears it'll take at least 2 hours. With that much time, he asks Kashmir for a favor. Kashmir is shaken because his secret plan could get all of them killed. The protagonist says Kashmir has to deliver a message right away or they're all finished. Kashmir agrees and tells the protagonist to stay alive. Meanwhile, Morokan and Lada begin preparing to restore the relic. The tribe gathers, but MC's condition isn't getting better. His body is breaking down from being pushed past its limit. Morokan is furious that Marion wouldn't accept defeat and instead called the Mag's Tower sorcerers. Last time, he asked Luna for help because she was their only hope. Now Morokan worries Kashmir won't reach them in time. If he fails, they'll have to hold out as long as they can. The lower tower master and his forces head in. They've found the tribe's land where the signal came from. There's no sign of Myron, which means he's dead. That news sends Midor into a rage. He swears to kill whoever caused his brother's death. Watching from a distance, Morokan counts at least 30 strong sorcerers riding 6 dragons. And this is just a lower unit. If they beat them, an even stronger force will come next. Morokan thinks that in his prime he could have wiped them all out. But after Tamer's blade, he still hasn't fully recovered. The Zippel mages descend with young fire dragons, red dragons, even weaker ones. Midor angrily names himself as a lower tower master of Zippel and demands to know where Myron is. Jin plays dumb and acts like he has no idea. He doesn't remember Midor from his past life. Moroccan asks why they attacked his brother and whether they're connected to Runkandel. Before unleashing his anger, he asks one thing calmly: is Myron still alive? He promises not to hurt them if they confirm that he is. Jin is struck by that. Moroccan cares about his brother, yet showed no mercy to the people here. Moroccan starts to answer, then realizes Myron is already dead. He says he'll never forgive them for mocking the clan. Moroccan orders his men to attack and capture them. The charge spells are all 8-star class, so this won't be easy. Then an icy blizzard cuts in, stopping every spell at once, and Midor is stunned. Their help has arrived: Talaris, ruler of the secret palace, and her daughter. Talaris' ice magic freezes the attacks with ease. The Zippel side instantly knows who she is. Kashimir's help came just in time. Moroccan is impressed too. Talaris even summoned the legendary snow toad, Mott. She raises an ice wall so she can speak with the protagonist. Sarah's mother is curious about the boy who gave her daughter such a hard time. But when she sees him, she's shocked by how badly hurt he is. Talaris asks if he's the one who killed Alcaro. That's bad, meaning Sarah must have told her mother everything. Talaris tells Jin not to worry. She has no reason to harm him. She's more interested in another man like Moroccan. The two start flirting while MC is nearly dead. Talaris tells her daughter to stay with him while she wipes out the enemies. She's also fully on board with her daughter liking him, and she keeps teasing him the whole time. Before leaving, Talaris reminds Jin that without her daughter, she never would have come to save him. The protagonist is too stunned to talk and can barely stay upright. Ceres catches him before he falls. Shocked things ended like this. Instead of turning into a fight, she had no idea what was happening behind her back. Kashmir had rushed to Talaris with flowers, basically begging for help. Moroccan is grateful so many people still came through for him. Then he coughs up dark blood, making things even worse. Moroccan gives him medicine, still unable to understand why he'd push himself this far. Seeing him like this almost makes her feel embarrassed for him. Back in the battle, Talaris finds out Midor isn't a pureblood. Midor knows he's in serious trouble, so his only plan is to stall until backup arrives. Talaris isn't about to back down from the Zippel clan, and with just a taste of her power, she kills the Elder. The sorcerers throw up barrier after barrier just to survive. Then Talaris freezes the dragons with her ice magic. She's almost amused that they still think they can beat her. She uses an Endorma clan technique, the same sea ice Cirrus once used against Jin. A raging ice storm bursts out, freezing the sorcerers solid and breaking Midor's will. And Talaris tears off the half-blood's arm just as easily. As he starts thinking about death, a portal suddenly opens beneath them and cuts the fight short. Talaris is confused for a second, then understands what's happening. More Zippel sorcerers have arrived, saving the minor tower master just in time. Talaris' barrier fades, that only makes her angrier. The Zippel clan has brought a huge battleship for Myron and Midor, and Jin sees the situation getting far worse than he expected. Too many key people are already dead. The ship is bad enough, but the ones aboard are worse. The White Knight, an elite Zippel unit made for missions like this. After looking things over, Talaris tells them to retreat. Even she doesn't want to mess with the White Knight. She's willing to help the natives escape, but he insists they have to finish the ritual. Talaris doesn't like that answer at all. She gave a direct order. The protagonist explains they may never get another chance to stop the Ziphils if the ritual stays unfinished. He begs for her help for the sake of the Collins people. Talaris agrees and gives him 1 hour to hold off the White Knights. More than that, she says she wants to speak with Sierra after this is over. As the ritual begins, Jin turns to Tika and begs her to speed it up. They won't last long once the ship attacks. Tika tells the young Runkandel to stay out of the battle, especially in his condition. She knows they can't stop the enemy until they find the artifact. MC cuts her off and says the ritual matters most. He didn't sacrifice this much just to walk away now. Tika says there is one way to finish it faster, but only if Raihausa were here. Cirrus reveals she's in Tikan, so she tells Jin to get on the Great Toad and bring her back. Talaris notices them leaving, and is surprised her child acted on her own. That leaves Talaris with the bigger job, holding back the White Knight battalion until they return. Murakan joins her, promising to help. The White Knight, one of the Ziphil's strongest units, gives the ruler of the secret palace a single order: leave, and let them deal with Muron Zippel's killer. Talaris raises her blade and tells them to bring their patriarch if they want to negotiate. Since she refuses to obey, the Ziphils fire the battleship's power at Moroccan, who smashes through the attack with his fist. That opening lets Talaris unleash a huge wave of ice spikes at the ship. The sorcerers block it with a powerful barrier. They came ready for Talaris, but not for the man who ate their attack with his bare hands. Right away, they mark him as a serious threat. The White Knight leader orders contact with headquarters so they can use the battleship's full power. Meanwhile, Jin reaches Tikan and desperately asks for Rasa. She had been expecting him and was already ready to go. Back at the fight, Talaris keeps pressing the battleship. Murkan blocks everything the ship throws at her, acting like a perfect shield. She even covers his arms in ice to ease his pain. Fired up, Murakan hurls a massive boulder at the battleship. At moments like this, he really steals the show, Talaris thinks they still have the edge, since the White Knight shouldn't be able to use its strongest weapon here. They need the artifact, so dragging the fight out should help her side for now, but she's wrong. The commander is only waiting for the right moment to finish it. Once approval comes straight from the clan, the battleship suddenly goes silent. Murakhan wonders if they finally gave up, but Talaris instantly knows they're in real danger. A huge amount of energy gathers into one attack. Kelbisharik has given direct permission to wipe out the Kulin territory with the cannon. The commander gives Talaris one last warning, and she realizes they're cornered. Saras arrives at the last second, as Jin and the others stare at the destruction coming for them. Then the cannon fires, sending out a world-ending beam that tears through everything ahead of it. Right before it lands, Talaris launches one final strike. With her sea ice sword, she softens the blow of the beam. Jin and the others barely manage to hold on. He uses Shadow Force and cuts through the remaining blast with his sword. Saras can tell how much he's improved. Even in this state, he's still keeping up with her. But as things stand, he fears he won't be able to help Lawasa reach the ritual site. The ship is no easy target. It's about as dangerous as Talaris herself. Even the White Knight commander is shocked that she blocked the beam with her sword. Still, he gives Talaris another warning to stand down. She just laughs. Talaris isn't scared at all. The ruler of the secret palace says even their strongest Isiful sorcerer wouldn't be enough to beat her. Then she flips the pressure back on them, reminding the Xiphals how badly outmatched they are. The White Knight answers by saying they can just target the people she's protecting instead. That makes Talaris realize something. If Laosa reaches the ritual site, they win. So she's ready to hold the enemy back and buy her daughter time to reach the altar. This battle will decide whether the secret palace survives. The Xiphal commander charges up another beam shot, ready to erase the Kalin territory completely. Jin tells Cedrix to protect Laosa. He'll open the way himself. Cedrix hates the plan, knowing he could die doing it. The protagonist accepts that risk. He says he never would have made it this far without everyone else's sacrifices, so now it's his turn to risk himself for them. Laosa is hit by a painful memory from the past. She once had to flee this land, so the Zetrals could never get their hands on her. If they did, their mission would fail and they would betray their god. The people begged her to live, choosing her life over their own. They wanted her to return one day with someone who could end their suffering. But in the end, the Xiphals burned them all to death. Laosa had no choice but to run from the territory alone. She survived on an island, struggling with her powers and waiting a long time for someone to save them. That was when Laosa made up her mind. Jin is determined to get her to the ritual site, even if it kills them. Tears run down her face. Laosa has waited her whole life to give herself for her people. The second beam is almost ready to fire. As MC and Cyrus push forward, Talaris cuts the beam into hundreds of pieces. Jin has to protect both Laosa and Cyrus, relying on his sword alone to survive. Murkhan warns them another beam is coming. The Xiphals keep attacking without stopping. Murkhan and he fight desperately to shield Cyrus and Laosa. Just when the Dark Dragon thinks they're holding out, one beam slams hard into Jin. It knocks him down, and even Cyrus cries out in panic. She remembers what he said, that he was ready to give his life to protect them. In a burst of rage, Cyrus loses control and gets hurt too. She falls to the ground, leaving Laosa on her own. Cyrus tells her to keep going, or else all their sacrifices will be for nothing. Heart-heavy, Laosa prays to her god and keeps moving. By now, she knows prayer alone won't end this war. Laosa has made her choice. Jin drifts into an empty void. A voice calls his name and orders him to wake up. When the protagonist opens his eyes, he sees a future where Cyrus is dead. The Xiphal sorcerers won the war with the help of a blazing fire dragon. Murkhan was killed by Kanthum's hands, and the Xiphal patriarch unleashed a full assault. In that future, even Jin died. Then a piercing voice of a god welcomes him and reflects on his choice to keep fighting after coming this far. She asks if he regrets dragging so many people into this. Even with his resolve shaken, Jin says he still doesn't regret what he chose to do. What eats at him is the helplessness. He couldn't change the future, and his friends were destroyed because he was too weak. He calls himself a powerless swordsman. The goddess approves and tells him to hold on to that thought. Then she wipes away the future vision and finally names herself as Clam, the god who has waited a long time for him. Jin can't make sense of that. Clam says there's no time to explain. The road ahead is filled with pain. Then it hits him. That nightmare future hasn't happened yet. Jin wakes with another pounding headache. He panics for a second, then sees Cyrus alive and safe. Murkhan immediately smacks him for scaring everyone half to death. Jin had feared the worst for nothing. Talaris is amazed he actually brought down a god, while he still has no clue what just happened. Murkhan used Jin's power to call a goddess, and that destroyed the battleship. The White Knight sorcerers lost the moment she appeared. Now that Clam is using Rouse's body, she looks different, longer hair and pale white eyes. Rouse gave up her vessel-like body to summon Clam. As a lesson, Clam showed Jin that horrible future. In short, she scared him straight. Murkhan doesn't buy it and asks what she really wants. Clam forms the well of mana in her hand. She says she's the god of mana, and with help from the god of darkness, she once nearly destroyed the world. Solnder had sealed that power inside this divine artifact. Murkhan had no idea about any of that. To prove it, Clam reveals Solnderet's seal. It's been weakening, so she's been helping keep it stable. The Well of Mana is basically endless magic, enough to wipe out the world, The people of Cullen have lived to stop that from ever happening. Murkon is furious that those people had to give up so much just to guard the artifact. Clam says she couldn't help them while she was sealed. Until today, when Jin Runkandel made her manifestation possible. Cyrus and Talaris are stunned to find out Jin is a contractor of the God of Darkness. Clam then offers Jin the priceless artifact. With Sildri's power and the Well of Mana together, he now holds a terrifying weapon. Clam places the fate of the colonites in his hands and says the Well of Mana was always meant for him to use, just as Sildri Runkundel intended. Sildri Runkundel made the seal at the peak of his power. It's proof of his divine nature. Jin is glad, but then he remembers Rouse's reward. She had promised to help him talk to his god. Clam says that's impossible. Even with Murakan beside him, the God of Darkness still wouldn't answer. What she doesn't know is that Jin is living his life a second time. Jin accepts that he never came for a reward anyway. With her task done, Clam returns to spirit form. Because of Jin, Colin is finally free. Clam says she owes the final contractor of the God of Darkness for breaking their chains. Even Talaris and Dorma is impressed. It's not every day a god thanks a human. Still, she tells them to leave fast before the Ziffles strike again. Now joined with Clam, Luosa learns her god couldn't answer her prayers because she had been sealed in the artifact. Clam apologizes for the price Luosa paid, saying her suffering helped save her people. Luosa thanks her for answering them at last and stopping that dark future. She's happier than ever. Clam says she's glad to serve the people of Colin in return, and she waits for Jin to grow strong enough to free the world from suffering. If the mirror had fallen to the Ziffles, all their sacrifices would have been for nothing. Tika is overjoyed that things finally worked out. Jin is deeply thankful for the Colonites' sacrifices, because only he truly knows how much destruction the Ziffles would have caused in the future. To repay the people of Colin, the Runkundel Prodigy offers them a place to live. He can't protect them himself because of his duty as a flag bearer, so he gives the journalist a letter for Luna. If the Exfalfus hit back, more lives could be in danger. Jin is ready for that too. He wants the journalist to publish everything and gather support against them. After that, he properly meets one of Talaris's allies without a battle in the way. She's so relaxed, she calls the mission easy, though Jin still worries the Exfalfus may come after her. Talaris isn't concerned. She thinks the Exfalfid Patriarch will move carefully. Since he doesn't know Clam appeared, he probably believes Talaris destroyed the White Knight unit by herself. Jin is relieved, but Talaris reminds him she didn't help out of kindness alone. He was a client, and a legendary spellsword who's also the contractor of the God of Darkness should pay well. Jin braces for a huge request. Instead, Talaris laughs and lets him off for free. She says the information she got was enough, then even jokes with her daughter about it. Jin is completely thrown off that she wants nothing. The ruler of the secret palace gets ready to leave. Before going, Cirrus and Dorma says next time she wants a real fight with Jin. Her mother thinks she's still acting too stiff and keeps teasing her. Then the story shifts back to Kiran Runkundel, because Talaris and Dorma personally entered the Dark Sea just to bring up a marriage proposal for Jin. At Luna's place, she hears about Jin's wild journey, facing Myron and the White Knight fleet. Like any caring sister, her first question is whether her brother is safe. Once she hears he's fine, Luna turns to Tika and asks if she has any useful skills. She makes it clear she can't house the people of Colon if they have no plan to work, so she orders her maid to help the Colonites settle in and find jobs, which is better than just living off a favor. As for Dano, Luna is ready to back him fully so he can carry out Jin's plan. A month after the battle, news of the Colon genocide spread across the world. People learned that a group of travelers ended the conflict and pushed back the Ziffles. Even the Runkandels heard about it. The Ziffle clan blamed everything on Meuron since he was already dead, but pieces of the battleship still hinted at their involvement. Some kingdoms were enraged, while others stayed quiet. Emperor Emir Bementh publicly defended the Ziffles, and the backlash was immediate. The Ziffles made sure to reward him for taking their side. Even so, their reputation was badly damaged. For now, they can't launch any major attack. Between Jin and Luna, they've suffered too many losses. Meanwhile, the journalist gains strong support from the public. The people of Colon keep praying for Jin, waiting for the day he reveals himself as the traveler who stopped the Ziffles' oppression. They pray for his success and hope he'll be the one to destroy the Ziffles for good. Back to Kiran's meeting with Talaris. Khan is shocked when a massive wall of ice rises in the distance. It was Talaris, firing a warning shot at the approaching Kiran, who is already annoyed by her nonsense. Talaris says she's not there to fight him. Then she almost slices Khan by accident, and he barely blocks it in time to stay alive. Kiran ignores her and just wants to read Kashimir's next letter. That's when he learns Jin defeated Myron, and that an unnamed traveler saved the people of Colon by ending the Ziffles' oppression. What really shocks him is the mention of the Kozak battleship, an enemy far too strong for Jin alone. That's when Talaris cuts in and says she destroyed it. She's surprised Kashimir has been sending him letters at all, and Kiran is furious that not one of them mentioned her part in this. Talaris says Kashimir should be praised for choosing Jin's side over the fate of Runkandel. The Patriarch accepts that point and realizes he may have judged too fast. Kiran tells her to drop the marriage proposal already, but Talaris somehow still thinks the two are a perfect match. Far away, Jin suddenly feels a chill down his spine, and for good reason. Gilly says it might be a side effect of gaining more mana, but Jin doubts it. Still, he has grown much stronger, reaching 6-star swordsmanship and 7-star mana. As long as he keeps the artifact with him, he has extra mana to draw on. But he doesn't want to rely on it too much, since overusing it could weaken the seal. Then Kashimir's assistant tells him an unexpected visitor has come asking to work for them. The man even knows one of their base locations, so he's clearly not ordinary. Naturally, Jin wants to see who it is, and is stunned by the familiar face. It's that information broker again, the idiot Jet. Jet may have ruined Jin's life in the past, but things are different now. He was spared, and now he's standing before him. Kashimir wants to know how Jet found one of their bases. Jet says he used to be tied to the Aiken Kingdom. Kashimir quickly figures out he's connected to Jin and helped take down the auction house, but he still presses him for the real answer. Jet keeps dodging it, and Kashimir's anger finally makes him spill part of the truth. Jin wants to hear the rest, but the moment Jet turns around, he freezes. Seeing Jin, he blurts out that the guy is a fraud for betraying him so many times. After all, he really did pretend to be Veridon. Simple. Kashimir snaps at the accusation and almost takes Jet's head off. Murakan storms in, already irritated that he still didn't get his ice pops. To him, those matter more than the whole investigation. He gets even angrier the second he spots Jet, the same guy he beat up before. Jet is shocked to learn they're closely tied to Kashimir, and that Jin outranks everyone there. He drops to the floor and bangs his head down to apologize. MC asks for more about Alu, and Jet finally gives his real name, a former Runkindale cadet named Marius. The name feels familiar to MC. Gilly knows exactly why they share a last name with Luna's nanny. Jin turns pale. Alu is from Delki, one of Huster's kingdoms. He was just a nobody who somehow passed the test and became a cadet. That was also the last time he used his real name before throwing it away for good. Gilly confirms it, and Kashimir moves his blade to Jet's neck, doubting him. A commoner shouldn't have gotten into the Runkindle cadet test that easily. As Kashimir presses him, Gilly says someone inside the clan may have helped Alu. He thinks it had to be a pureblood, or even one of the nannies. They do far more than raise children and hold real power in the clan. Back when Luna was ranked first, she was seen as the top choice to lead the clan. Her nanny also had major influence then, so if Alu and Tamuan are connected, it could mean Luna cursed Jin in his past life, but that idea is hard to accept. The protagonist decides Tamuan likely acted alone, without Luna being involved. Jet says the information is true, so MC decides to use him as bait in Delki. He wants to dig up more on Alu and Tamuan. In Delki, a thug is picking on a commoner when a purple-haired woman gives him a slow, painful death. The commoner begs for mercy, thinking they came to save him. He's dead wrong. They're villains. The man is killed too, and the woman absorbs his power. Kashimir explains that in Delki, only one group often used the name Marius, an orphanage. It was once run for royalists. At first, the children were made to bond, then ordered to kill each other. The ones who lived through it became assassins. The orphanage was later shut down. 10 children were released, and Alu was one of them. Kashimir gives Jin the addresses of all 10 so he can investigate in Delki. Certain he can find whoever cursed him in his past life. He arrives in Delki with Jet. Their first target is Gabor Marius. The protagonist wants this done fast, but when Jet knocks, nobody answers. Nearby, a crowd has gathered, and the protagonist finds a brutal murder scene. One victim was poisoned, and another was cleanly cut down by a wind spell. A bystander says Gabor had it coming, so Jin questions him. The man says he and his friends found the bodies that night, and another guy who owed Gabor money ended up dead too. MC decides Gabor was the real target, and the other man was killed by magic to remove a witness. He starts to wonder if the killers rushed the job and made mistakes. Then he suddenly asks Jet for the next name. Something darker is going on. That suspicion is confirmed when they reach the second target and find him poisoned too. The body is still fresh. It's the same poison, and Jin realizes someone is hunting down every orphanage survivor to wipe out the evidence. They rush to the next targets, only to find more bodies beheaded and killed in brutal ways. The protagonist spots traces of an 8-star spell. That means the killers are using stronger magic with each attack. Jet warns this is getting dangerous, especially now that the authorities are starting to notice how often they show up. Jin says they can't slow down. He's running out of time, and even as a reserve flag bearer, he wants revenge no matter what. Only one name is left on the killer's list, and they're pleased with how easily they cleared the rest. The twist is that they survived the orphanage too. Both were judged the very best, and now they move to erase the final witness. After breaking in, the assassins are surprised to find the place empty. This time, Jin and Jet got there first. Because they stayed close to the portal, they finally got ahead and rescued the last survivor and his daughter. But one problem remains. The assassins after them are Varys and Kuzan, the deadliest pair from the orphanage. MC is stunned. He was told there were only 10 survivors, but the real number was 12. Varys and Kuzan attack. They've already caught up. Varys is eager to kill her dear brother, while Kuzan has no interest in dragging this out. But just then, a sorcerer's power